This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed.
Please take your seats. Members, before commencing today's business, I would like to advise you that the Business Committee was advised last week that the Minister for the Economy would not be available to answer a question today, even though members had submitted their questions and that they had been published. The Business Committee agreed to reschedule his question time, and it will now take place on Monday the 21st of February. Members who had been successful in the ballot were given the option of retaining their original question or submitting a new one. The first item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded that their statements will not be subject to debate or questioning, and interventions will not be taken. And I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Orlia Flynn to make her statement. Thank you.
Building more social and affordable homes for workers and families is a priority. I myself was born and raised in social housing, like many people in our communities and like many of my own constituents. Everyone should have a safe and secure place to call home. We need to build more social and affordable homes in West Belfast, but we also need to improve and modernise the existing homes. Communities Minister Deirdre Hargey has a plan to build 100,000 social and affordable homes over the next 15 years. This is alongside the biggest shake-up of housing in decades by giving the Housing Executive the power to start building homes again. This is transformative and will make a huge difference to people's lives. Sinn Féin has been to the fore in delivering social and affordable housing in my own constituency of West Belfast. Large projects such as Glenmona, Blackskate and Glen Road developments will see around 1,000 homes being built in the area. This will not only deliver much needed homes, but it's also going to create new communities and services for the people of West Belfast. In areas such as West Belfast, houses formerly owned by the Housing Executive are increasingly moving to private hands. And as a result, many of the houses have fallen into disrepair with no onus on private landlords to improve the conditions for renters. One such example is in the Riverdale area, where vast amounts of housing was bought by a private company. In the ownership of this company, the conditions of the houses in the area deteriorated really bad, but thanks to the ongoing lobbying by Sinn Féin, we've managed to return these homes back into public hands. As a result of this move, the tenants of Riverdale will see a £25 million investment, which will transform and upgrade their homes to a decent home standard. And I want to use this opportunity to thank the Minister for Communities for her hard work and dedication in putting a real focus into housing and through her private tenancies bill. The Minister will leave a lasting legacy of improving people's rights, and I hope that the next mandate will build upon the foundations that she has laid so far and further progress the fundamental change that she has already begun. I know this will make a massive difference to the lives of people in West Belfast and right across the north. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A key issue that I have raised on a number of occasions in this chamber and at committee has been the need for further investment at the Antrim Area Hospital. At the outset, I want to thank the Minister, Department and the management of the Northern Health and Social Care Trust for their efforts in building cases, business cases that is, to greater develop facilities on site. For example, the new state-of-the-art mental health inpatient facility is currently in design stage and would be a huge boost to service provision. I am aware from responses I have received to written questions from the Minister that the Northern Trust has also submitted a range of proposals as part of its recent capital planning review exercise. These proposals include the development of a new women's and children's unit, a permanent 48-bed ward, an ICU block, as well as the upgrade of the site electrical infrastructure. All are much needed projects. It is a well-known fact, Mr. Speaker, that in Antrim Area Hospital they do not have enough beds, and they're consistently operating over its established bed numbers, which can impact on patient safety and the quality of service provided to patients. Currently, patients can be delayed for many hours in the emergency department waiting for a bed to be freed up within the hospital. The Trust has developed a proposal to bring 2 modular wards onto the Antrim site, which would give the hospital another 48 badly needed beds. Although this is only part of the overall capital investment required on the Antrim Hospital site to meet current and future service demands. I understand that the Trust and Department have been working through this particular business case, and I urge the Minister to ensure its rapid approval so that these beds can be delivered as quickly as possible, to help alleviate the considerable pressures and anxieties felt both by patients and staff on an ongoing basis. We need to ensure the capacity is there to provide the best services possible for the public, and that the hard-working staff in our trusts have the facilities they require to enable them to deliver those services. Approval of the proposal for an additional 48 beds would be a significant step forward to achieving this. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Conor McGrath.
Speaker, and I rise today to offer my congratulations to Kilcoo GAA on their historic win at the weekend as they secured the AIB All-Ireland Championship. That win, I believe, is a testament to the team, to their management, but to the entire club, and also to their family members and all in the community in that area that has supported the team, has stood with them all the way through the journey, has dealt with some of the defeats of the past, but has managed to secure this wonderful victory. And I think it's a great recognition for the entire community in Kilcoo. They are, Mr. Speaker, in Kilcoo GAA synonymous with victory, but they are also synonymous with culture and with also providing a great resource in that local community to enable everybody to be involved and to have a part to play and to have activities to do. In bringing the club on Saturday, Mickey Moran has shown the determination that a good leader needs to show, and he got that trust back from the team, and that was fairly evident. And for all of those of us that were following the match, it didn't look like it was going to go the way of Kilcoo until towards the end, whenever they got the equaliser in the last few minutes, which then brought them into extra time. And I'm sure that had everybody on the end of their seats in Croke Park, but it certainly had everybody in the community of South Down on the end of their seats as well. And I think that dealing with adversity and trying to overcome all of the obstacles that are there, I think that's a leadership that this entire House could take from Kilcoo as we try to make sure that we can stabilise and have a government and executive for people out there. So I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the whole team on their win, to wish them well in their victory, to congratulate the club and the people of Kilcoo. Thank you.
I thank the member for that. And I call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, events on the other side of Europe may seem far from this Assembly, but in this interconnected and integrated world, the Russian pressure on the Ukraine will and already is having a direct impact on us. With Russia positioning significant land, air and maritime forces on the borders and on the vicinity of Ukraine's sea and air lanes, the potential for major war on our continent is now very real. The energy crisis and push of many of our most vulnerable into fuel poverty is also a direct result of fears of a Russian invasion of its neighbour. That the threat of a hybrid conflict involving proxies in eastern Ukraine, Russian nationalists, cyber attacks, violence and more is being ramped up is unmistakable. That this attack is on a precarious democracy seeking closer association with the EU, NATO and the West, which will indeed disrupt energy supplies or worse, should be a wake-up call for all European and Western allies to double down in responding to Putin's tactics. Instead, we have seen President Biden's misspeaking, the German government's representative refusing to supply arms, and suggestions by some that we should back off and show Putin some respect. Following any policy of appeasement, as lessons from history show, that only leads to further and wider conflict. There is more, Mr. Speaker, than a whiff of Munich in the air. The only person drawing comfort for any of this is the occupier of the Kremlin. But here in the Assembly, we need to realise that not only has our nation already been directly attacked by Russia, twice, with chemical and radiological weapons, our health service and critical infrastructure has been under constant cyber attack, much of it by Russian hackers, and that our, and indeed Ireland's, energy security has already been challenged, that we are not immune from conflict on these islands. We should be standing strongly with our Defence and Foreign Secretaries as they call for stronger action. We should also, as we hear so often in this House, the benefits of the European Union from some quarters. The European Union should be called on to act cohesively for once against Russian aggression. The mixed messaging from Paris, Berlin and Budapest doesn't send the resolute response needed. It is also notable that Russia has challenged the Irish to avoid calling for sanctions. Instead, Ireland appears to be driven by whatever the EU response there is. Maybe for once Ireland, as a temporary member of the Security Council, could also actually take a strong leadership stance and encourage their fellow EU nations to realise appeasing dictators never leads to good outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in late January, I was shocked and appalled to learn that an individual had spray-painted anti-Semitic graffiti at a location of New Forge Lane in my constituency, an area where people frequently walk. Actions like this carry a heavy impact on our Jewish community, and I was very saddened that issues like this remain today. Thankfully, it was not just members of the Jewish community who contacted me about it, but other right-thinking members of the public did also, and I duly reported it, and I'm grateful to Belfast City Council for promptly removing it. It is our moral duty to defend and support those who are victims of such shocking ignorance and prejudice. I heavily condemn these acts and would like to extend my thoughts to all those who were affected by it. However, offering our thoughts will simply not cut it, Mr. Speaker. Between 2020 and 2021, the PSNI investigated 39 hate crime incidents against the Jewish community. 6 of these occurred in South Belfast. This issue is now far more prominent, and unfortunately it is still conspicuous in our own communities. The consequence of such hatred is held closely to our hearts, particularly during Holocaust Memorial Day, the day on which this graffiti actually appeared. It should be a day when we remember the 6 million Jewish people who were subject to genocide in one of the most appalling atrocities in human history. It is more important than ever that we highlight the effects such ignorance and hate have on our local communities, and that we have work to do to overcome them. Acts like these only encourage conspiracy and hate. My colleague, the Justice Minister Naomi Long, has recently outlined her vision for a new hate crime bill, and I would encourage everyone to participate in the current public consultation process on this, which closes on the 22nd of March. This bill would pave the way for new, much-needed hate crime provisions which will protect victims to a much larger extent. Through specifically defining acts of hate crime and the role of the perpetrator, victims will see better support and are ultimately more likely to see justice. For all that, the main objective must be to stop hate crime occurring in the first place. For example, expressions of anti-Semitism have a grievous impact on a community which already feels vulnerable here, Mr. Speaker. We must take responsibility for promoting, at every turn, awareness-raising, compassion and, most importantly, respect. We must all resolutely support our local Jewish community, and we must all be clear that this is their home and they are cherished here. Thank you.
Thank the member, and I call Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, and I wish to make a statement today on air quality in Northern Ireland and to bring to members' attention a recent publication showing that officials had known for decades about the seriousness of air pollution in Belfast. We knew back in the early 1990s that there was a major problem with air pollution and that emissions need urgently addressed, yet for over 20 years it was somehow deemed acceptable and that we did not have appropriate legislation in place to tackle it. Indeed, Dr Gabriel Scally's public health report in 1993 described the air pollution in Belfast as appalling. Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable. We are still in this position. Air pollution costs lives and billions of pounds. It is the biggest environmental threat to health in the United Kingdom. Between 28,000 and 36,000 deaths a year attributed to long-term exposure. And there is strong evidence that air pollution causes the development of coronary heart disease, stroke, respiratory disease and lung cancer, and exacerbates asthma. Yet we still have no air quality strategy for Northern Ireland. We have smoke control zones that are not enforced, and we have breaches of air quality management areas, and we're not monitoring enough. Particulate matter, which are the tiny particles that cause the most serious health problems, are derived from the burning of wood and oil, industry and traffic. The WHO says that there's no safe levels of exposure to particulate matter 2.5. However, they do recommend guideline targets that limit the harm to human health. But our current legal limit for 2.5 is not as strict as the level recommended by the WHO. It's more than double of what it's recommended. And whilst other particulate matters, PM10, is monitored in North Down at Hollywood, PM 2.5 isn't, and we have no PM 2.5 monitoring in Bangor. Frequent exposure to high levels of nitrogen dioxide can cause increased acute respiratory illnesses, especially in children and those with asthma. We need indoor air quality monitoring too, something that is barely referenced in the Department's public discussion document on a clean air strategy for Northern Ireland. And back in 2019, when the Green Party did our own air quality monitoring across Belfast and the North Down area, we installed tubes that monitored nitrogen dioxide around key sites outside schools and also health centres. And it was the same monitoring equipment that is used by local councils and the department, and the results were independently tested. We didn't want to identify breaches, but we did. We identified 28 breaches of national air quality objectives in Belfast and one in North Down. You would expect this to be in a town centre, but no, it was outside a bus stop frequently used by pupils going to a local school. And dirty air doesn't always capture people's attention because we can't see it, which is not the case for everything that we breathe, and we breathe every second, every minute, every day. So we do need to have widespread calls for action. We need to monitor more areas and stricter limits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank the member for that. And I call Daglan McAleer. Oh, sorry, I called Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, later today the Assembly will debate matters touching upon human rights. There will be those who will have lots to say about that, but they will be the very people who have nothing to say about EU colonialism in Northern Ireland, which itself is the biggest present travesty of political rights affecting Northern Ireland. Colonialism is often vilified as that which involves the imposition on a people of the laws and ways of life and ethos of others, whereby that is imposed upon the object or the subject. And that, of course, is exactly the position under the protocol that Northern Ireland is in. Other people's laws, foreign laws, that govern the foreign single market and foreign customs code and foreign VAT regime that the protocol puts us under are imposed on Northern Ireland with no say, no right to quibble, no right to change or amend. It is the very personification of a colonialism at its worst. Because here we have a situation where, because we're in that foreign single market, etc., subject to the foreign laws of that foreign market, overseen by a foreign court, the people of Northern Ireland, in all those aspects of our economy, are governed by laws we don't make and cannot change. And yet today, some will talk loudly about human rights, but be prepared to trample into the ground the right of the people of Northern Ireland to be governed by the laws that we make in our own nation. So I want to call out the hypocrisy of that. And I want to say this. I hear talk about a landing zone for a settlement on the protocol. Any landing zone which keep Northern Ireland in that position, subject to a foreign single market for goods, customs code and VAT regime, is not a landing zone which can deliver what we need. There has to be the abandonment of the ill-gotten sovereignty of the EU over Northern Ireland if this matter is ever to be progressed. Nothing else will do.
Thank the member. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I was proud to stand with the University and Colleges Union at Queen's University as they began their first of 10 days strike action. Their strike is about a number of issues, but primarily is about pushing back lecturers, higher education workers, teaching assistants, pushing back against the tax on their terms and conditions, Pensions are being attacked and undermined by Universities UK, which will make retirement harder and more difficult for workers now when they retire and future generations when they retire. But the strike is also about the unions' 4 fights which they took action on last year around issues like casualisation, gender and racial pay gap, and also the disgraceful fact that staff aren't paid for work that they complete and hours that they do. Institutions here, Mr Speaker, are trying to hide behind this being a, quote, national dispute, but some institutions here have hundreds of millions of pounds in reserve, and they have the power to act around terms and conditions without the need for national agreements. And I call upon University of Ulster and Queen's University to make this happen. And I also want to implore the Minister to act beyond words of regret about this action. He needs to intervene and ensure that they step up, these institutions. However, Mr Speaker, this is not just about friends on strike in UCU. This is about creating a momentum in society of workers and unions being on the march and engaging in combative action to defend those ground down by poverty and inequality. We have a cost of living crisis, but the Executive are implementing below inflation pay offers across the board. We have the biggest increase in decades of energy prices, but people have been left to the wolves. If UCU, Mr Speaker, win this dispute, hundreds of thousands of workers will be able to have improved and better conditions, but also will give confidence to workers here, people ground down here, to take on their employers and the government as well. So solidarity to UCU workers engage in action today and weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Dagla McAleer.
I'd like to take this opportunity this morning to raise some concerns that we have in relation to the future agricultural policy that is out for public consultation and will close for consultation tomorrow. Farmers have been waiting anxiously to see what plans that the Minister and the Department puts in place in the wake of Brexit and the loss of EU funding. And one of the proposals in the future agriculture policy document is to increase the minimum claim size from the current 3 hectares to 10 hectares. We believe this was serious. We have serious concerns with this. Will impact seriously on the LFA ANC areas, and we believe that it could impact on up to 5,000 small farmers, effectively putting them out of business. And in relation, because they would not be eligible then for the new proposed resilience payment, which is successor to the single farm payment. And this will be obviously devastating for the businesses impacted, but also members here from rural constituencies will know that one of the only ways you can get plan permission in rural areas is access to an active farm business number. So we believe that this could deprive rural areas of up to potentially 5,000 plan permissions for domestic dwellings in the country every 10 years, and that would have a knock-on impact for rural services like schools and clubs and other services. Another aspect of the proposal that we have serious concern with is the absence of sheep support. There are no plans in the scheme for sheep support measures. That would leave us at a serious disadvantage to the south of Ireland that does have sheep support measures in their policies. The same is true for there's no ANC payment planned in the new future policy. Again, leaves us at a serious disadvantage to the south of Ireland and the rest of the EU. In relation to generational renewal, again, there's no concrete proposals for what's the replacement of the Young Farmers Scheme, nor indeed the policy also makes reference to the historical reference period for getting quotas. However, if you're a new entrant or young farmer, you may not have that historic reference period. They will be disadvantaged against. And indeed, in relation to the role of women as well, we discovered through an inquiry we carried out recently on the ERA committee that only 5% of businesses have women as the principal farmer. That is completely. That's a very, very bad statistic that we need to redress, and the future agricultural policy should have a role in redressing it, but has so far fallen short. I should say there also has been concerns raised with us in relation to cattle imported from the south may not be eligible for suckler payment, and this could impact on the quality of the suckler herd in the north. And we also have concerns that this could then subsequently impact on the sheep trade if the south then refuse to take the sheep from the north and the south, and the rest of the EU is the biggest market. So, just to conclude, I'm very disappointed that the Minister did not agree to my request for an extension to the consultation period. It's only a 6-week consultation period. They're open 2 days before Christmas when people were distracted by a festive period. But I encourage farmers and rural communities to respond to the consultation by tomorrow's deadline.
Thank you, and I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, and I rise to remind the House about the levels of fuel poverty that our people are being affected with. Not only that, but the general cost of living increases. Mr. Speaker, I say to this House today that there have been people who have died over the last number of months because of this issue. There's people die every single year around this issue. And it's an issue that we do not take seriously enough in this House or in the departments. The Department of Communities is responsible for fuel poverty. I'm not suggesting that everything rests on that department. It should be a more rounded approach. But the two schemes that have been pushed through to help and assist people with fuel poverty is one for people in crisis. The damage, in many cases, will already have been done by that stage with other factors of their life, including their health and welfare and fitness. But also, the other scheme then is for people who qualify through other benefits, and that's a way of catching these people. And I understand that that's a very slick way of doing things, but there is a whole swathe of people out there who are working hard, who are just about managing, who cannot afford to heat their homes. And it's about electricity and it's about gas prices. And they have to make tough choices. And I note, Mr. Speaker, about the moves in England by the Chancellor of the Exchequer with regards to the rate relief. And that strikes me, first of all, because I think there's £150 million coming to us to assist us in this issue. But it strikes me that the rates relief is a good, sensible way of getting money down right across the board to assist everyone in this situation. And I hope that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Communities will look at this seriously and sensibly to try and get this money on the ground as soon as possible. It is already having democratic change in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, where I know of young people who are fortunate enough to own their own homes, considering moving back home to where they grew up, back with their parents, and renting their property out because of the difference in gas prices. That will have a catastrophic effect on society, not least those people affected. So we need to make sure that we cut this off at the pass, probably for the first time in our history, and make sure that we get support down onto the ground as quickly as possible. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call Justin McNulty.
I rise today in support of Daisy Hill Hospital. On the 20th of January, the Southern Trust announced the withdrawal of emergency surgery from Daisy Hill. This has come as a sore blow and has brought a degree of fear to the people I represent, as we are faced once again with an attempt to dilute services at our hospital. I am fully committed to health service transformation and the need to rationalise our health service. I want to refer to a paper published in the Journal of Emergency Medicine on the 21st of May 2021, a study which demonstrates a time-associated increase in all-cause 30-day mortality for patients who remain in the emergency department for more than 5 hours from their time of arrival. One extra death occurs for every 82 patients who are delayed for more than 6 to 8 hours. I am very open about the fact that I am speaking not just on behalf of the people I represent, but also as a voice for the medical staff at Daisy Hill who have come to me confidentially with their concerns about the impact of these proposals on Daisy Hill and on patient safety. I feel humbled by the trust they have placed in me, and I feel a sense of responsibility to represent their views and concerns. They have reminded me that the median waiting time for admission in Craigavon was published last week at 14 hours and 24 minutes. They pointed to the fact that approximately 40 patients per day are admitted to Craigavon Area Hospital. Their bottom line was that this median wait time, when combined with the finding that one death occurs for every 82 patients delayed more than 6 to 8 hours, then every 2 days a patient will die in Craigavon Emergency Department who would have survived if they had been on the ward. How will redirecting patients from Daisy Hill to Craigavon Hospital do anything only to serve to add further pressure at Craigavon? Patient safety has been cited as a central consideration for the Trust in deciding to withdraw emergency surgery from Daisy Hill. The argument is that they cannot offer a safe surgical service at Daisy Hill, and the service will therefore be consolidated at Craigavon. Through their own admission, the Trust have said that this will result in an increased demand for ambulance transport. Diverting ambulance patients with problems that might require surgery to Craigavon Emergency Department will serve to increase the burden on the ambulance service and Craigavon Emergency Department. How does putting further pressure on the ambulance service increase patient safety for the child in Kilkeel who is having a prolonged seizure? What about the safety of the vulnerable elderly patients in Cullaville for whom actual surgery is not required, but who should be looked after by a surgical team due to the nature of their illness? Daisy Hill Hospital has been treated like it's located at the end of the world. Well, I have news for some of the establishment thinkers. The world does not end at Newry. Daisy Hill is primarily and centrally located on the eastern seaboard to serve the wider hinterland of the border regions of Armagh, Down, Louth and Monaghan and Cavan. To that end, I have a constructive engagement with the Department for Health in the Republic, and the Minister has expressed a willingness to work with the Minister up here to solve these issues. Can the Minister here work with him? It's been too much of last to get, first to lose. We are sick of it. Last to get, first to lose. We are sick of it. The Minister needs to work with the Health Minister in the South to solve these issues on a cross-border and rational basis.
Thank you very much for the call. Mike Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to discuss the proposed correction, the promised apology to the victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse. It was on the 20th of January in 2017 that Sir Anthony Hart published his report at the conclusion of his public inquiry. And one of his recommendations was that the victims and survivors deserved an apology. It took another 5 years to the day before the Executive announced that that apology would be made next month on the 11th of March. But that apology is now in doubt through the lack of a First Minister and Deputy First Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a workaround, there is a precedent. Going back a few years, during the hiatus, when there was no executive, the Irish Rugby Football Union, of all people, were bidding to host the Rugby World Cup, and at a certain point, they needed the executive to sign off on certain assurances. Without the executive, the head of the civil service came to the 5 leaders of the parties entitled to be at the executive and encouraged them to sign a letter to the effect that we are entitled to be in the executive, and if we were and it was meeting, we would sign to underwrite these financial guarantees. The same thing can happen with the 5 party leaders today to ensure that apology is made on the 11th of March. And on the 11th of March, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the remaining executive ministers, possibly even with the Secretary of State, and they could make an apology in an appropriate time, which is essential to the mental health and well-being of those people who suffered physically, mentally and emotionally through no fault of their own. I'm reminded of the words of Charles Dickens, writing in Great Expectations, who spoke of memorable days in people's lives, by which he means a day that shapes the rest of your life, that wraps you in a chain, sometimes of glorious roses, but sometimes of thorns. The victims and survivors of institutional abuse have been wrapped in chains of thorns for long, brutalized lives. Here is an opportunity to do something which will mean the whole world to some of those victims and survivors. People who don't want money or help, they simply want somebody to say, sorry, you were hurt through no fault of your own, and that has impacted the rest of your lives. I encourage the 5 leaders of the executive parties to come together and make the apology the victims deserve.
I thank the member for that, and that concludes member statements. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10(2) to 10(4). Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10(2) to 10(4) be suspended for the 14th of February 2022.
And I call John O'Dowd to move the motion. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. Thank the members for that. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Honourable members, the next item of business is the introduction of the General Teaching Council Direction Bill, and I call the Minister of Education to move the first stage.
Moved.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to empower the Department of Education to give binding directions to the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland.
And that concludes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is the consideration stage of the School Age Bill, and I call the Minister of Education, Ms Michelle McElveen, to move the bill.
I beg to move the consideration stage of the School Age Bill be agreed.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the orders for consideration. The amendment has been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments scheduled or selected list. There is a single group of a single amendment which deals with review. I would remind members that once the debate on the group is completed, the question on the amendment and clause stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. And if that's clear, we will proceed. No amendments have been tabled to clause 1. The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 2. The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the single group of a single amendment for debate, and I call the Minister of Education to move Amendment 1.
I beg to move Amendment number 1.
And I would invite the Minister to lead the debate, and just to remind members there are no time limits as we're dealing with the legislation. So I invite the Minister to open the debate on the discussion.
I'm pleased to introduce this amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, which will insert a review clause into the School Age Bill. It sets out that the Department of Education must, before the 5th anniversary of the commencement of this Act, review and make a report on the effectiveness of the definition of deferred case. The Assembly must also lay a copy of the report before the Assembly. This is an extremely important amendment committing to a review of primary legislation. At second stage, some members commented on what they perceived to be the relatively narrow nature of this bill. However, this is, in my belief, a totally mistaken description. My bill represents the biggest change in our approach to school starting age in a generation. A deferred case is defined in the bill as a person who turns 4 between the 1st of April and the 1st of July and does not start full-time education until the age of 5. This provides flexibility to those children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July who will be able to commence primary education in September following their 4th birthday, or to defer entry to primary school until September following their 5th birthday. The bill also ensures that children who do not reach the lower limit of compulsory school age until after their 5th birthday, removing the requirement to provide home education in the year before they start primary school. The bill amends the definition of the upper limit of compulsory school age so that children who defer will continue to receive 12 years of education and will not be able to leave school at the end of Year 11 midway through their qualification courses. It is crucial that we ensure that no child is denied the right to complete important qualifications that will impact directly on their life chances in adult years. And as I noted earlier, some have commented on what they perceive to be a relatively narrow choice and nature of this bill. However, giving real choice to the parents of many thousands of children born in April, May and June each year is in no way narrow or limited reform. Rather, it is unprecedented in its scale and scope.
The parent of every Young for Year child in Northern Ireland will have the automatic right of deferral of both preschool and primary school for their child, one of the most wide-ranging and progressive approaches internationally, and one that is firmly based on the evidence around attainment for Young for Year children. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to respond to the comments of some members at second stage as to why deferral was not being extended to children with special educational needs. And I wish to remind members that under current legislation, children with a statement of special educational needs are already permitted to defer primary school through the policy of overage retention, which permits a second year of preschool if this is the most appropriate educational approach for their unique educational needs. At second stage, a number of members also mentioned deferral for premature babies, and I would emphasise that my bill permits deferral for every premature child who is also young for year. In recent days, however, I have held discussions with Tiny Life and others who have also made the case for premature children who would have been young for year if born at term. These children are born between December and March due to their prematurity, but were due to be born between April and June, so even in the summer months if born at term. Advocates have noted particularly the case of children born at 24 or 25 weeks in late March. I've been impressed with these arguments, and that's why my officials have worked with the Office of Legislative Counsel to prepare an amendment which will extend the definition of young for year to those who would have been born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July, or indeed later except for their premature birth. And subject to the satisfactory completion of this stage, I will table this amendment for further consideration stage immediately after this debate. This approach enshrines fairness and equity, as it means no child is further disadvantaged and excluded from the young for year category due to their prematurity. It focuses on the expected birth date and whether they would have fallen within the young for year category if born at term. In a small number of cases, there will also be very premature babies born in late March who would have been part of a younger chronological year group if born at term. My proposed amendment is an approach that representatives of premature children have advocated for many years, an approach based on expected birth date. No longer will any child in Northern Ireland be required to start school a year earlier due to their premature birth. This is very much in line with the evidence around the double disadvantage of being both premature and young for year, and with the broader intent.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Minister, just a point of clarification. I was really glad that this will start in September. For children who are currently in preschool or nursery, could you confirm whether or not they will be able to apply for another paid year of nursery this year?
I think the member for his intervention, and I will return to that in my remarks, but to give clarification, yes, that will be the case. So just with regards to where I was, I suppose the intent really will be that we'd want to avoid a situation where children are separated by almost 2 chronological years that are educated within the same school class. This legislation will give Northern Ireland one of the most progressive and evidence-based approaches in the world. With regards to preschool, the bill also amends the regulations to facilitate deferral of preschool education. And this means that children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July will be prioritised for admission to preschool either in the year after their 3rd birthday, as now, or alternatively if their parents choose to defer preschool admission in the school year following their 4th birthday. Preschool is an important stage of early education with many benefits to long-term educational outcomes. It provides a rich variety of challenging play-based learning activities in a stimulating environment and helps prepare children for primary school. The provisions in this bill will ensure children who defer have the benefit of a high-quality preschool experience in their immediate preschool year prior to starting primary school. I've heard from many parents of young for year children who do not wish their child to start preschool until the year after their 4th birthday. Parents will therefore usually decide to defer prior to preschool, with this child then starting preschool following their 4th birthday and primary school after their 5th birthday. This provides important continuity between preschool and primary school. However, I wish to clarify for members that I recognise that some parents will only have concerns about their child starting primary school once they are attending preschool. Deferral will be available for these children, young for a year children who are enrolled in preschool, who will also be able to apply for a second funded year of preschool. However, they will not be prioritised above the target age children applying for a first year of preschool. This ensures that all children have equitable access to preschool provision and that my department can continue to provide a year of high-quality funded preschool education for every child whose parents want it. I know that some parents of young for year children currently attending preschool and due to commence primary school in September 2022 are particularly anxious, and I want to confirm that, subject to this bill receiving royal assent, these parents will be able to apply at second stage for a funded preschool place for September. Turning to the review as proposed by this amendment, I would emphasise that this will ensure that our policy in regard to school starting age remains effective and up to date, taking account of all emerging research in this area. I wish to formally record for the Assembly my clear intention that this will be a wide-ranging review to consider whether deferral should be further extended to children who are not young for year, including all premature children, multiple births, children looked after, or on the basis of an assessment of exceptional need. The review will be led by a senior official in my department and will include consideration of the views of parents and all key stakeholders and interest groups. I fully expect that work on the review will commence well in advance of the 5th anniversary of the Act and that full consideration will be given to all future options in the best interests of our children. I also wish to explain the proposed timeframes to members. My revised policy on school starting age commits to putting in place effective monitoring arrangements which will inform both evaluation of the effectiveness of the current proposed changes and any need for further intervention. This will include a detailed independent research study examining the impact of this bill on young for year children, both those who defer and those who do not. There needs to be an opportunity to consider the experiences of these children through preschool, the foundation stage and into Key Stage 1. This will provide a robust evidence base on the impact of this policy within our system. The experience of pupils within our education system must be an integral element of the review. The proposed review amendment provides that a firm commitment to active review is enshrined not only in my department's policy, but also in law. I trust members will support this amendment. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her remarks today. The Education Committee has supported deferred school starting age for a considerable number of years and as such welcomes progress on this important provision. I raised the matter of deferred school start age in my first day meeting with Education Minister McElveen, and I welcome the work she has done to achieve this provision before the end of this mandate. For these reasons, the Education Committee accepted that an exceptional and accelerated approach was going to be the only way to achieve this legislative reform in this mandate, and for these reasons the Education Committee has played a constructive role to progress this bill in engaging with the Minister, departmental officials and key stakeholders, and indeed by making proposals for amendments that would enhance provisions in the bill, such as the inclusion of prematurity as a ground for deferred school start age, and we look forward to debating that amendment at further consideration stage, but also the legislative duty to review the operation of this legislation and to report to this Assembly on the effectiveness of its provisions. And as such, we welcome the amendment that is being proposed today in that regard. Deputy Speaker, this new law to permit deferred school start age for children born in April, May, June, or hopefully further consideration stage prematurely, is overdue, but it is the right thing to do, and it is significant legislative reform that will provide children born in those circumstances with the option to defer their school start age to help their education and developmental pathway. It is a good example of how an Education Minister, an Education Committee Chair, Deputy Chair, Education Committee members and key stakeholders can work together to deliver law that will make a positive difference to the lives of children and families in Northern Ireland. There are some matters that will need further review, such as the operation of that funded second year of preschool and indeed special educational needs provision. But we welcome the provisions that have been made for in-depth expert review of those matters in the provisions of the bill. Deputy Speaker, I therefore thank the Minister and the officials for the opportunity to work together on this important matter. I know we don't always agree on everything, but I hope that the next Assembly will see more examples of this positive endeavour on behalf of families in Northern Ireland. And in closing, I do pay tribute again to Belfast Mum, Tiny Life and Early Years, who led much of the campaigning and informing on this vital issue. Thank you.
I call Nicola Brogan.
Can I first of all welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate this afternoon, and I'm pleased that the Assembly has granted accelerated passage for this bill, whilst of course it would be preferable for this legislation to have gone through committee stage and to have had in-depth scrutiny. I think in these circumstances, because we're so close to the end of the mandate and because this legislative change will have a real-life impact on so many young people and their families, that it's important that there is no delay to bringing it forward. One of the very first meetings I had when I became an MLA was with an organisation who were battling to ensure that there was flexibility around school starting age. So I'm really pleased for them and for the many advocates who've worked really hard to bring this change into law, including Belfast Mum, who I met as well. She's been instrumental in bringing this issue into focus and highlighting the need for legislative change. So I'm really pleased for them that this legislation is progressing. This bill is certainly a welcome first step in creating the necessary flexibility for parents and for children starting out on their journey through education. The bill provides an option for parents of children who, under current legislation, would be the youngest in the class to defer starting school for a year. There is some evidence that shows that some young for year children do carry a disadvantage in relation to exam grades, but it's not the case across the board. So this bill does allow for parents to assess the readiness of their child for school, even if they do fall into that young for year category. Children who were born prematurely or those with developmental delay who fall into this young for year category will also be able to start school a year later. It also means that a preschool placement would be deferred for a year to ensure a smooth transfer into primary school. The bill also protects a child's right to 12 years of education, regardless of deferral, so children who start late can continue into school beyond the age of 16. So I'm glad that the Minister has brought forward an amendment to review the effectiveness of the definition of deferred case, which will allow any evidence to support the widening of the option of deferral beyond young for year children to be gathered and considered. And I also welcome the amendment that the Minister is due to bring forward for a further consideration stage, which will allow babies who are due to be born between the 1st of April and July, who were born prematurely, to be included in this legislation. So I thank the Minister for that. So of course I'm happy to support this legislation through the next stage of the process.
I call Diane Dawes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I want to place on record our thanks to the Minister for introducing this legislation. As the Chair of the Committee has said, it is a good example of the Minister and the Committee working together to progress things that are good for our children. But I would also add that it's an example of a Minister who has listened to the issues and acted upon the issues as quickly as possible, and we do thank you, Minister. I also want to place on record our support for the bill and also our support for the amendment to the bill, which allows for review and report. This bill will have a big impact for children and families in Northern Ireland, and as the Minister says, it provides real choice
for parents of children who are young for year. Northern Ireland is unusual in that currently we have no flexibility for those children who are due to start school. This bill will bring welcome changes and will not just bring us into line with the other nations of the United Kingdom, but will give us the most progressive evidence-based position of all the 4 nations. Currently, parents often find that children who are born in the latter part of the qualifying period are immature and not prepared for school. This bill will address the issues of children who are young for year. I'm also glad that the Minister has clarified that the bill already addresses the issue of children who are born prematurely but are also young for a year, and a further amendment at consideration stage will deal with those who are born very prematurely and before April, but whose actual birth date would be within that period. These are important changes for families. The first clause of the bill deals with the circumstances and terms of deferral. Currently, children who turn 4 on or before the 1st of July will reach compulsory school age at the beginning of September that year. Children turning 4 between the 2nd of July and the 31st of August do not reach compulsory school age until the following year when they are 5 years old. This means that the youngest children in the year start primary school aged 4 years and 2 months, while the oldest start at 5 years and 2 months. The law also states that if a parent whose child has reached compulsory age is not sent to school, then that child's parents are responsible for the child's education. Clearly not a practical option for most parents or children. The bill will allow children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July to commence primary education in September following their 4th birthday, or to defer entry to primary school until September following their 5th birthday. The bill will also change the upper limit of compulsory school age for those children who defer entry to primary school, ensuring that they will receive 12 years of compulsory education like all other children. The bill will ensure that those children who do defer will be able to receive preschool education on the year following their 4th birthday. I am grateful to the Minister for her clarification that the bill will be operational in September this year, and that those children who avail of the change this year will still be able to attend preschool provision. The foundation stage of the Northern Ireland curriculum, where children learn through play, does provide flexibilities to meet a range of abilities and is adaptable and appropriate for the vast majority of children, even those who are young for year. Nevertheless, for a small group of children, it is appropriate for them to have a little longer before the commencement of formal education. And while many young for year pupils will do very well in their initial year at school, there is much research to say that children born later in the academic year have a more difficult time in starting their education. This gap, of course, narrows as children get older, but can still be a factor at a later school age. Again, the decision to defer is quite rightly placed with the parents who are able to make the right judgments about their children. I am pleased that the Minister has clarified that her amendment to review and report, which we do welcome, will also ensure that the bill remains relevant, ensure it is effective, and will allow any further follow-ups and additions to this particular policy as are deemed necessary. I am pleased that there is a general consensus about the need for the bill in the House, and I assure the Minister of our support as she works to ensure the passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today is a good day. I know we're not just getting the bill right through at this stage, but today is a good day because, Minister, you're bringing at consideration stage a very valuable bill which will be life-changing for some young children and some families. So fair play to you today. And obviously later on, Minister Swan will bring the Children in Adoption Bill. And hopefully what it will give is the people out there that are listening today some hope that these institutions actually have serious value. And when we're here debating and doing legislation, that actually we can change people's lives. And I hope there are politicians also listening to that today. Yes, absolutely.
Would the member agree with me, thank you for giving way, would the member agree with me that the crucial contribution of the parents' Belfast mum has been mentioned a few times already in the chamber? It's been amazing, and we have to pay tribute to their determination, their ferocity and their commitment to this issue.
I thank the member for that, and absolutely, I'm sure Belfast mum, her cheeks will be red because she has been relentless over this past while. But it's not just Belfast mum. Indeed, Alison McNulty from Tiny Life and Tiny Life themselves, and actually I have to pay tribute to a Lagan Valley constituent who has been bending my ear for some time, Rosalind Bloomfield, and she similarly will be embarrassed. But Minister, credit to you for bringing this bill and in the manner that you did. And I know we touched on it in the last round that accelerated passage normally isn't the provision, but in this instance it absolutely is. And I would accept your position that in terms of the ambition of this bill and some of the things that have been set aside, but I want to again recognise the amendment that you've brought today, and in conjunction working with the Education Committee on that. That brings serious value and gives us a safeguard to measure the terminology that's used and the effectiveness of that, and the time frame is absolutely right. And I'm really glad to see that you allowed us the opportunity to talk about the potential for the proposed further amendments at further consideration stage, because I suppose from my perspective, and where I've been passionate about this, has been in particular with regard to preemie babies and premature babies. And I know there are various studies which say multiple things, but the provision of something within this bill which just allows us to empower parents in conjunction perhaps with those professionals to perhaps avail of a facility that may be there is something that we need to be really excited about. I sincerely hope that in the future, not within the scope of this bill, as has been mentioned, in the very near future, we can look at the ambition and perhaps the expansion of the bill to build on those things in and around SEN, and perhaps that second funded year. I know it's not within the gifting at the moment, and budgets are constrained, and we've got lots of things to think about. But just in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the amendment, I welcome the bill, and look forward to it getting on the statute books. Thank you, Minister.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise indeed to support the bill and indeed to support the amendments. I want to thank the Minister. At this stage, the Minister promised the last day that we were in the Chamber that she had taken note of some of the queries that were raised. I want to thank her for the prompt action that she has taken on bringing this amendment on a review. And indeed, in the words of the Minister as she was speaking, the very detailed outline that she had provided on how the review will indeed be carried out, the approach that she will use, and indeed the methodology that she will use, and indeed the need for it to be a senior member of her department who carries out that review. And all of that is extremely welcome news. Others have said it, but it is worth repeating. It's clear that children born prematurely need additional support, and they need intervention within the educational system. And I'm pleased that the Minister has recognised the need to increase the awareness, the understanding and support across the education system for the particular needs of premature children. And indeed that the Department in its objectives aims to ensure that all of our children, and Mrs Dodds referred to this in terms of the support that would be offered, all of our children receive appropriate support during their early years, and those children at greatest risk of poor longer-term outcomes with additional needs or disabilities will receive additional support at the earliest possible opportunity. I think the Minister indicated that in her consultation period, and during that period she had 755 responses. The largest number were from parents themselves. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do believe, and it was mentioned the last time we were in the Chamber, this has been a bill that has been driven from grassroots, from the parents of children, from organisations concerned with the parents, by organisations made up by parents and concerned about children. It's been a grassroots driven initiative for which the Minister has responded. But indeed, the headlines of that, and I think it is worthy of mention that those who were responding, 93% strongly agreed that there should be more flexibility within our education system for some children to defer starting age. 90% strongly agreed that deferral should be available on parental request to any young child born between April and July. 75% strongly agreed that in most cases, application for deferral should be made at the usual time of applying for preschool. 75% strongly agreed that children who defer should receive 1 year of government-funded preschool in the same manner as other children within the year group. And 86% thought that deferral should also be available for premature children who are no young for a year. Can I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, such a positive response, such initiative, and to see the Minister and the Department responding in such a way speaks well for the future of this bill and the future of our children's education. What has happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that there has been a win created here, a multifaceted win. And it's a win for the child, for the pupil, who will get the best possible start for their education. It's a win for the parents who have providing the additional years early years support and addressing and supporting the child in its development, the pupil in its development. It's a win for the Minister and for the Department, who responded so positively to parental concerns and indeed supported those parental concerns, bringing forward the legislation. It's a win in the sense that implementing this legislation will be based on best practice in other jurisdictions, learning from experience elsewhere. And indeed, it's a win in the sense that the amendment provides the opportunity to further improve the legislation based on what will be experience and learning from within the operation of the bill. It's not often that something comes to this House with indeed such good value. And it's good value in the sense that within the explanatory and financial memorandum of the bill, it's good value in the sense that that outlines to us that this bill can be done, can be achieved, can be implemented with very limited financial implications arising from the legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a good day. Others have said it. This is a good day for this chamber, for this assembly, and a good day for the parents and the children of those who have been prematurely born, and their education for the rest of their term in school. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call on the Minister of Education to wind the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in concluding today's debate, I'd like to thank all of the members who spoke in regard to this important amendment and for their supportive remarks. It's clear that there is widespread consensus around the need for greater flexibility for young for-year children. My bill provides a unique opportunity to benefit our children. No longer will there be a one-size-fits-all approach to starting school. Rather, parents will decide the right approach for their child. All young for-year children and all those children born prematurely who would have been young for a year if born at term will have the option of deferral. This bill will give them time to play, time to flourish and to start school at the best possible time for them. I believe that my bill will sit alongside other important bills passed in recent days as a valuable legacy of the work of this Assembly on behalf of our society. I would emphasise that the proposed review amendment will ensure the scope and nature of our approach to school age starting is kept under active review by the Department of Education. I know that prior to my taking office, many parents and stakeholders had lobbied on this issue for a significant number of years. This amendment means that a firm commitment to active review is enshrined not only in my department's policy commitments but also in law. The department will review all new evidence including, most importantly, evidence around the impact of deferral in our own education system. This is an important amendment which I commend to the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, amendment proposed after clause 2, insert new clause, review as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 3. The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the School Age Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. And as the further consideration stage for the bill is scheduled for next Monday, the 21st of February, I would highlight to members that the deadline for amendments is 9:30 on Wednesday morning. So there is a limited period for any further amendments, just to draw that to your attention. Okay. I'll ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, order. Could I ask members to resume their seats, please? And could we have the Minister onto our screens? Just checking, can you hear us, Minister?
Can, yes, Deputy Speaker.
Very good. We now reach the consideration stage of the Adoption and Children's Bill. And I call the Minister, Robin Swan, to move the bill.
Deputy Speaker, I move this consideration stage of this bill.
Okay. Thank you. I would advise members that the bill, when the bill was introduced, that the front cover had a reference to Section 63 of the Northern Ireland Act. This was affixed in error and will be removed from the bill when it is reprinted after consideration stage. Members will have a copy of the marshal list of amendments detailing order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are 3 groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on Amendments 1 to 2 and 22 to 46 and 48 to 60, which deal with review, regulations and consequential matters. The second debate will be on Amendments 3 to 13 and 47, which deal with access to support services and disclosure of information. The third debate will be on Amendments 14 to 21, which deal with children order amendments and opposition to Clause 143 stand part. I would remind members intending to speak during the debate on the three groups of amendments that they should address all the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question of each will be put without further debate. The question on stand part will be taken at appropriate points, and if that is clear, we will proceed. Again, just to remind members, there are no time limits. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 1 or 2. Just checking, okay. Yep. I proposed, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2, 22 to 46 and 48 to 60. Members may wish to note that Amendment 58 is a paving amendment to Amendment 59. Within this group, Amendment 60 is consequential to Amendment 52. And I now call on the Minister of Health to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to open the debate and move Amendment 1 on this bill. And can I thank you for permitting me to be able to move this remotely, not least because it has been long awaited by all who are involved in the adoption process and by those seeking improvements in relation to children and young people in and on the ages of care. The moving of such a significant piece of legislation to consideration stage marks a further key milestone in its progression. And I firmly believe that it will make a real difference to the lives of adopted children and adults, their adoptive parents and birth relatives, and also children in care, and children on the age of care and care leavers. Mr Deputy Speaker, members will be aware that I and Ms Dillon had tabled amendments to insert new clauses aimed at ensuring the preservation of records relating to women and children in mother and baby institutions, workhouses and the Magdalen laundries. Those new clauses were intended to give effect to the recommendation of the Truth Recovery Design Panel on the issue, that immediate action be taken to create a statutory requirement on all relevant record holders to preserve and not destroy such information. The records which the new clauses sought to protect would be a significant source of information and evidence for the future statutory public inquiry and the permanent comprehensive independent repository of historical institution and adoption records and other records relating to children in state care. Unfortunately, these amendments have not been selected for debate today on the basis they've been deemed to be outside the scope of this bill.
Can I remind the Minister not to debate the amendments that are not selected? Invite the Minister to continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm conscious of that, but I did think it was important and just in establishing in this group where we currently are is not in any way to challenge you or the Speaker's determination, but to those who have taken an extreme interest in this bill. And therefore, it's just to update members as well as the committee that my party, along with others, are assessing whether it be possible to bring those clauses forward by way of a private member's bill in the absence of an executive. because it is now the only option available in this mandate, and this would be extremely challenging on the ground of time available alone. Although I have initiated the process, members are aware that this is an issue of great significance to the victims and survivors of the institutions. And I'm sure, Deputy Speaker, that you will agree with me that we, as a legislator, should be doing everything possible to try to enshrine the preservation of relevant records related to the institutions in law as quickly as possible. And I would welcome other members' support if we do indeed get to the way of a private member's bill. And if it's not possible to pass a standalone bill before the dissolution of this Assembly, it will be a matter for the incoming Minister of Health to decide how best to give effect to this panel recommendation in the next mandate. Deputy Speaker, I would like to place on record my thanks to the Chair, the members and staff of the Health Committee for the extremely thorough and efficient manner in which they have conducted their scrutiny of such a substantial bill. The committee's report published on the 28th of January is testament to their hard work, given the pressing nature of the timetable as we fast approach the end of this mandate. And the timely conclusion of the committee stage is therefore such a significant achievement that it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge their work today. So while many of the amendments which I am proposing are technical in nature, there are a number that I am also proposing as a direct result of the committee's scrutiny and engagement with stakeholders, and I believe that these will enhance provisions within the bill. These were drafted by the Office of Legislative Counsel, working closely with my officials, and I would like to thank them both for delivering these within such a challenging timescale. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move Amendment number 1 and will also speak to Amendment 2, 22 to 46 and 48 to 60 in this group. I propose to deal with Amendment 1 and 22, 22 to 42, 46, 48 to 50, 52 to 57 and 60, which actually seek to make amendments relating to the dissolution of the Regional Board. As members will be aware, the Health and Social Care Act Northern Ireland 2022 makes provision for the Regional Health and Social Care Board to be dissolved. The Adoption and Children Bill now needs to be amended to remove references to the Regional Board where they appear. Amendment 2 amends Clause 3 to remove the Regional Board from the definition of an adoption authority, although members should be assured that each Health and Social Care Trust will continue to be the adoption authority in relation to its area. And as a result of amendments to be made by the Health and Social Care Act Northern Ireland 2022 to the Health and Personal Services Order 1991, the Department will no longer need to make a power to prescribe for the purpose of the bill. The operational area of each Health and Social Care Trust, instead any reference to the operational area of a trust, will be as specified under paragraph 3A of Schedule 3 to the 1991 order. Amendment 1 will provide for such changes to be made to Clause 3 of the bill. Amendments 53 to 57 also amend transitional provision in Schedule 4 to the bill, and that is again to remove references to the Regional Board from the powers to enable elements of the new Adoption Support Services framework to be implemented in advance of the full implementation of the bill. Clauses 144 to 150 relating to the Northern Ireland Adoption and Children's Act Register will also be amended to substitute references to the Regional Board with references to the Department. Amendments 22 to 42 provide for this, and as a result, the Department will be responsible for establishing and maintaining the register. The definition of Regional Board will be removed from the interpretation section provided at Clause 158, and on the basis that such a definition will no longer be required on dissolution of the Board, Amendment 46 provides for this. The remaining amendments, Amendments 48 to 50, 52 and 60, make consequential amendments to the 1991 order and the Health and Social Care Act Northern Ireland 2022, and will also repeal some of the provisions in the Act once enacted. These are technical matters which are required as a result of the eventual repeal of the Adoption Northern Ireland Order 1987 by the Adoption and Children Bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn now to Amendments 43 and 44, which amend the procedure under which regulations must be made to ensure that they are subject to a higher degree of Assembly scrutiny. The examiner of statutory rules in her report on the bill's delegated powers suggested that the committee may wish to consider whether the required level of assembly control should be altered from negative to affirmative resolution in relation to certain regulations to be made under 7 separate clauses to the bill. Those were clauses 24, 42, 52, 77, 130, 149 and 150. I am proposing amendments in relation to 4 of these clauses, 3 of which fall within the group of amendments. The final clause falls within the amendments to be considered as part of Group 3. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will firstly deal with Clause 42, which provides a power for my department to prescribe in regulation the matters to be taken into account by an adoption agency in determining or making any report in respect of the suitability of any persons to adopt a child. And that's in accordance with Clause 155, and the negative resolution procedure would apply when making these regulations. Excuse me. Amendment 43 will amend Clause 155(2) to include regulations made under Section 9, which includes provisions made under Section 42 in the list of regulations. As a result, Clause 42 regulations will be subject to affirmative resolution procedure, and this will be consistent with the approach being taken by similar regulations. And I want to thank the member for North Antrim for drawing this to the attention of the House in the second stage debate of the bill. I'll now turn to other two clauses. Clause 149 provides for regulations to allow for the search and inspection of the Northern Ireland Adoption and Children's Act register by prospective adopters who are suitable to adopt a child, to enable them to identify a child on the register for whom they might be appropriate adopters. Clause 150 provides for regulations relating to searches and inspections of the register by adoption agencies. Other regulations relating to NIACAR to be made under clauses 144, 146, 147 and 148 of the bill are to be made by affirmative resolution procedure, given the nature of the information contained in the database. Having reviewed the position, I consider that it would be appropriate for any regulations made under clause 149 or 150 to also be subject to the same procedure, and that will assure consistency of approach for all regulations relating to NIACAR. Amendment 44 will amend clause 155 of the bill to include in the list of regulations which are subject to affirmative resolution procedure in subsection 2, and regulations made under clauses 149 and 150. So in relation to the remaining clauses, that's clauses 24, 52 and 77, I consider that the regulations to be made under these clauses are mainly procedural in nature, and on that basis should remain subject to negative resolution procedure, and I have not therefore proposed any amendment in relation to these clauses. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll now turn to Amendment 45, which has been tabled by the Committee for Health. This amendment will place a requirement on my department to review and make a report on progress to implement the bill. The requirement would not apply until as soon as practicable after the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of each of the provisions in Parts 1 and 2, and at least every 5 years thereafter. Again, in relation to each of the provisions which have been commenced, the Department will have the power to specify in regulations a date for the requirements to cease to have effect at any time after the 10th anniversary of the Act's royal consent. In the report on the bill, the Committee notes that this legislation has been delayed a number of times over the last decade, and in order to provide the Assembly, the Committee and stakeholders with assurance that implementation of the legislation is a priority for my department, the Committee felt that there should be a requirement on the Department of Health to report on the implementation of this legislation. Deputy Speaker, we're all aware of the many challenges and delays in bringing this bill forward. However, my department has continued to prioritise this bill, and I can assure members that this will continue to be the case during the implementation process. So in line with best practice in relation to any policy changes or legislation, the intention is that the Department officials will conduct an ongoing review of whether and the extent to which the bill's intended outcomes have been met following the implementation of the relevant provisions. This process will then inform any report which will be required in order to meet this new statutory duty, and I do not therefore intend to oppose the introduction of a statutory duty on the Department to report on implementation. I do, however, have one concern, and that relates to the fact that the duty to report will only cease to apply if the Department makes further regulations, and it may only do so after 10 years have elapsed since royal assent. Even if all provisions in the Act had been implemented much earlier than this, in my view, it would have been more appropriate to include in the bill a sunset provision so that the duty automatically ceases to apply after a specified period. So should Amendment 45 be agreed to, I intend to seek to table for further consideration stage a technical amendment to the proposed new clause to introduce a sunset provision. I now turn to Amendment 51, which makes a consequential amendment to the Access to Justice Northern Ireland Order 2003. Paragraph 6 of Schedule 2 of the 2003 Order provides the legal aid services will not be funded for the provision of advice, assistance or representation to any guardian ad litem for the purpose of proceeding under the Children Order. It does not include any equivalent exemption in relation to a guardian ad litem currently appointed for the purpose of adoption proceedings under Article 66 of the Adoption Order 1987. So Article 66 of the 1987 Order will be repealed and replaced by Clause 106 of this bill. And under that clause, a Children's Court Guardian, which is the new title for the guardian ad litem introduced by the bill, will be appointed for applications for the making, varying or revocation of an adoption placement order. The making of an adoption order applications for the making, varying or revocation of any order for contact during placement for adoption, and the making of an order under Clause 84, which gives parental responsibility prior to the adoption board. My department has agreed with the Department of Justice that a consequential amendment should be made at paragraph 6 of Schedule 2 of the 2003 Order. And this amendment will provide that legal aid services will not be funded for the provision of advice, assistance or representation of any child's court guardian for the purpose of proceedings under Clause 106 of the bill. Amendment 51 will provide for this and will ensure that there is a consistency of approach in relation to children's court guardians, whether they're appointed under the Children Order or the Adoption and Children's Bill. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this group of amendments, I turn to Amendment 58 and 59, which deal with the repeal of the Adoption Hague Convention Act, Northern Ireland 1969. My department has determined, based on legal advice from the Departmental Solicitor and Legislative Council, that outdated legislation given effect to an international adoption convention that is no longer in operation, that is the Adoption Hague Convention Act, Northern Ireland 1969, should be repealed. Amendment 59 will insert provision in Schedule 5 to the bill to repeal the 1969 Act, and Amendment 58 will amend Schedule 4 to insert savings provisions to ensure that the future rights to anyone adopted through a convention adoption order under the 1969 Act will not be negatively affected by its repeal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank members for bearing with me, and I look forward to hearing their views on the amendments in this group.
A point of order, Mr. Allister.
Just some clarification. More likely to be relevant when the Minister comes to sum up. But since the Minister is addressing us remotely, is there a facility to intervene with the Minister?
There are practical technical limitations, and unfortunately that is not the case. So if members wish to make a point, they should do so, and the Minister will have an opportunity to come back when he is winding up at the end of this group of amendments. Further, Mr Minister?
I obviously have to accept what you say, but I do find in these debates that very often the most useful moment in these debates is when one is able to ask the Minister in these whine to clarify a certain point. If we're going to be denied that opportunity, then I think this debate will be the poorer for it.
The member has made his point on the record, and this Assembly has a decision to make as we go through each point, and if members are not satisfied, they can determine accordingly. We are following the best procedures that have been agreed by the Business Committee. Can I also advise members that whilst I allowed the Minister significant leeway during his contribution, I would remind members that when they are making their contribution to the debate, it should be on the amendments that have been selected by the Speaker for today's debate. Moving on now, I call the Chair of the Health Committee, cont'd.
And just before I begin, I would just like to send my best wishes to the Minister in light of the fact that he has tested positive for COVID, and to wish him and his family all the very best for a speedy recovery and limited impact. So, during the debate on this group of amendments, I will give a brief overview of the committee's scrutiny of this bill and make some further comments on the committee's view on some of the department's amendments. In the following grouping debates, I will provide some further information on the committee's reasoning and consideration of the committee's proposed amendments. I would also like to declare an interest at the outset of this debate as a qualified social worker who is currently on a career break. The Adoption and Children Bill is a long-awaited bill, and introduction of this bill was welcomed by the committee and the sector. It's a large bill with 160 clauses and 4 schedules. I do think that it is probably one of the most important bills that this Assembly and our committee have had to consider, given the particular vulnerabilities of young people in particular, but also their families in relation to this area of life. These are some of the most vulnerable and disadvantaged people in our society, and I think it is important, and as has been noted repeatedly, quite long overdue that this bill would come and be approved. The bill was introduced on the 20th of September and passed second stage on the 5th of October. It seeks to reform the legislative framework governing adoption, making it more consistent with the principles and provisions of the Children Order 1995 and with international human rights requirements. The aim of the bill is to make the adoption process as efficient as possible by eliminating unnecessary delay in the system. The Department has outlined that the child will be placed at the centre of the process, and this is something that the committee does indeed welcome. The bill also aims to extend and strengthen provision in the 1995 order to enhance the services provided to children, their parents and their carers, and to improve outcome for looked after children, including the reintroduction of the Special Guardianship Order. Due to the limited time available to the committee to scrutinise this large and complex bill and the committee's workload with 6 other bills, the committee agreed to issue its call for evidence at the end of July, prior to the introduction in the Assembly. The committee undertook early consultation following confirmation from the Speaker that the bill was within legislative competence and confirmation from the Department that there were no planned changes to the bill. Due to the size of the bill, the committee was briefed by officials on the principles of the bill over 2 weeks on the 23rd and the 30th of September. The call for evidence closed on the 8th of October. This allowed for a longer consultation period and meant that organisations had sufficient time to provide detailed responses to the call for evidence. The committee received a total of 18 written submissions from organisations. I would like to thank each and every one of those organisations who provided written evidence to the committee. The committee also held a total of 8 formal evidence sessions on the bill and were briefed by the Commissioner for Children and Young People, the Human Rights Commission, the NSPCC, Bernardo's, Family Care Adoption Services, Family Roots, Adoption UK, the Fostering Network and the British Association of Social Workers Action for Children and Home for Good. I would like to place on record my thanks and the thanks of the committee to all these organisations for providing us with their views on the bill. Many of the issues raised in evidence have been reflected in the committee's proposed amendments, and we thank them all for their input. I will cover some of the evidence they provided when looking at the particular amendments in each group. However, I will say that all the submissions we received and during oral evidence sessions, organisations outlined the importance of this bill passing in this mandate. The organisations stated that it is important that the committee scrutinise in detail the sets of regulations that will come in the next mandate to implement the bill. The Department outlined that there will be over 20 sets of regulations that will need to be brought forward to implement the bill. During evidence to the committee, the Department outlined that it is planning a phased approach to introducing the regulations, and this will take place over a 3-year period, starting in the 2023-24 financial year. The committee have requested sight of the timetable and would recommend that the incoming committee closely follow and scrutinise the implementation of the regulations that will give effect to this bill. In terms of informal sessions, then, members, we also conducted a number of informal sessions to discuss the bill and the issues directly with those who will be most impacted by the bill. The committee would like to thank all of those parents and young people who took part in the sessions for sharing their expertise and experience with the committee, and I think we found it extremely useful. And I particularly want to thank the young people who provided advice and experience to us, and we heard some very heartening messages of work that was undertaken, and also some issues of concern which we have tried to reflect in our amendments and in our report. The informal session highlighted a number of common themes that the committee would like the Department to consider when implementing this bill. All of the 3 groups we met with highlighted inconsistency in social work practice, both within and across trusts. The committee understands that there is considerable pressure on social work staff and that this has been exacerbated by the pandemic. However, the Department need to consider the current workforce and ensure there are sufficient social care workers to provide the help and support that children and families need, and to ensure there is a consistent approach to engagement with children and young people across the board. The groups we met with did highlight the good work of charities in the sector and the support, training and programmes that they provide to children, young people and their families. And we as a committee also welcome the input from the community and voluntary sector in that regard. The committee would encourage the Department to look at the support and programmes provided by the sector and consider providing resource to expand the programmes that are currently being delivered. The groups all agreed that there needed to be a better link between social care and education, and the lack of engagement between the two was and continues to cause problems for children and families. The committee would like to see better engagement between social care and schools to provide the necessary support to children and young people in their journey through education and training. The committee hopes that the clause in the bill to promote, facilitate and support achievement and development in education and training and support will provide that link. The young people that the committee met with all highlighted the importance of their voice and views being heard when decisions are made about their care and their future. And in fact, one of the things that struck me in relation to those sessions was one of the young people members said, "Give us options. When you have options, you have a voice." And I think that was a really poignant and important point to consider. So the committee would like to see a change in processes that will ensure the voice of children and young people are clearly heard and taken into account and acted upon when decisions are made about their care and future arrangements. The committee welcomes programmes such as GEM, which provide support to young people and families after the age of 18. However, we would ask the Department to consider how additional support can be provided to young people over the age of 18 who want to stay in the current care arrangements. This was a key issue raised by young people and would provide them with the necessary support they need to transition into adult life. I would like to pay tribute to all foster carers and their families and all adoptive parents and their families for the love, support and care that they provide. I thank them for all they do to provide a safe home and support our most vulnerable children and young people. The committee would like to thank Adoption UK, VOIPIC and the Fostering Network for their help in organising these very useful sessions. Members commented on the quality of the engagement with all of the groups and that they hoped that the next committee would continue that engagement with those in the next mandate as regulations are brought forward, the bill is implemented, and that they will continue to have their voice as experts by experience included in the conversations. In terms of north-south issues then, this issue was also raised by members during consideration of the bill in relation particularly to north-south kinship care arrangements. Although kinship foster care arrangements are in place under a cross-border protocol, concerns were raised at committee about the practical challenges stemming from the fact that adoption on a north-south basis is currently treated in the same way as any other inter-country adoption, even though the prospective adopters may be relatives and may indeed live, as we know here in this place, on the same road, in the same field, on the same farm as potentially as someone who would be a very good kinship carer. The committee sought the views of the Human Rights Commission on this issue. The Commission stated in its response that it is not currently clear how the bill will meet the needs of children for whom adoption is not appropriate, but who would benefit from kinship placement across the border. The Human Rights Commission also highlighted that the UK's withdrawal from the European Union has raised additional complexity in this area. The committee agreed to seek assurances from the Department of Health and the Department of Justice that the loss of Brussels 11A framework has not adversely impacted how the cross-border placement of children is managed. The committee also agreed to ask the Department of Health if consideration is being given to whether placing children under SGOs, overseas or cross-border, may warrant a distinct form of regulatory framework for domestic cases, for example, a bilateral agreement between Britain and Ireland to preempt any difficulties that may arise. The committee looks forward to a response from the Department on this issue. The committee recognises the importance, members, where possible, of keeping children in existing family structures, and in certain circumstances this may require placement across the border. The Department must ensure that there is sufficient support for cross-border placements, including assessments and provision of services when applicable. The committee recommends that the Department undertakes a review of cross-border care arrangements, including consideration of a regulatory framework for cross-border cases. In relation to the amendments then, I'll speak first of all in relation to the committee's amendment in this group, which is Amendment 45, which places a duty on the Department to review and report on the implementation of Part 1 and Part 2 as soon as practicable after the third anniversary of the commencement, and then at least once every 5 years. The amendment also allows the Department to bring forward regulations to remove the requirement to report, but not before the 10th anniversary of the Act receiving royal assent, as the Minister has flagged. The committee recognises that this is a significant piece of legislation which has been delayed by a number of times over the past decade, and in order to provide the Assembly, the committee and stakeholders with assurance that implementation of the legislation is a priority, the committee agreed that there should be a requirement on the Department to report on the implementation of the bill. I am grateful to departmental officials for indicating that the Minister was content with this amendment. The Department's amendments in this group are largely to do with tidying up and remove references to the Health and Social Care Board, and the committee agreed they were content with the Department's amendments in this grouping. However, in relation to Amendments 43 and 44, which amend the regulation-making powers of the Department and changes the Assembly's scrutiny of regulations from negative resolution to draft affirmative, the committee do wish to welcome those changes. However, we continue to have some concern that there are potentially other regulations within the bill that should also be draft affirmative resolution rather than negative. The committee is currently considering amendments for further consideration stage that would bring regulations within clauses 24, 55 and 77 also under the draft affirmative process. This follows the committee's consideration of the Examiner of Statutory Rules report on delegated powers, which highlighted a number of clauses that the committee consider whether the negative resolution process was the most appropriate. Clause 24 enables regulations to be made by the Department, setting out the steps required to be taken by an agency that has exercised its power under Clause 24. 2. to refuse to allow contact which would otherwise be required by virtue of a contact order under Clause 23 of the Bill. Clause 52(1) of the Bill enables the Department to make regulations applying with modifications or disapplying certain provisions of the Children Order in relation to a child who an adoption authority is authorised to place for adoption, or a child who is less than 6 weeks old and has been placed for adoption by an authority. And Clause 77(3) of the Bill provides that a person is not entitled to have a certified copy of an entry in the Adopted Children Register relating to an adopted person who has not attained the age of 18 years unless prescribed particulars have been provided to the Registrar General. The Committee agrees that these clauses provide for regulations on significant issues and that it would be appropriate for regulations in relation to these clauses go through the draft affirmative procedure. Members will be keen to hear the Minister's views on these particular clauses. I would like Lascian Corlia to thank, and I'm sure everyone is glad to hear that I'm almost at the end of my remarks, but I do want to thank a few people in relation to this bill as Chair on this group of amendments. First of all, I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for their engagements with the Committee on the bill. Officials have been very good at providing information and briefing to the Committee on a very technical and complex bill, and indeed provided members with an informal briefing on the adoption process and with further information as sought by the Committee. And on behalf of the Committee, I want to very sincerely thank officials for how they conducted their work in relation to this bill. It is worth noting that many of the stakeholders highlighted the very proactive approach of officials to engagement with the sector on the bill, and I would also like to welcome that, and I think that does lend itself towards a more broadly agreed outcomes, and I think that is demonstrated here. So that's very welcome, and I would urge the Department to continue that proactive engagement as the regulations are brought forward in the coming period. I would also like to thank members for their work on this bill. Again, as I said earlier, this has been a very detailed and a complex bill which was considered during an extremely busy period for the Committee, with 6 other bills being considered. I think the Committee has come forward with a number of solid, sound and good recommendations which will strengthen the bill. And before I just finish in this section, I would very sincerely like to place on record my thanks to the Committee team and the Bill Clerk for supporting members through scrutiny of this bill. And I think each and every one of the Health Committee members here today will recognise the fantastic work that our Committee staff have done throughout our tenure as a Committee, but in particular in relation to some of these very, very detailed bills. They provided us with information, support, advice at every step of the way, and we recognise the amount of work that goes into that, often unseen, and we would like to thank all of them. So that's me completed. Lascian Corlia, Gorma Agat.
Members' question time is due to commence at 2 p.m. today. I suggest that the House takes its ease until then, and this debate will continue immediately after question time. And just ask members to note that that will be 2:45, when the next speaker scheduled to speak is Pam Cameron. Ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Thank you, members. We now move on to questions to the Minister for Communities. If I could advise the House that question number 12 and topical question number 7 have been withdrawn. And to ask the first question, I call Mr Stephen Dunn.
Question 1, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I updated the Assembly before Christmas recess on the preparatory work for the review of the Caravans Act, and I'm happy to update the member on this issue to reiterate the origins of the Act and the Department's involvement in it. The Caravans Act was introduced in the Assembly via a private member's bill, and initially the bill was to replicate protections for residential occupiers on protected sites, as in other jurisdictions. Subsequently, protections were included for caravans in the holiday sector in the form of a seasonal agreement. In taking forward the review, a cross-departmental working group was established with representatives for the Department of the Economy and Infrastructure, who are also responsible for elements of the Caravans Act. Although my department has responsibility for residential caravans and has a mandatory duty to review the provisions relating to that sector, the Act also contains revisions relating to holiday caravans, which is the policy responsibility for the Department of the Economy, with licensing of holiday sites as outlined in the Caravans Act 1963, the responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure. That's why the decision was taken to look at the Act in its entirety, and I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by many MLAs in this chamber, but also by constituents out on the ground. To that effect, in reviewing the Act, I have launched a consultation and engagement exercise with key stakeholders, and that remains open until the 8th of March. And the review will allow all interested stakeholders to engage, and then for the cross-departmental working group to assess the findings from that.
Mr Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister will know that the injustice felt by some caravan owners right across Northern Ireland within some caravan parks with little to no rights, excessive pitch fee rises and threats of eviction looming over them. Will this Minister step up to the plate and ensure a fairer deal for our caravan owners?
Well, as I said before, the responsibility under the Act for me is with residential, so those where caravans are their actual home. The responsibility for those that you're talking about in terms of holiday caravans is actually with the Economy Minister. Now, I just didn't want to review because I completely understand the impact being felt by those who have holiday caravans. We've seen it in terms of when we were going through the pandemic. So I agreed in that context to review the whole Act, but indeed I need Economy and Infrastructure to work with me. They are working with me through the establishment of the working group. We are consulting at the moment, so I would encourage you that if you have anybody that has concerns, to make sure they respond to the consultation, and the closing date's the 8th of March this year.
Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, thank you very much for saying that you've started a consultation and that people can respond to that, of course, up until the 8th of March. Minister, are you concerned about the staggering replacement caravan costs forced on those people who have caravans that they live in by site owners, and will that be dealt with in this or the future Caravan Act?
Well, I think definitely. I mean, we have seen some of the articles in the press in terms of how some people who own caravans have been treated. And indeed, I know through the stakeholder and engagement exercises, officials from all three departments are engaging with people who have been impacted. It wasn't set within the original Act, and that's why there needs to be further amendments that will have to be brought to legislation. And I think it is important that the consultation takes its course, that all of those, and if people haven't responded yet, I would encourage them to do that to make sure we get a completely fulsome picture. As I said, the Department for the Economy Minister will have to have responsibility as to how they take forward the aspects of those who have caravans as holiday destinations, but I am hopeful that they can do that in the context of listening to those who have been impacted over the last period.
Mr Jim Allister.
I was grateful last week to have the opportunity to lead a delegation of caravan owners to meet with the Working Party and find that a very constructive exercise. But can I suggest to the Minister that the easiest and most efficient way to give security of tenure and basic rights to holiday caravan owners is to extend the protections which already exist in Part 1 of the Caravan Act to holiday caravanners as well?
Well, that's the part of the review, because at the moment I don't have that ability in terms of that extension. That would have to be done with the Economy Minister, who does have responsibility for holiday caravan owners, and I'm hopeful that this review will start to bring forward some of those concrete recommendations.
Sonia Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for her update this far. Can the Minister outline the stakeholders that the cross-departmental working group intends to meet as part of their review?
Yes, well, obviously there's a variety of stakeholders, from those who have caravans, those who actually own caravan parks, those services in and around, I suppose the management of caravan parks as well, and of course a range of others such as local councils for etc. as well, and obviously members of this Assembly and elected reps beyond that. So the consultation is open to a wide range of people. There has been ongoing engagement sessions, as the previous member had alluded to, and again before the deadline closes on the 8th of March, if you haven't already responded to that consultation and you do have concerns or thoughts, I would urge anyone in this chamber and outside of it to make sure they respond to that consultation.
Mr. Mark Durkin.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. This consultation and ongoing work is welcome. The Minister has quite rightly outlined the cross-departmental nature of this issue, and while therefore I don't expect this to fall fully at the Minister for Communities' door, can the Minister envisage or accept the need for, as well as a cross-departmental approach, maybe a cross-border approach to ensure and afford protections to caravan owners from the north who have caravans in the south?
Well, I haven't heard of that come up yet in terms of the review. I mean, obviously this legislation pertains to those who have caravans here in the north. If anything does come up as part of the consultation response that refers to any issues that you may have, then I'm sure that that will be brought up and looked at. But as you said, I mean, this is a piece of work that is being taken forward by all three departments, and we will be looking collectively at the responses and how then we collectively move forward to address the Act in its entirety and how we can shape it to ensure that it meets the needs of citizens now.
Mr. Alan Chambers.
So this is an important project both for my department and indeed for the people of Bangor. It was actually one of the first projects I visited when I came in as Minister within the department. And indeed the Department of Infrastructure Rivers submitted an objection to the Ards and North Down Borough Council in relation to the developer's planning application. In assessing the planning application, the Council considered that the concerns raised by DFI Rivers in relation to the reservoir flood area was outweighed by the significant regeneration benefits to an area long neglected and in need of positive intervention. On that basis, the Council set aside the Rivers Agency objection. The Department of Infrastructure is currently considering the Council's granting of the planning permission in the context of the objection lodged, and has the power to call in the planning application for a full review. It's ultimately the responsibility of the DFI Minister to decide if the application should be called in, and of course my officials are continuing to engage with all stakeholders in an effort to progress the development of this transformational scheme.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I would like to place on record my disappointment with the apparent lack of urgency being shown by two departments in this Assembly in relation to this very important matter. This problem with Clandyboy Lake was identified over a year ago, yet it's only in recent weeks that a report has been commissioned into what remedial work would be required. And I've been informed by the Minister of Infrastructure that she has no power to compel a private owner to conduct any...
Order. I have tried to call the member to order. He's in danger of giving a speech and not asking a question. Question, please, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. What action can your department take, Minister, to push this application along?
Well, my department and indeed my officials have been engaging with key stakeholders to progress the project as quickly as possible. Ards and North Down Council are working closely with the reservoir manager to seek completion of the reservoir engineer's inspection report, and indeed my own department has provided funding to ensure this report is expedited as soon as possible and to have an impact on the broader regeneration of Bangor. So we've been working very closely in terms of trying to get the scheme progressed, but as you'll understand, another minister has a separate set of powers which I can't intervene in, and I have to wait on the outworking of that decision.
Mr. Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for update. Can I acknowledge the work of the Department's officials over many years? Will the Minister commit to working with her colleague, the Infrastructure Minister, to get delivery on this project, which has run on for over 30 years?
Yes, well, I have indeed written to my colleague in the Department for Infrastructure as well, just to highlight the importance of the project to both my department and indeed for that wider area, and the impact that it would have on the neighbouring, I suppose, those who live within the council area. So we're just waiting on the outcome of the Minister's decision on whether or not they're going to call in the application. As I've just highlighted, we're continuing to work with the Council around any outstanding reports, and we've put resource into that to make sure that it's done as quickly as possible. But I can't overstep the boundary into another Minister's portfolio, and I have to wait the results of a call-in procedure if that's going to be enacted.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses thus far. Over £10 million of public funds has been spent on this scheme. There's £50 million worth of economic regeneration if approval is given. Will the Minister consider requesting a meeting with the Infrastructure Minister to ensure that this project gets the green light? Because Bangor has waited far too long.
Yeah, well, I have communicated with the Infrastructure Minister on the importance of this scheme. As I said, it was one of the first visits that I had done as Minister. And you could see out on the ground, I suppose, the need for regeneration and investment in that particular area and the knock-on effect that that would have for other local businesses, plus the inhabitants of that area in terms of housing as well. But I can't stray into another minister's, particularly in planning circumstances, where they have to make a decision on whether they call an application in or not. As I said, I've put resourcing into working with the Council to make sure any study that needs to be completed is done as quickly as possible, and I'll continue to lend my support and call for this to be done as quickly and as possible as it can be.
Ms. Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome this development and the hard work so far with regards to the commitment to Bangor and the regeneration of our town centres, and it will obviously make a huge difference, particularly given the pandemic. Can the Minister outline the benefits of this type of regeneration project within town centres?
Yeah, well, of course, as was already stated earlier, over £10 million has been invested over the past 10 years in terms of this development. And of course, the overall development represents £50 million of investment and in terms of a massive transformation of the seafront within Bangor town as well. Of course, that would bring a hotel in terms of then overnight stays and the impact that that would have on the local economy. It would also see the construction of 137 new homes, 70,000 square feet of office space, and then also looking at a destination and cinema space, and of course indoor and outdoor activity space as well. So this would see a huge contribution to that area in terms of physically transforming it, but also socially and economically as well, and would act as a catalyst for further investment in transforming Bangor and the surrounding areas.
Mr. Peter Weir.
Question number 3.
With the Speaker's permission, I'm going to answer questions 3 and 4 together. The Sub-Regional Stadia programme provides a real opportunity to address not only the needs of soccer, but also benefit respective communities with potential societal, economic and cultural enrichment. You will be aware of the history of the programme, including the public consultation back in 2015 and early 2016, and I share the frustrations expressed by some members that the programme is yet to be implemented since its original endorsement back in 2011. However, as I've stated, with the passage of time from that period when I came into post, there was a need to refresh and re-engage with clubs and organisations on the ground. Officials had carried out a club survey and engaged in strategic discussions with key stakeholders who oversee the game, who operate facilities, and indeed support the game at all levels. Collaboration has taken place through the Advisory Working Group, who provide expert insight into facility needs for soccer at all levels, and that included the IFA, the NI Football League, Sport NI, and indeed the department themselves, also engaging with local councils who obviously provide pitches across the board for clubs at a local level as well. Some notable changes have been identified to date, including the significant increase in the participation of grassroots sports and a rapid growth in the female game. Obviously, all evidence was gathered together, and that's under consideration at the moment. And I suppose it is important to highlight that I won't be able to progress the scheme as it is at the moment, because the agreement had always been that I need to take any proposals to the Executive for approval and also to sign off the programme and the funding, and with no Executive that cannot be done.
Mr Ware.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's very disappointing that we're not hearing that. Why would you need to sign off, given the fact that money was allocated at the initial point specifically for this? It's something that is entirely within her own department. And why can this announcement not be made and funding be made available this mandate?
The proposal was always that this had to go back to the Executive for final sign-off and also for the funding to be committed, and that hadn't been done. It's not my fault people walked out of the Executive. I had aimed that this was done before the end of this mandate, and unfortunately, because some chose to walk away, decisions at the Executive can't be taken.
Mr George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, no ifs or buts, but you have had plenty of time to release this funding, long before the horrific protocol was implemented. And Minister, you have heard it first hand from Coleraine and Limavady United football officials the absolute need for this long-awaited funding that can help to transform their grounds.
Mr Robinson, could we get to the question?
Players and the wider communities. Minister, can you give us a definite date when this funding will be released?
Well, I share, and indeed from the exercise and the questionnaires that were filled out by local clubs across the board really demonstrates a need, and obviously, as I said, a change need in terms of grassroots sports and also the involvement of women. But unfortunately, I can't give a date now because I have no Executive to sign off and to commit the final budget.
Ms Aisling Riley.
Good last one, Corla. Minister, given the reckless decision by the DUP First Minister to walk away from his responsibilities and the inability of the Executive to meet because of this, is this likely to impact on the sub-regional stadia programme for soccer, and how?
Well, I can remain fully committed to delivering this programme within the mandate. The mandate is obviously still running at the moment, but in the absence of an Executive, this will add further delays to the programme.
Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Association football is empowering children and adults of all backgrounds at all levels across Northern Ireland in some of the most chronically underfunded facilities in our community. It is absolutely devastating to hear of this complication. It is 11 years since the process was announced, and 3 DUP ministers and 2 Sinn Féin ministers since. Will the Minister give a commitment to do all she can to endeavour to find a way to unlock this vital funding for our community in this mandate?
Well, I would try and find every way possible, but if the restriction is that I needed to bring the programme and get the remaining budget signed off, I have to bring that to the Executive. If there's a way around that, then I would certainly do that. But of course, that's also tied into the budget discussion as well, that if a budget cannot be signed off for the next financial year, that then has implications in terms of the programme. So of course I will continue to find a way. I completely recognise the role that football has at the grassroots. We've seen the IFA work with Ulster Rugby and the GAA throughout the pandemic. We've seen the impact when sport was taken away in terms of mental health and wellbeing because of the restrictions. And I also have seen it through a small capital grants programme with clubs coming forward looking at additional resources. So this would have been a brilliant programme to get out before the end of this mandate, but unfortunately with no Executive we're not able to do that.
Mr Justin McNulty.
It's very disappointing, Minister, that funding will not be made available for the sub-regional studio programme as a consequence of those walking away from the executive. And I'm encouraged by your commitment to try and resolve that and find a way around that. So good to hear that, Minister. Minister, in terms of the recommendations identified as part of your department's refresh and re-engagement exercise, has this been presented to the executive?
No, my intention was to present that to the executive because they need to sign off that new engagement programme and what my proposals would be for how the money would be utilised. I'm unable to do that until an executive is up and running again.
Moving on, I call Mr Morris Bradley.
For a supplementary or a question? Question 5, Minister.
So last year, just over 22,000 PIP reviews were processed. Therefore, it's important to allow a maximum period for reviews to be completed to prevent any risk of a person's existing PIP payment running out. This is essential at the end of the PIP award, can impact on other benefits currently in payment, such as carers allowance and income-related benefits. The review process only begins when the form is returned, and anyone who needs more time to complete the form, including seeking help to fill it in, will be given it if they contact the department. In addition, last April I introduced the completion of PIP award reviews in-house where sufficient evidence is available. All PIP review forms are scrutinised immediately on receipt by the department to establish if a PIP can be awarded again, either at the same rate as before or at an increased rate, if there have been a change without the need for an assessment. Currently, close to half of the PIP reviews are determined in-house by the department, meaning the claimants can be notified straight away of the outcome of the review, and where appropriate, awards are increased immediately. All processes are continually kept under review.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Minister, for the answer. But, Minister, the issue is that review forms are being sent out about 10 months in advance of someone's PIP award coming to an end. The form is completed and returned, but by the time the person is assessed, their conditions have changed and the form is no longer relevant. What is the Department doing to reduce these times and make the PIP process less stressful for applicants?
Well, as I said, the reason we try to go out earlier in terms of getting the information back is just for the time of the assessment process. It is to look at any new information or evidence that are through. And I suppose the position that we want to avoid is that if you take it too close to the end of the assessment period and it's not completed in time, or there's reasons why someone couldn't turn up for an assessment, that could impact on the payment stopping, which would have a knock-on effect to other benefits that I had listed earlier. We are trying, and as I say, as nearly half of the assessments are now done in-house. I want to continue to increase that level of assessment that are being done within house as well. And we know that some of those with longer term awards, that we're trying to turn those over to ensure that there's a bigger percentage of those that are going through. And we know that 81% have been given an award of 5 years or more. In terms of those paid PIP, around 63,000. 39% of those are receiving the maximum amount payable. So we're continuing to keep this under review. Any new or additional information, it is important that the applicant gets that in as soon as possible so that that can be assessed. And if we can do that through a desktop exercise within the department, then we will be hoping to do that so that that can speed up the process as quickly as possible.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
Thanks to the Minister as well for her answers. Can the Minister provide an update on the extension of payments that protect people from the bedroom tax and other cruel Tory welfare cuts, please?
Well, obviously, in terms of the impact, we have just been passing through regulations recently in terms of extensions, so they're working their way through at the moment, with all claimants being notified as soon as possible.
Mr John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I ask the Minister if she can give any further detail around the issue on plans to bring PIP assessments in-house, including in particular if she would consider using the Royal College of Occupational Therapists model for consideration of these assessments and applications. This model considers the whole person, including the impact mental health has on the day-to-day activities of that person.
Well, I've already given a policy attempt that I want these services to be in-housed again, so I want to make sure that that's done. But to do that, I will need to work with the Department of Health. Obviously, we've been looking at the Scottish model and others in terms of the approach that they're taking, working through local health trusts. And indeed, the closer that we can align these assessments to health professionals that know the individuals, that know their injuries or their disabilities, either physically or mentally, then that would make for a better assessment, because we know that when you look at the appeals, it's new evidence that is presented at a later stage in the appeal process that overturns the original decision. So if we can front-load all of that as much as possible. I did make a case to the Executive in terms of additional funding to do that. Unfortunately, it never made it onto the table of the Executive to be discussed at that point. And I've already been communicating with the Health Minister and indeed the Health Department to see how they can work with us and to look at a date for when we could start to bring these services in-house, or at least to start to pilot that approach of doing it around each of the health trusts. So those discussions are ongoing at the moment, and once I have more definitive information or dates, I can provide that to the House.
Mr Mark Durham.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers. The PIP process is one that causes people a lot of stress, and its faults were laid bare by the Ombudsman's report. The Minister there spoke to her work with the Minister of Health, and it's right, we should look at any and every way to take the stress out of this situation for people. Has there been any work, or is there any work being done with the Department of Health in terms of information sharing, given the delays and difficulties that many people are having actually accessing their own medical records for assessments?
That's part of the discussion that we've been having. I mean, from the NIPSO report, which I did welcome, we continue to work with NIPSO and the Ombudsman there in terms of the recommendations that she had laid out and in terms of making changes. And already we have started to in-house more of the assessments, and that's part of it. I have already signed off on my policy intent to bring this service back in-house again. Part of the difficulty, in my understanding, within health is there's no single database that holds all of this information, and we actually had hit this problem when we looked at food access during the pandemic and trying to get all of the information for those, for example, who would be shielding, is that they're kept on different surgeries' records who all use different systems. And I know the Department of Health is looking at an integrated system that starts to bring that all under one roof. But that's going to take a bit of time to get to that point. So that's why we're working closely with Health. We need to work with Health because they have the professionals then that can do these assessments and, importantly, know the individuals. So those conversations are ongoing at the moment.
Mr Paul Fruit.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, question number 6.
Face-to-face assessments for PIP resumed on the 1st of July last year. Currently, this is only for those who are unable to take part in a telephone assessment due to their condition, for example, people with hearing or speech impairments, people who do not have a telephone, or those who experience technical difficulties with calls. The Department will continue to monitor the policy in areas as COVID-19 restrictions begin to change.
Mr Frew.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. She will know, the Minister will know the inadequacies of a phone conversation to assess how an ailment is affecting a person. And of course then the issue around the help and support you have with you at assessments is not the same through a phone conversation, even if it is on loudspeaker. Could I ask the Minister that she does all in her power to try and get everybody back onto face-to-face assessments, and when that will actually take place?
Well, we're keeping this under review with the changes in the restrictions, and obviously we know the difficulties in terms of getting the restrictions through. Hopefully the Health Minister may make an announcement shortly on that. We know that over that period from the 1st of July there were 13 appointments booked, of which 30 appointments booked for face-to-face assessments. of which 17 people attended and then 9 didn't show, and that could be for a variety of reasons. Anyone who requests a face-to-face, we will look at that in terms of considering it. But it is also recognising, I want to get to a point that we're offering face-to-face again, not just for a prescriptive group, but it's also looking at many people found the benefit of having telephone assessments. Some don't want to do face-to-face assessments as well. So it's making sure that we find a variety of offers that suits the needs of the person who is applying and whatever they're most comfortable with, that we can offer that to them.
10-second question, 10-second answer. Mr. Pat Sheehan.
In light of the DUP's decision to unilaterally walk away from the executive, what implication will this have on the work of the Independent Advisory Panel on Welfare Mitigations, and will it prevent introduction of further measures for hard-pressed families?
Well, the mitigations review is ongoing at the moment. The aim is that the panel will be submitting a report to me shortly. And that panel then, I was to bring recommendations on the outworkings of that panel to the executive. Obviously, with no executive in place, I'm unable to do that, which would mean that to look at any further mitigations, that can't be done until a new executive is in place that would identify and agree which mitigations, additional mitigations, would be taken forward.
That ends the period for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions to the Minister. I call Mr. Mike Nesbitt.
Principal Deputy Speaker, grateful if the Minister would update the House on the status of the anti-poverty strategy.
Yes, well, there's been good work ongoing with the anti-poverty strategy and indeed with all the other inclusion strategies. As you'll remember, over a year ago, we had appointed an expert panel who had published a report which is on the Department website. After that, then, we had got into co-design groups. So there are a number of organisations and individuals that are involved in the co-design group for the anti-poverty strategy, which includes looking at children's poverty. They are working at the moment. I had met with them in December, where they were putting forward their proposals and their position paper. I met with the chair of that again within recent weeks, and there was a date in for the middle of March to meet all of the ministers around the executive table to present that. And now I'm looking to see if we're able to do that without the Executive Office being in position. There was always the intent that we would bring this forward before the end of the mandate. I know there were some difficulties because co-design just needed a bit more time in terms of looking through the issues. But with no executive then, it's going to be into a new mandate or whatever an executive can be up and running for all of the inclusion strategies to go forward.
Mr. Nesbitt.
I note New Decade, New Approach describes the anti-poverty strategy as an executive one, and therefore you need sign-off. What is the impact without sign-off on the 17% of the population living in relative income poverty, not least 100,000 children?
Well, any new schemes or proposals, as you say, it is an executive-wide policy, so that would need the approval of the executive. Also, any additional budget. And we know the circumstances. The Finance Minister is seeking legal advice to see if the budget can be progressed. But if that's not the case, then we can't look at a new budget with new and additional programmes of working into next year. So any of the proposals that are coming forward within the anti-poverty strategy, first, they can't be signed off as policy, and secondly, we can't secure the budget or agree the budget in order to progress them. So it's put on hold in some ways until an executive is up and running. I will do what I can to mitigate in the interim, but some things just aren't possible without the executive.
Mr. John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I say to the Minister that with deep concern we heard that the taproom licences for local producers have been delayed due to procedural issues. Can the Minister confirm why this consequential impact was not considered at the time of legislation preparation and drafting, and what actions are being taken by the Department to deliver those taproom licences as voted for by this House?
Yes, well, as you'll know, when we were going through those different amendments, I had raised concerns about the amendment that was placed and subsequently passed, and I had said that there would be unintended consequences as a result of that. So this is in fact the outworking of the concerns that I had raised as Minister. Now, of course, the legislation is passed, the will of the Assembly has spoken. but we are trying to work through those unintended consequences and issues as quickly as possible. Once I have a date for when we can progress them fully, I will of course write to members just to update them as to when that can be done.
Mr Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for the answer. Can I ask further to that if the Minister would consider giving compensation to those traders who have suffered because of this delay, and in bringing forward those taproom licences which are vital to our rural economies in many cases, and also to tourism?
Well, I would have to look at legal advice around that. I couldn't say that now because obviously as Minister I had warned or advised against pushing it at this point. So again, I'm open to looking at legal advice to that and come back to the member.
Ms Aisling Riley.
Minister, can you set out the importance of the Assembly's decision to extend welfare mitigations?
Yes, well, I think the mitigations, it's been good that they're starting to progress through. Obviously, we had passed the regulations in terms of extending the existing mitigations, and they are starting to go through at the moment, and they have been led. We're also obviously working through the legislation. We had the consideration stage last week in terms of the bedroom tax, and I'm thankful that we did get the support of the full House after an amendment around the bedroom tax and not to have an end date within the legislation. We're going to further consideration stage, and obviously the aim is to have all of this completed before the end of this mandate. That includes closing of the loopholes in terms of the bedroom tax mitigation, which will see protection for hundreds of families that have been impacted, and indeed the bedroom tax itself, over 36,000 households who will see a benefit of this mitigation and protection continuing.
Ms Riley.
Thank you for that answer and for your clear and ongoing commitment to protecting the most vulnerable in our society. Given the uncertainty that now hangs over these institutions, would the Minister agree that the compassionate measures such as these stand in complete contrast to the actions of the DUP, which has prioritised its own election concerns over the need to protect workers, families and individuals here? I
think there's a lot of work to be done within the end of this mandate, not just within legislation, but also any new policies that will be coming forward. I mean, we already spoke around the anti-poverty, there's the LGBTQI, there's the disability strategies, and also the gender strategy as well, which are bringing forward proposals that would have a real impact on many of our citizens out there within our communities. And unfortunately, with instability and with no executive, any new policies or decisions or funding going forward can't be dealt with without that executive functioning.
Mr George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on future town revitalisation schemes in East London area?
I don't have a specific update for you, but I know obviously in terms of some of the revitalisation funding, I've worked with DERA and the Department of Infrastructure, and there was a new £23 million fund that went out in terms of revitalisation on the back of COVID, and that's going through local councils for rural areas and particularly for populations below 5,000. I know there's a lot of interest in the capital programme of that at the moment. I can get you the specific details in terms of your area, and I'll follow that up in writing to you.
Mr Robinson.
And will the Minister commit to our officials investigate Lennon Hall Street, Limavady and my constituency with a view to implementing a much-needed revitalisation scheme to overcome the dilapidated state of the street, so that the scheme would help existing traders and attract new business to the street? And I do appreciate what you had said, Minister, about the funding.
Yeah, I'll go and have a look at that for you and then follow up in writing with a formal response.
Mr Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The development of new social homes is being restricted by planning limitations and indeed planning conditions as a result of the absence of sewage capacity throughout Northern Ireland, and in particular my own constituency in Larne, parts of Carrickfergus and Newton Abbey. What actions has she taken as an Executive Minister to ensure that such capital projects are prioritised, that social homes can be built and that vulnerable people can have a roof over their head?
I think the first thing was, I call on housing being a key outcome in the programme for government. and that would mean that as an executive there would be a key priority in terms of delivering housing really from its inception right through to the home being ready for the tenant to move into, and I would hope other parties would support that call, indeed from the wider housing family as well. As you'll know, there's obviously a consultation that was opened in terms of a housing supply strategy, which looks at the whole system approach, including infrastructure that's needed in order to build homes. I have set out a plan in terms of over 100,000 homes over the next 15 years, and of course that needs infrastructure to go with it. The Department of Infrastructure, through the budgets over the last year or so, has received an increased budget in terms of infrastructure spend, and indeed I've supported that as the Minister. I have also held meetings with the Department of Infrastructure and the Minister there, who I know has a keen interest in housing as well, and of course I will continue to work with her and the Executive, if it gets up and running again, to ensure that we prioritise housing and indeed the infrastructure that's needed.
Mr Beggs.
I thank the Minister for her answer, but the Northern Ireland Housing Executive proposes to demolish the final block of flats, multi-storey flats in Larne. Would the Minister advise why the demolition of those flats was not directly linked to a fresh planning application so that social homes could directly benefit by that reduction in sewage capacity, and those who are living in those flats would have an option to continue to live in the adjacent area?
Well, I know we've communicated previously in terms of the apartments there. I mean, the Housing Executive has a responsibility to maintain and look after stock, and some stock that has went beyond its use, or that it can't be maintained or it costs more money to actually upgrade it rather than demolition. Then there's a business case that is developed around that comes to the Department for approvals. So there are a number of these sites across the north, obviously, that we're working with the Housing Executive on at the moment, and part of that is Trendale Lane, where we can, the Social Housing Development Programme, and of course then there are the bigger discussions in terms of infrastructure more broadly and what's needed to deliver housing. So we're continuing to look at all of these. If there's a more specific issue, I'll be happy to take that up with you after. But the demolition and the proposed has been through a business case. The Housing Executive have brought that assessment forward, and indeed the Department has supported them in their recommendations.
Mr John O'Dowd. Minister, you recently announced a £10 million jobs and skills scheme to assist various sectors recover from the pandemic. Can you outline for us the practical support that scheme will deliver?
Yes, well, this scheme is on the back of the Culture, Arts and Heritage Recovery Task Force that I had established during the midst of the pandemic. There was obviously a call from all of those sectors that something needed to be done to stabilise the sectors beyond the pandemic. There has obviously been financial investment that has been put in from the Executive to those sectors where they were forced to close throughout the pandemic, and I suppose where we're focused on now is revitalising them, making sure that they're sustained over the next period. Part of this then, number one in that programme, was support for individual artists, and indeed before Christmas I had opened a scheme for individual artists where they could receive direct financial support. Number two in the recommendations was a skills fund to actually employ people within those sectors, to stabilise the sectors, to create employment opportunities as well. And I'm glad that I was able to bring forward this £10 million fund, which will provide hundreds of jobs within each of the sectors, but also including the community and voluntary sector and within sports. And this will, for the first time in a long time, see funding opportunities for organisations for 3 years, staff funding, and also funding for their organisations to support that as well. And fundamentally, it is about retaining skills in the sector, because obviously burnout, people leaving the sectors, is a big concern. We want to retain people in the sectors and provide that financial support for them to do it. So it's been widely acknowledged by the sector, and indeed meeting one of the commitments in the task force report.
Mr O'Dowd. Thank you, Minister. Another area that you have been working with recently is in terms of the Charities Bill. Again, what practical outworkings will the Charities Bill bring to that sector?
Well, the charities, obviously, from the High Court judgment back in 2019, that would have left 6,500 charities uncertain in terms of the legal parameters in which they were working in. So part of the Charities Bill, which was passed through this Assembly last week, it had its final stage. I'm glad we'll start to retrospectively fix some of those issues and indeed, I suppose, give a peace of mind to those charities. Again, we're continuing to work with charities, and indeed, at the start of the year, we had launched a new COVID recovery fund, which sees more financial resource going back into that sector to support them in the time ahead.
Mrs Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for answers to our questions so far. She has already touched upon the arts and entertainment and musical sector. I just want to ask her, given what a severe impact the pandemic has had on these particular industries, and I declare an interest as being the wife of a playwright, is she considering any further financial packages in terms of helping this sector out into the near future?
Well, I met the said playwright just before the outbreak of COVID, went to one of the plays. I think, there's been a huge amount of additional funding that has went into the sector as a result of the COVID monies that we received. We obviously had worked with them to develop the task force report, which was done by Rotha Johnson, who chaired that, and that was made up of individuals and organisations coming from those sectors. We implemented the first request that they'd asked, as I said, an individual artists fund to support those working within the sectors and those freelancers that would be associated. So payments from that will be going out shortly. In January of this year, I also, through the Arts Council, launched an additional fund to stabilise and support organisations, and that's on top of this £10 million fund. Again, working with the Arts Council and with future screens, there's now opportunities here for organisations to apply for 3 years funding and indeed to employ people within those sectors to stabilise them.
Thank you, Minister and members. That concludes questions to the Minister for Communities. If members would take their ease for a few moments, when we change at the top table, the next item will be the resumption of the Adoption and Children Bill. Members, just take their ease for a few moments. Thank you.
Members, we now resume the consideration stage of the Adoption and Children Bill, and I now call Pam Cameron, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and at the outset I want to wish the Minister, Robin Swan, all the best with his recovery from COVID. I'm presuming he will be coming back online to watch us through this debate. I also wanted to thank the Chair of the Committee, Colin Gildernew, for summarising the Committee's scrutiny. I think that's been really useful, and we know this has been a long-awaited bill, so we're very glad to be at this stage here today. But before I address some of the amendments in this grouping, and I do promise to be brief, I would restate my support for the bill in addressing the very pressing need for a more responsive, more child-focused adoption process. And Mr Deputy Speaker, in all our consideration of this bill, we must remember that at the forefront is a child who in these situations can often be vulnerable, and we must also ensure the needs, financial, emotional and otherwise, of prospective parents are also prioritised. Adopting a child is a huge step for both child and parent, and it can be such a blessing to both. And it's our job to ensure that the law makes this transition for both as safe and as robust as possible, but also ensuring it is not unnecessarily intrusive, delayed or off-putting. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I look at this group of amendments, I do in the round see improvements to this bill, and that being the case, we will support this group to improve the bill. Amendments 1 to 42, 48 to 50, 52 to 57 and 60 are consequential amendments as a result of abolishing the Health and Social Care Board. This being the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important that these are included in this bill, and we have no objections to these. That reconfiguration of services is vitally important, and we as a party very much wish to see further reform. The only point I would make in terms of this is to stress the need to ensure that any future reconfiguration in how services are commissioned maintains high levels of accountability and input in relation to adoption services. Silo mentality will not produce the best outcomes, and I trust that this will become the established practice when this bill becomes law. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 43 and 44 stipulate that regulations in relation to the suitability of prospective adopters and access to adoption registers will be subject to the draft affirmative procedure. We welcome this extra level of scrutiny. It improves this bill. These issues are central to ensuring the adoption process is fair, safe and robust, and I know members across this House want this bill to be at its best in these areas. In relation to searching adoption registers, it will be important to consider issues concerning privacy, and I would welcome the Minister's views on how this can be guaranteed as to be as robust as possible. Amendment 45 directs the Department must report on implementation or provisions of the Act within 3 years and once every 5 years afterwards. This is a welcome proposal, although it would be useful to understand the reason for the different reporting periods. For the Adoption Act, it's 5 years, and the Children's Order, 3 years. If this could be clarified and explained why the disparity, it would be greatly appreciated. Amendment 51 ensures that legal aid will not be funded for the provision of advice, assistance or representation to any children's court guardian. This maintains parity with children's representation under the Children's Order. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this group, Amendments 58 and 59 repeal outdated legislation in relation to the Hague Convention, an international adoption convention that is no longer in operation. We have no objection to this. It is important that the position of those adopted under the former provisions retain their rights as part of any new framework. So at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to thank the Minister and for his officials, and indeed the committee clerk and the team for the huge amount of work that has been done with this bill. It is important that we also thank all those who gave evidence, whether in writing or verbally, to committee, and thank them for their very important input to such really important legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, these amendments improve this bill, and as such my party and colleagues and I commend them to this House today. Thank you.
Sir Colin McGrath on Cancha. Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And likewise, can I begin by offering my best wishes to the Minister. Maybe fine and well you look on a TV screen, but I appreciate from your contribution that you were catching for breath a few times there, and I wish you all the best in your recovery from COVID. This is an important debate, and the Adoption and Children's Bill is an important piece of legislation. I think that what we are discussing today is another example of what this place can stand for whenever we achieve and work together and collectively and look forward progressively. And I sort of say that because it's been 20 years since our adoption legislation was last really amended, and society has progressed and operational systems have changed. However, what has remained constant is that there are still children that require adoptive families, that they require stability and consistency in their lives, and they require a place to be able to call home. So we need to be looking forward and ensuring that our adoption system is fit for 2022 and not stuck in 1995. And I welcome the opportunity to be able to speak on the grouping of the amendments. The Health Committee has spent considerable time and efforts in our discussions, our deliberations and scrutiny of the bill and the amendments that we're discussing today. And I thank the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Committee for guiding us through that, and also to the staff team of the Committee who have prepared at very short notice very detailed papers in liaising with the Department to be able to provide us with the information on what is quite a large bill and complex in places. For the most part, the Committee has been able to agree on the amendments and to work with the Department to achieve the best bill that is possible for the children, and that cross-party support and scrutiny is very important. We have also engaged with a variety of groups from the sector and listened to them, and we've heard evidence from the Children's Commissioner, the Department, Bernardo's, Family Roots and many more. And what these organisations have been telling us is that our systems need to be less bureaucratic and that the needs of the child should be to the fore, and that is what this bill is seeking to achieve. The amendments within the first grouping today have particular relevance to that outcome. For the most part, amendments 1 and 2 and 22 to 46 and 48 to 60 are technical amendments which reflect our recent vote to withdraw the Health and Social Care Boards, to strip down the levels of bureaucracy and to make the system much more accessible. If we can help our adoptive system to become less bureaucratic and more efficient, then this will certainly help those children and young people that are still waiting on a permanent home. Mr Deputy Speaker, last year we saw 57 children across the north adopted from care. They now have a home. However, 47% of these had to spend between 3 and 5 years in care before they could be adopted. That is 3 to 5 years of instability, of inconsistency and change. And while we acknowledge the sterling work that is done by carers and foster carers, while these children are undoubtedly resilient, we must do more to cut down these times as much as possible, and that's what these amendments will hopefully do to streamline that system. So in an effort to make our adoption system more transparent, more efficient, we in the SDLP are happy to support the amendments in Group 1.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I join in wishing the Minister speedy and full recovery, and I'm confident that double vaccination and booster will help him achieve that outcome. I'm very glad that this bill has reached this stage, Mr Deputy Speaker. This piece of legislation, it's long overdue, represents the largest overhaul of adoption legislation in almost 35 years and has been long awaited by all involved in the adoption process, as the Minister has already referenced. Today marks it as one step closer to reaching the finish line. The bill has faced many challenges, not least even passing through the Executive last summer, and in recent weeks there was even the brief uncertainty as to whether the Assembly would even still be in place to allow the bill to continue. Fortunately, however, common sense has prevailed. I'm pleased that given the breadth of this bill, we have been able to reach this stage with a very strong degree of political consensus. Whilst there are quite a number of amendments in this group, many largely relate to the abolition of the Health and Social Care Board, and others, such as Amendments 43 and 44, relating to the power-making of regulations. I do welcome the Minister's support for the Committee's Amendment number 45 in relation to the review of the implementation of the bill. I do think it is important that, given the size and importance of this bill, that there are appropriate reviews and reporting mechanisms in place. Finally, Mr Speaker, it has been touched upon earlier, we do face a major shortfall in terms of the legal preservation of records relating to mother and baby institutes, I do think it's important that this chamber keeps all options open in relation to this vital issue. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I too want to wish the Minister well as he has to endure COVID. So I'm wishing the Swan household well in their isolation. Everybody has said it so far today, but it cannot be underestimated how overdue this piece of legislation is, and I want to welcome its progress to date. I suppose the challenge and the need for this legislation is clear, as over recent years there has been a decline in the number of adopters coming forward. And in evidence given to the Health Committee, as the Chair has outlined in terms of the range of information that came to the Health Committee, adopters and foster carers, as well as organisations and agencies, have detailed at times why this may be the case. And it is important that we change the narrative around adoption and fostering, which is sometimes seen as a very difficult path, but yet it is so enriching, as becoming an adoptive or fostering family, you're giving our children and our young people opportunity and hope. The overriding aim of this bill is to place the child's interests at heart of every stage of the adoption process. And of course, this is something that all parties should and can unite around. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will speak on Group 1 amendments. And within this group, there are certain amendments I would like to deal with in particular. It's important to stress that much of the provision in this bill relate to enabling powers and future scrutiny of regulations drafted, and on this basis will be critical to the monitoring the impact of the legislation. In terms of amendments 1 to 42, 48 to 50, 52 to 57 and 60, it must be stressed the need to ensure that any future reconfiguration of how services are commissioned maintains the high levels of accountability and input in relation to adoption services. Amendment 45 directs that the Department must report on the implementation of provisions of the Act within 3 years and once every 5 years afterwards. This is a welcome proposal again to ensure robust scrutiny, although it would be useful to understand the reason for the different reporting periods for the Adoption Act, which is 5 years, and the Children's Order, 3 years, to ensure a level playing field, so to speak, for the children it represents. So my colleague Pam Cameron has dealt with the amendment in the group, and therefore I am keeping my comments brief. However, suffice to say that I support the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Minister of Health to end, and likewise with everyone else here, Minister, I wish you all the very best for a full and speedy recovery.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank other members for their good wishes as well. But as Mr. Chambers said, the power of the vaccine and the booster doses is testimony as to the fact that I'm able to be here today and take this consideration stage. And I want to thank all the members for their contributions to this Group 1 debate, which has focused mostly on the technical and consequential issues. In response to Mr. Allister's point of order earlier, I'm not sure if he's in the chamber, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can assure him that I would rather be in the chamber today in person. But if there is any member who needs clarity on any point that I'm unable to clarify at this stage, we will follow up with them directly in writing following today's debate. A number of members have referenced the long overdue need for this update to legislation, and that's why I welcome that we are where we are today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's worth noting that the last Health Minister to try to get this legislation to this stage was actually my party colleague, Michael McGimsey. So I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge a number of recommendations made by members of the Health Committee in their report, which, whilst falling outside the direct purview of this bill, I believe are nonetheless relevant to my department's broader objective of providing effective support to looked after children, children in need, and children leaving care. And I could assure members that I have noted the matters raised and that my department will give due consideration to each of the recommendations made in the report. Mr Deputy Speaker, as already indicated, I am proposing amendments in relation to 4 of the clauses that the examiner highlighted that the Chairman raised, and in relation to the remaining clauses 24, 52 and 77. I consider that the regulations to be made under these clauses are mainly procedural in nature, and on that basis should remain subject to negative resolution procedure, but I'm content to work with the committee in regards to what may be brought forward at further consideration stage. In clause 24, the contact supplementary, while the regulations to be made under clause 24 relate to refusing contact, they do not specify the grounds on which contact may be refused. So rather, it is intended that they would specify who must be informed when contact is refused, and this would include the child, the prospective adopter, and any person for whom contact is made possible by way of a court order. And I'm not sure who else would need to be considered. It is also intended that regulations would specify what needs to take place in advance of the decision to refuse contact, and this is intended to include the arrangement or the agreement of the child prior to consultation with the prospective adopter, and a written, actually rather than a verbal agreement. So it's important to note that the reason on which such decisions should be based is set out in the face of the bill. That's clause 24.2, which provides that an agency may refuse to allow contact if it is satisfied that it is necessary to do so to safeguard or promote the child's welfare, and the refusal is decided upon as a matter of urgency and does not last for more than 7 days. So it's on the basis that these regulations are intended to specify the process around a decision to refuse contact rather than the grounds on which contact might be refused. I remain of the view that affirmative resolution procedure is not necessary. Clause 52 is the modification of children order in relation to adoption, and it's clause 52 that enables the department to make regulations applying with modifications or disapplying certain provisions of the children order in relation to a child who an adoption authority has placed or is authorised to place for adoption. So once an adoption agency has been authorised to place a child for adoption, that child becomes looked after, and the children order should as a result apply. However, there are some adjustments required, which will take account of the fact that the requirements under the bill also now apply. It's not appropriate to have a continuing duty to promote contact under the children order, as contact will be agreed as part of the placement for adoption arrangements actually under the bill. And indeed, this could cause issue if the court has already imposed certain restrictions or contact as part of the placement arrangements. And likewise, the requirement under the children's order to seek the views of the parent no longer needs to apply. This doesn't mean that their views won't be sought, because clause 3 of the bill requires the adoption agency in coming to any decision about a child's adoption to have regard to the wishes and feeling of the children's relatives. And finally, any requirements under the children's order for the child's parent to make contributions to the child's maintenance will also be disapplied, which in the circumstances is right and proper. So it is important to highlight the fact that the regulations to be made under clause 52 actually will not amend any provision in the children's order, and such provision will just not apply in this specific set of circumstances. And I consider that this is a technical necessity to avoid the duplication of duties and any confusion that might arise as a consequence. So as a result, I do not consider the affirmative resolution procedure as required or necessary, and in keeping our approach is consistent with that taken in England and Wales in relation to similar regulations. Clause 77, which was mentioned, which was the Adopted Children Register, searches and copies. Clause 77 creates a power to prescribe in regulations the information that must be provided to the Registrar General when seeking to obtain a certified copy of an entry in the Adopted Children Register relating to an adopted person who has not attained the age of 18 years. These regulations will be made by the Department of Finance, and it's anticipated that the information required to be provided would be the full name and date of birth of the adopted person, and the full name of the full names of the adoptive parents, and minimum information required to support identification. These details are the same as those currently prescribed in regulations which are required when an adopted person over the age of 18 is applying for their birth certificate, and when an adopted person under the age of 18 is applying for information about whether they and the person they intend to marry may be within prohibited degrees of relationship. So the regulations prescribing this were made by way of negative resolution procedure. So I don't consider that would be appropriate for regulations to be made under Clause 77 of the bill, which may actually be an amendment to the existing 95 regulations to be subject to a different procedure to those original regulations. And I also consider that, as the matters will be prescribed already, applied to existing applications to the GRO, the affirmative resolution procedure is not necessary. But Mr Deputy Speaker can tend to explore that with the committee between now and further consideration stage. In regards to cross-border placements and care, both under current law and in the bill, adoptive parents and children in Northern Ireland are afforded the same access to assessment for adoption support, regardless of whether the adoption took place in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, or overseas. And in particular, Clause 2.8 makes clear that the adoption service is a comprehensive service intended to include both domestic and inter-county adoption. So all adoptions between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, whether or not they involve relatives, are treated in legal terms as inter-country adoption. A North-South protocol for handling interjurisdictional child cases, including kinship placements, actually has been in place since 2011. And it's that protocol which was recently revised. An updated version was agreed by the North-South Ministerial Council Child Protection Officials Group and came into effect on the 1st of August 2021. It will be subject to annual review by relevant authorities in both jurisdictions. It provides a framework to assist relevant social work authorities in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland to work together in relation to children and or families known to social services who move or are placed across the border. And I'm happy to supply that to the committee, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are exploring whether there is scope under the 1993 Hague Convention on Protection of Children and cooperation in respect of inter-country adoption and or domestic legislation, actually to establish a special arrangement between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland with the aim of streamlining or harmonising current practice and or procedure as it actually relates to the adoption of children between the two jurisdictions. On SGOs, Mr Deputy Speaker, and their application on a north-south basis, officials will give this very careful further consideration. In regards to EU exit raised by the Chair, I can confirm that the 96 Hague Convention provides the necessary cover in place of Brussels 11A regulations, which no longer apply, and this has been confirmed by my department's legal advisors. In regards to social work vacancies and challenges, which was mentioned again by the Chair of the Committee, the Department has recently completed a review of the social work workforce, which is with the Department of Health Programme Board for consideration and approval. The review report includes projections for the number of social workers that will be needed to meet current and future service demands, and that includes projections for the number of additional social workers who will be required based on demographics and analysis of current and future needs. There's also a significant body of work that needs to be implemented in respect of commissioning, recruitment, retention and development of our workforce. And an implementation board is being established to oversee the implementation of the review's recommendations, which will address these workforce issues, and that includes vacancies, and build a strong social workforce to support this. So that collaborative regional approach to recruitment for both Band 5 and 6 social workers in Health and Social Care Trusts commenced last year. And whilst this requires to be formally evaluated, there's a general consensus among all trusts that on the whole this was a worthwhile approach. So my department also intends to develop legislation in respect of safe staffing levels, and that will apply to all professional groups, including social workers. and the Northern Ireland Social Care Council, through their website, actually have built up an excellent resource to encourage and guide people through the application process to become a social worker. And as a result of this activity and investment over the past 3 years, applications to places on the degree programmes have increased significantly. And as a recognition of increased demand for social workers and a commitment to providing more career progression opportunities for social care workers, my department has initially invested in 15 Open University undergraduate social work places, which commenced in the last financial year. The review of children's services will also inform actions that will build the capacity of children and family social services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's clear just how many important issues that this bill touches on and how important it is that we get it right. So what we are talking about here today will impact on the lives of some of the most vulnerable children. So the arrangements for their future care and also the ability of caregivers to provide that care. So we should not forget that as we debate and take decisions on these amendments and the amendments in subsequent groups. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that brings me to the end of my concluding remarks on Group 1 amendments, and I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. We now move to Amendment 1, which has been proposed to Clause 3, page 4, line 6, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 2. Please, Minister. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 4, line 9. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 3, as amended, to stand part. The question is that Clause 3, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you for that. And we'll move to Group 2 amendments now, but just to remind members that all contributors should address the amendments that have been selected for debate, please, and that people had an opportunity to debate the general principles of the bill during the previous stage. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 3, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 4 to 13 and 47. Within this group, Amendments 7, 8 and 10 are consequential to Amendment 6, and Amendment 13 is consequential to Amendment 11. Éireann Chairlach an Coiste for Íslandja, Colm Gildennew, le lasú a trí a wogu, agus leis na lasíthe eile intra grúpa chur in ar lachar. Okay, I call the Chair of the Committee for Health, Mr. Colm Gildennew, to move Amendment 3 and to address the other amendments in the group. Lidhall.
Moved.
Okay. Right. Group 2.
I welcome the opportunity to open on this grouping. The committee has proposed 2 amendments in this grouping. They are Amendments 3 and Amendment 12. I will outline the reasoning behind the committee's amendments and comment generally on the department's amendments. Clause 5 of the bill confers a new right whereby an adoption agency must carry out an assessment of needs for adoption support services. The committee were advised that the assessment will provide a means of facilitating the provision of a planned support package. There is universal support for this measure, and the committee welcomes the duty to provide an assessment of needs. However, many stakeholders raised concerns that the same right to an assessment of needs was not provided for special guardians under Clause 119 of the bill. At a committee meeting on 13th of January, department officials agreed that the bill as drafted did not provide a duty to conduct an assessment of needs for special guardian support services. The officials advised that the Minister would table an amendment to the bill to place a duty to provide an assessment of needs if requested. The Committee is content, therefore, to support Amendment 11 in the name of the Minister, which provides for an assessment of needs for special guardianship support services and will provide consistent approach to undertaking assessments. The key concern in relation to this bill follows on from the duty to provide an assessment of needs. However, Lascian Corlia. Committee members and stakeholders welcomed the provision for an assessment, but we did have concerns that there was no duty on an authority to provide for the needs that had been identified. The concerns were that with no duty to provide the services identified, there would be a significant impact to children and young people and families in waiting for what has been identified as a need. The Committee Amendment number 3 therefore requires that there be provision of services for those who have had an assessment undertaken, and the amendment outlines who applicable persons would be in that case. Committee Amendment 12 would also outline that for special guardianship arrangements, the Committee agreed with stakeholders that there needed to be an assurance of provision of services, as without that assurance there may be some people who do not come forward for assessment, believing that they will only be placed on a lengthy waiting list and it will essentially become reduced to a tick box exercise. The Department has rightfully identified that children who have been in care do have needs that may present at different times in children's and young people's lives, and that there should be an assessment of needs when requested. However, if the Department and the Executive want to tackle some of the inequalities that children in care or children who have previously been in care experience, then it is no good just to assess. There must be the actions and services provided following this assessment. We cannot create another waiting list that either puts people off requesting an assessment or which isn't able to provide services in a timely manner following the assessment being established. The bill has identified costs of implementation of approximately £13.8 million in year 1 and recurring costs of over £12 million in the following years. It would be good to hear from the Minister how much of that funding will be specifically for the provision of services following assessment, and to get assurances from the Minister that services will be provided in a timely manner following any assessment. I would take this opportunity again to highlight some of the good work that is being undertaken in providing support services for children, young people and their families. I would encourage the Minister and the Department to look at some of the programmes being delivered in the sector by organisations such as Adoption UK, the Fostering Network and VOIPIC, and consider if some of these programmes could be expanded to provide additional support for children and young people. In relation to the other departmental amendments, Lascian Corlia, the Minister will provide further information on the purpose of the amendments. However, the Committee agreed that it was content to support those amendments. I would highlight that in relation to the amendments to Clause 102, which are Amendments 4 to 10, the Committee agreed to seek clarification from the Department that the amendments are compliant with data protection and public records legislation. It would indeed be helpful if the Minister could confirm that these amendments are in line with data protection and public records legislation.
I now call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I said in my comments earlier in relation to the first group of amendments, the overriding aim of the bill is to place a child's interest at the heart of every stage of the adoption process. This is something all parties should be able to unite around, and as we examine the amendments before us today, I know each party will be seeking to strengthen the bill as much as possible. The Democratic Unionist Party support a range of proposals outlined in the bill, including provision for time limits on court proceedings, the right to an assessment for adoption or special guardianship support services, the presumption that contact can be refused if such contact is not consistent with the child's safeguarding or well-being, an independent review mechanism against adoption panel determinations. And there are certainly many other aspects of the bill which we also believe make this a very positive step forward in fulfilling that overriding aim of the bill, to do better for children in the adoption process. Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of the amendments found in this grouping, again we see much merit in what is proposed and believe that in the main they will add and strengthen this key piece of legislation. Amendment 3 is a committee amendment stipulating specific categories of people who trusts are required to provide an assessment in relation to adoption services. At this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, may I pay tribute to the work of the committee for the work undertaken within this bill, and I'd also again want to place on record my thanks to the Department for their level of engagement. I acknowledge that The Department would prefer that this be prescribed in regulations, but we believe that there is merit in making the legislation as detailed as possible. By doing so, we believe that it brings certainty for those involved or who may be involved in the adoption process. That can only be a positive thing to do, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moving on to Amendments 4 to 8, they strengthen the rights of those who were adopted prior to the commencement of the Act, including to access birth information and contact. They also bring the legislation relating to disclosure of information for pre-commencement adoptions under one piece of legislation. This will help address the concerns of victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions about the wording of separate legislations that is over 30 years old. Mr Deputy Speaker, we owe it to these victims and survivors to provide for this information being accessible, to help them as they continue to live with the pain and suffering that they have had inflicted upon them. In terms of Amendment 9, Mr Deputy Speaker, this seems entirely sensible and indeed ethical. It makes sure that an adopted person will not have to pay the fee in respect of any information that they receive. This is a very worthy amendment and we support the inclusion of it in this bill. Mr Speaker, in relation to Amendments 11 and 13 and indeed 12, these amendments place a duty on authorities to conduct an assessment of the needs for special guardian support services in respect of prospective as well as current parties to an SGO. These are welcome additions. 12 provides that the needs identified by the assessment have to be provided. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of amendments, Amendment 47 removes the requirement for somebody adopted prior to 1987 to undergo counselling before accessing birth information. While this deals with a potential inequality in access to this information, it is important that we also consider any unintended consequences of a person not receiving appropriate consultation in relation to trauma or adverse experiences. We cannot deny that for many people this can be a difficult time and process, and we would always want to ensure that an appropriate blanket of support services is available, encouraged and appropriate to meet the need. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sir Colin McGrath on Canchai. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in addressing the second group of amendments today, I would like to hone in on the importance of an adoption system that meets the needs of our children and young people. The amendments currently being discussed are important measures to tighten up the structures and provide clarity in the bill that was previously missing. The other amendments in this grouping relate to Clause 102 of the bill, which relates to the access of information involved in the pre-commencement adoptions and aims to address these issues, the issues that were identified by victims and survivors during the work of the Truth Recovery Design Panel. I cannot stress enough the importance of these amendments and the work that has been carried out by that panel. Their work is concerned with events in the past, albeit for many it was all too recent a past, and the bill we are working is going to strengthen is concerned with our children's future. So if we want our children to have that best possible future, whether they are adopted in foster care or at home with their biological families, this means ensuring that they have the best start in life. We must listen to the voices of those who were failed in our collective past through state, church or voluntary institutions. The lessons they have to teach us are of the utmost importance. The report, which was published by the Truth Recovery Design Panel, makes for important reading and most importantly will affect real and lasting change here, so that never again will a generation of children have to tell us why they were failed while in the care of the state. It's also important to note that these amendments within the grouping, in an effort to meet the diverse needs of children and young people, actually empower them. Amendment 11, for instance, includes a child in the list of those who can request an assessment of need for special guardianship and then defines who such a relevant child may be. Amendment 47 also removes the requirement for those adopted before December 1987 to attend an interview with a counsellor before information on their birth records is provided to them. These amendments will give those who have been through the adoption system a sense of autonomy, and then that they are also part of a decision-making process which has affected their past and will also affect their future. So therefore, in an effort to strengthen our adoption system and to ensure that it meets the needs of children and young people of today, through learning from those lessons of the past, the SDLP is happy to support the amendments in Group 2.
Carol Nicholan on Cancha. I called Carol Nicholan.
And I too want to send my best wishes to the Minister. So Tor Ara Augusta Hiolak. So I want to send my best wishes to you and also to your family. It's a very worrying time. I too remember this legislation in 2007. Indeed, myself, Michelle O'Neill and Sue Ramsey were on the Health Committee. You should talk to Michael McGimsey about that sometime. But I have to say it is good that it's eventually come on the floor of the Assembly, albeit with many setbacks. Every member on our Health Committee have came to this legislation with a good heart, I have to say, all of which want to make sure that the whole experience of adoption is, as far as it can be, a positive one. We've only to look at the history of the Magdalen laundries and indeed the redress that Colin has just outlined and the lack thereof to know what we don't want to do. So we want to ensure that citizens get a right to access their information. I'm not getting into the amendment. I'm not questioning why it was outside the scope of the bill, but I do believe that we need to look at other ways in which this information can be strengthened. I do believe that Articles ECHR, Articles 8 and Articles 13 are engaged, where, for example, a person has a right to a private family life, and that includes their records. And also Article 13 would say a person has a right to an effective remedy. So if our ability to strengthen the bill to give people access to information hasn't proceeded in the way that we all hoped, then we need to look at other ways to ensure that we aren't in contrary or contradiction to those articles at the very least. But even just the people that we're all trying to strengthen this legislation for, that we need to, in this here and now, in this current situation, be seen to try and correct all the wrongs that happened previously. And indeed, the way in which, when we're looking at, certainly in Group 2, we're looking at support and access to information, the way in which birth certificates, actual dates of birth, birth parents, on occasions were tampered with and indeed disposed of. And people, in their 70s and 80s and maybe even younger are still trying to find out who their birth parents were. And the fact that we now, as a state, as a jurisdiction, have responsibility for records, it is completely untenable that anyone, regardless what position they're in, would be in flout of the Data Protection Act, the 1923 Public Records Act. I wanted to declare an interest as a former keeper of the records when I was in DCAL and DFC. And indeed, while we don't have a Human Rights Act or indeed an Equality Act, and I've no doubt we'll discuss that later at the ad hoc report on the Bill of Rights, we do have obligations and we do have statutory obligations to ensure people get that access, that information. So even that goes back to when we're talking about, particularly in Group 2, around support and access to information. And it was raised, I think the Minister raised it, but I know others have, around contact. When we met the youngsters from Foypick, one of the things that really struck with me, and Paul and I met them as part of the ad hoc Bill of Rights, and we also met them as part of the engagement into this bill. One of the things that really threw them, even before the pandemic occurred, was when contact couldn't happen, the information they got was very intermittent. Now, what we said was, and I raised this before, and thankfully one of your officials got in contact with me, but hopefully that concern has been cleared up. The contact setting needs to be age appropriate, but also the information why the contact couldn't occur should be age appropriate. And youngsters, particularly going through health and social care from birth, whose corporate parents are the state, above all else, have a right to know. And we need to look after them a lot better than what we have, certainly in terms of getting access to information. So it is disappointing the amendment couldn't be made, but I would look forward to see what alternatives that we can bring forward, because even the Minister for Finance under the Registrar General will have responsibility under duties under data protection to ensure that people get access to information. I am actually pleased that in relation to Clause 62, in relation to the counselling, the pre-87 people aren't compelled to get counselling. I think the compellability was something that was raised during the evidence from other people, and indeed the support around people trying to get access to their information is much more specified now than what it's ever been before. So I welcome that, but I do think we have a lot to do as well. In relation to disclosing information, protected information about adults, and indeed, documentation that has to be kept. Again, if we can do something between now and the further consideration stage, I think we all need to look at it, and we need to look at it potentially with what we can do in the scope of this bill that we have now, because I think it would be an opportunity to be missed. I know that this bill, and indeed there will be others that will come forward, hopefully in this mandate will see its passage and will be met. I do want to, and again, all the committee members were very conscious of the number of people who have been through the adoption process. My colleague Linda Dillon, as you know, tried to make an amendment, she certainly asked me to raise this on her behalf, and indeed I'm sure other political parties have had this from Savia and other groups. But it is really important that as much openness and transparency and accessibility is met by us all. That is something that they've asked for. I actually think that's the least that we could do for them, not just for those who've been through the system before and are still traumatised by it, but certainly to make sure that, as bad, as traumatic as it is, having to be, put in care and therefore go through adoption, that we make it as easy for people to get the right support they need and also to get access to information. I want to finish by thanking your officials, Minister, and indeed all the committee staff and staff from the Bills team, and indeed the engagement team. We met something like 11 organisations and written evidence from 16 organisations who were broadly in support of the provisions of the bill. It is a big bill. It has been long awaited, but I hope that between now and indeed when we get to the consideration stage, we can certainly tidy some of these elements up in relation to access information, because I don't think any of us want that left with any ambiguity whatsoever. So, thank you.
I now call the Minister, Mr. Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I've listened with interest to members' contributions on the amendments to clauses 5 and 119, which I consider actually to be the heart of what this bill seeks to achieve. And as Carl and Mr. Cullen summed up there, it's ensuring that children who leave care through adoption or even through special guardianship receive the right support for as long as they need it, and that's to enable them to live a happy and fulfilling life despite what has often been traumatic beginnings. So firstly, Deputy Speaker, I will address Amendments 11 and 13, which have been tabled in my name, followed by Amendments 3 and 10 that were tabled on behalf of the committee. I'll then speak on Amendments 4 to 10, which relate to disclosure of adoption information. Amendments 11 and 13 seek to amend Clause 119, and that's to address a concern that was raised by the committee and some stakeholders. Actually, that special guardianship support arrangements should be placed on an equal footing with the provision for adoption. And I've listened to the views of stakeholders and committee members and responded by bringing forward this amendment. And that's to ensure that there is that consistency between the provision of assessments for special guardianship support needs and the equivalent adoption provision. And as a result, the current or prospective special guardians, relevant children and their parents will be automatically entitled to receive an assessment of their support needs, if they so wish, at any time and as any time after a special guardianship order has been applied for. And whilst the order is in place, it will be there as well. Amendment 11 amends clause 119, and that's to insert the provision into the new Article 14F, which will require an authority to provide an assessment of need for special guardianship support services if requested by or on behalf of children with respect to whom a special guardianship order has been applied for or is in force, and that's by current or prospective special guardians and parents of such children. My department will also have the power to make regulations to prescribe additional categories of persons to whom an assessment must be undertaken on request if required. And Amendment 13 makes a consequential amendment to reflect that power. So as part of the implementation, my department will capture and monitor the nature and range of special guardianship support needs, and that's to determine whether any such categories should be prescribed. And it's these amendments which are consistent with the approach my department has taken in relation to Clause 5, which actually requires an adoption authority to provide that assessment of adoption support needs on request. And that's to certain categories of people who are included actually on the face of the bill, and any other categories of people which may be prescribed in regulation. But most importantly for children, their carers and parents, the amended provision will help ensure that needs will be identified at a sufficiently early stage, thereby reducing the potential for the development of longer-term, more acute issues. And that's actually in special guardianship arrangements, and that includes the risk actually of a breakdown. And I'm pleased that Amendments 11 and 13 address the concerns which were raised in respect of Clause 119 to the satisfaction of the committee, as noted in its report, and I commend them to the House. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to Amendment number 3 and 12, which were tabled on behalf of the Health Committee. These amendments relate to Clause 5, which deals with adoption support services, and the new Article 14F of Clause 119. That deals with special guardianship support services. And as the Chair mentioned in his opening speech, these amendments will place a duty on authorities to provide adoption and special guardianship support services which have been assessed as needed. Clauses 5 and 119 as drafted provide a power for the Department to specify in regulations certain categories of people to whom the Trust must provide any support which has been assessed as needed. And as part of the implementation, the Department had intended to capture and monitor the nature and range of support needs. And that's for both adoption and special guardianship. And that will determine any categories of person for whom services assessed as needed actually must be provided. And the Department's reason for providing the power to specify the requirements and regulations was actually to give trusts some initial flexibility to decide in all cases. And that's whether to provide services assessed as needed, enable them to target valuable resources where they are most needed. And this is the principle in which most health and social care services are provided. However, I fully understand the motivation behind the committee's amendments, and I appreciate that there's a desire to include an unequivocal guarantee on the face of the bill, so that those most impacted by adoption and special guardianship can receive any services assessed as needed. So on reviewing these clauses following the committee's reports, I'm content to support the committee's amendments and Amendment number 3 and 12, subject to any inconsistency between the wording of the committee's Amendment 12 and Amendment 11, which was tabled in my name, needs to be addressed. The committee's Amendment 12 seeks to ensure that a person wishing to become a special guardian will receive any support services assessed as needed, whereas my Amendment number 11 seeks to extend entitlement to an assessment of support needs on request to a prospective special guardian. Although the wording of each amendment appears very similar, there is an important difference. A prospective special guardian is defined in my amendment as someone who is given notice of their intention to apply for an SGO, or in respect of whom a court has requested that an authority conduct an investigation and prepare a report. But by contrast, the term in the committee's amendment, a person wishing to become a special guardian, which is in Amendment 12, could be considerably broader in scope and risks ambiguity in terms of who is eligible for support. But I consider that it is important to ensure consistency between these two related provisions, given their obvious interdependency. And I would therefore intend, if Amendment 12 is agreed today, again to work with the Health Committee members to bring forward an amendment to address this issue at further consideration stage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks on the amendments relating to this adoption of special guardianship support services. I'm confident that the amendments brought forward today will result in the better life outcomes that children who leave care through adoption or a special guardianship arrangement so richly deserve. I'll now speak, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to amendments 4 to 10 in this group, which are tabled in my name. And I thank members for their contributions on what is a complex and sensitive issue. These amendments seek to amend Clause 102, which make provision about the disclosure of information about adoptions that have taken place prior to the commencement of the new arrangements in Clauses 55 to 64, and these are referred to in the bill as pre-commencement adoptions. Because adoption is not a one-off event. It's an evolving lifelong process for everybody that's involved, adopted adults and birth and adoptive relatives. What is clear is that access to information about adoption is a key issue for adopted adults and their adopted and birth relatives. And in relation to information, the bill distinguishes between adoptions which took place before the bill commenced and those which took place before that. That is necessary because we can't impose requirements in relation to how information is kept retrospectively. However, we can ensure that the process of seeking and providing information is as seamless and as supportive as possible and meets the needs of individuals. Different people will have different information needs and will want to work to their own timetables. So I also want to emphasise at the outset that the bill has been drafted in such a way that as far as possible all adopted adults should be able to access any information that is relevant to their birth and early life, subject to the impact on other parties being fully considered. That has been a fundamental consideration during the development of those parts of the bill which deal with access to adoption information, and it will remain so as regulations to be made under the bill are developed. Access to information was one of the key themes that actually emerged from the work of the Truth Recovery Design Panel, which was appointed to work with victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses in Northern Ireland. Departmental officials met on a number of occasions with the group of victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions to discuss, in particular, the provisions in the bill relating to disclosure of information. Many of the amendments in this group have come about as a result of points taken on board by my department during those valuable discussions. Amendment 4 and 5 would allow regulations to be made enabling an adopted person's birth parent to benefit from a broader range of intermediary services than is currently provided for under the bill. The amendment would allow for regulations enabling the birth parents of an adopted person to receive assistance in obtaining information from an adoption agency about the adoption, and that's in addition to assistance with contact as already provided for. So it's important to distinguish between these two types of intermediary assistance, because some birth parents may wish only to receive information about an adopted adult in the first instance and may not be ready to decide whether to seek to establish contact. The amendment will provide them with the option of receiving either type of assistance or both. Amendment 6 will enable the Department to include new provisions about the disclosure of information for pre-commencement adoptions and regulations made under Clause 102. That will allow all provision on the important and sensitive matter to be covered in one new set of regulations, rather than continuing to rely on the Adoption Agency Regulations Northern Ireland 1989, which are now more than 30 years old. It will also enable the Department, in consultation particularly with victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, to agree more acceptable wording than that which is currently contained in the 1989 regulations, as I'm aware that some have expressed concerns about it. Amendments 7, 8 and 10 make technical amendments to Clause 102, and they're required as a consequence of the insertion of the new subsection 2A by Amendment 6. Amendment 9 provides that an adopted person may not be charged a fee for the provision of any information disclosed to them or to which they have been given access. And in my view, it would be inappropriate to impose charges on adopted people seeking such information. And this will be put beyond doubt by putting it on the face of the bill. Amendment 47 amends Schedule 2, which provides for the disclosure of birth records by the Registrar General to persons adopted before the commencement of the new disclosure of information provisions in clauses 55 to 64. The Registrar General is required to advise any adopted person seeking access to their birth record that a counselling service is available to them. However, Schedule 2, Para 4 makes it compulsory for people adopted before the 18th of December 87 to attend a counselling interview before the Registrar General can provide the information. Compulsory counselling is currently a legal requirement under Article 54(7) of the Adoption Northern Ireland Order 1987, and it is intended to help an adopted person to contextualise the likely circumstances at the time of their adoption placement, and that's to enable them to receive support with the disclosure of birth information, to obtain information about their origins, and to be offered intermediary services if they wish to try and trace birth family or are considering a reunion. I've listened to the views of victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, and they consider that all adopted adults should be treated in the same way, with the right to decide for themselves whether to avail of counselling. Taking account of those views, the views expressed by the Attorney General on this matter, and having consulted the Registrar General's office, I'm satisfied that on balance the requirement for compulsory counselling should be removed from Schedule 2, Amendment 47, but actually provides for that. The duty of the Registrar General to inform adoptive adults of the availability of counselling services will remain in place, and it will be for the adopted adult, regardless of when they were adopted, to decide whether to avail of counselling services, when to avail of counselling, and from whom. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm confident that this bill, the amendments to Clause 102, and the regulations that will be brought forward following royal assent will further strengthen support for adopted people seeking to obtain information about their family in early life, and in some cases to make contact with their birth family. Also, I know that there are many birth relatives, particularly birth mothers, who have little or no information that would enable them to trace a person from whom they have been separated by adoption. The intermediary services established under this bill will enable those family members, where possible, to obtain information and establish contact with an adopted person, where this is what both parties want to happen. And I thank the Health Committee again, and the stakeholders in particular, the victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions and their families, for their positive engagement on this important aspect of the bill. In regards to a few queries that were raised by other speakers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in regard to cost of support services, in calculating the cost to implement the bill, we have established that it will cost approximately £13.1 million to introduce the new framework for adoption and special guardianship support services over the first 3 years of implementation. And this level of funding demonstrates a commitment to not only assess, but also provide support services which are assessed as needed. In regards to compliance with data protection on public records legislation, I've written to the committee on the issue of compliance with data protection on public record legislation, and I can confirm that there are no compliance issues in connection with the bill. And indeed, the Information Commissioner's Office reviewed the Adoption and Children's Bill and the accompanying data protection impact assessment prior to the bill's introduction to the Assembly. At that time, the ICO noted the safeguards which have been built into the bill, and that included the powers to make regulations which relate to the retention, the processing or the disclosure of information. No issues were raised by the Information Commissioner's Office in relation to any provisions in the bill, and that includes Clause 102, which provides powers to enable the Department to make regulations in connection with pre-commencement adoptions. The ICO also advised the Department that they should be consulted during the development of these regulations, given that these will deal with the specifics of processing, and the Department has given a commitment to do so during the development of any regulations relating to the processing of that information. Mr. Speaker, in regards to Ms. Nicolan's closing comments, and as I spoke earlier, and not wanting to be ruled out of order again, I agreed that it is disappointing that the amendments tabled both by myself and Ms. Dillon were not selected for debate today. Amendments to ensure the preservation of records relating to women and children in mother and baby institutions. And I made it clear at the start of this debate, and I will accept the Speaker's determination as final, but I wholly agree that it's vital that all relevant records, including those held by statutory agencies concerning women and children in such institutions, are protected, as they will be highly relevant to any future investigation or public inquiry in these institutions. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will work with everyone across this House to see what we can do in bringing forward that necessary legislation, because if it's not possible to pass the necessary legislation within the tight timeframes between now and the dissolution of this Assembly, it will be for the incoming Health Minister in the next mandate to decide how best to give effect to the recommendations of the Truth Recovery Design Panel, and due consideration has been given to the amendments to my proposed new clauses and those tabled by Ms. Dillon and her colleagues. And I'd be pleased to commend these amendments to the House.
You're finished now, Minister, yes? That's your contribution.
So moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Agus nish éram sir Caigerlach and Question Slantje, Colm Gildenew, Lina Creek. Now I call Colm Gildenew, Chair of the Health Committee, to Wayne.
Gormy Agad, last can call you. And I would like to thank members just for their points raised during this course of the debate. First of all, just to acknowledge the Deputy Chair of the Committee, Pam Cameron, referred to the amendments, that they were broadly supportive of those amendments and outlined her reasons for doing so. And I would like to take this opportunity just to thank the Deputy Chair in terms of her work on this bill, and indeed on other important pieces of legislation, and indeed committee members in how they approached all of this in order to ensure that I think we were effective as a committee, worked effectively with the department, and were able to bring, most importantly of all, those people who have lived experience and will be impacted as a result of this legislation right into the heart of the debate, and more importantly again, right into the heart of the amendments, and brought forward actual practical steps that will assist them going forward. We did then have a discussion from a number of members around the hugely important issue of records and access to records. It was raised by Colin McGrath as well, and we did, last can call you, hear harrowing evidence at times from some of those victims and survivors and families of the mother and baby institutions as to the impact of not being able to access the story of your own life, access your own information. find out who you are, the barriers that were put in their way, and the unknowns that were left out there for them to deal with and address going forward. And I think it is a very good example of committee, department and this Assembly working on issues of real importance to real people outside these walls. And I welcome the fact that there has been a range of issues discussed and aired in relation to that. That was also built upon by my colleague Carolyn Killen, who also acknowledged the fact that there has been a delay in this legislation going back very, very many years. And I think that underlines the importance of this Assembly at this time moving forward with this legislation. She also addressed the issue of the mother and baby homes records, coming from a point of great experience as a previous keeper of the records. And I think her input on that, in that sense, was very valuable to the committee and to those survivors of those homes. I would like to welcome the Minister's reference to how those issues might be addressed going forward, and I can assure him that the committee will certainly work with him on that issue, because it's something that we have jointly been concerned about. The Minister then, in relation to his remarks, I think went right to the heart of the issue at the very outset of his remarks in relation to what this is all about. Despite all the complexity, all the volume, all the amendments, all the to's and fro's of this, it's about providing support and resources to people who may be looked after or be coming out of a looked after child status into adoption, that they can live a happy and fulfilling and a fulfilled life. And I agree with the Minister on that. He referenced the issue of special guardianship orders and the importance of some of the amendments that were made around that. He also acknowledged, in relation to Amendments 3 and 12, the purpose behind those from the committee and the motivation for them, and I welcome the fact that he agreed to support those. The Minister also touched upon issues around the access to information and acknowledged the concerns from his own experience and from his own perspective, and again has committed to looking at how those can be dealt with. The Minister also outlined the purpose of a lot of the other amendments and acknowledged some of the work of the committee in that regard, including on the data protection issues, which the Minister has addressed and has assured the House of today. And I just do want to thank the Minister for that and flag it up as what I believe a good example of people working together for the benefit of our community and our people. I also will acknowledge that the Minister, in relation to the wording around Amendment 12, Minister, I think we will certainly be willing to take a look at that if there's tidy-up required there. I think that's a practical thing that we will certainly do. So I just want to conclude by thanking the Minister and his officials in relation to demonstrating effective working with the committee and in relation to a set of amendments within this grouping which have either come from committee or come from the department, but which we have all agreed and which I today support across the board. Cora May Audit.
Okay, members, then we move to Amendment 3 as proposed. That's to Clause 5, page 5, line 14, to leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended stand part. The question is that Clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 14 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 6 to 14. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. And if there are no objections to that, the question is that clauses 6 to 14 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 15 to 64 stand part. Likewise, no amendments have been tabled to clauses 15 to 64. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 15 to 64 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 65 to 75 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 65 to 75. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 65 to 75 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 76 to 81 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 76 to 81. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 76 to 81 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 82 to 95 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 82 to 95. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 82 to 95 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 96 to 101 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 96 to 101. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 96 to 101 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 4.
Moved.
Moved. Okay, thank you. The amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 20, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Health, or Minister for Health, to formally move Amendment 5.
Moved.
Moved. Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 6.
Moved.
Okay. Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 24, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Amendment 7 has already been debated. I therefore call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 34, leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 37, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 9. Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 9.
Moved.
Okay. Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 38, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 10.
Moved.
Okay. Amendment proposed to clause 102, page 60, line 40, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Clause 102 as amended stand part. The question is that clause 102 as amendment stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 103 to 115 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 103 to 115. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 103 to 115 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 116 to 118 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 116 to 118. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 116 to 118 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 119, page 71, line 19. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated. I call on the Chair of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew, to formally move Amendment 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 119, page 71, line 39. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 13 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 13, please.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 119, page 72, line 12. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 119 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 120 and 121 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 120 or 121. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 120 and 121 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now come to the third group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 14, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 15 to 21 and opposition to Clause 143 stand part. Agus néis iarm ser chaicherlach an coiste slantje, Colm Gildernew, le lasú iver caharjeg a chorchontasi, agus na lasi ella a chor in the lay. I now call the Chair of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew, to move Amendment 14 and to address the other amendments in the group. Okay.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the committee once again on the committee amendments 14 and 15. I will also provide information on the committee's consideration of the departmental amendments in this grouping. The committee amendments 14 and 15 relate to clause 122 of the bill, which amends the Children Order 1995 by establishing that the duty to safeguard and promote the welfare of a child looked after by an authority includes a duty to promote the child's educational achievement. Further, it places a duty on authorities to ensure, so far as is practicable or consistent with the child's welfare, that in determining the most appropriate placement for a child, such a placement does not disrupt the child's education or training. In evidence, this provision was broadly welcomed, but some concerns were raised over whether the use of the term promote is sufficiently strong, with some using terms such as woolly and weak to describe the term promote. Some stakeholders advocated a cross-departmental approach to include the Education Authority. The Fostering Network raised concerns that the clause may exclude those currently not in education, employment or training. The Commissioner for Children and Young People agreed that the proposed wording was not sufficiently strong. The Voice of Young People in Care, or VOIPIC, expressed the view that the duty should extend to resourcing greater participation in education and extracurricular opportunities, bearing in mind that some children in care are unable to access the same range of opportunities such as school trips, involvement in sports teams, participation in the arts and music as their peers may be able to do. The Committee welcomes this clause and sees it as an important way to highlight the issue and recognise that further work needs to be undertaken to support children and young people who are or have been in care, in education and training. The Committee agreed with those who gave evidence that the term promote may not be as clear as in what it actually means. We felt that by including the words facilitate and support alongside promote, this would provide a better understanding of what the intention of the clause should be. The Committee also felt that the term educational achievement may feel unattainable for some young children and young people and place an unnecessary focus on academic achievement solely. The Committee therefore agreed an amendment that would underline that the purpose of this clause is not solely on academic achievement, but on achievement and development in relation to both education and training. In relation to the definition of harm, members, then, the Minister's Amendment 19 and 20 in relation to the definition of harm, this is an issue that the Committee flagged up early to the Department to indicate that we had some concerns with the scope of the definition. And I would like to thank the Minister for taking the Committee's and the stakeholders' concerns on board and producing revisions to the definition of harm. Clause 133 amends the definition of harm in the Children Order 1995 to include a child seeing or hearing the ill treatment of another person. As a result, courts, police and trusts will be required to consider the effect on a child of witnessing domestic abuse when making critical decisions about their protection, care or upbringing. In both written and oral evidence, there was widespread calls from stakeholders to broaden this definition of harm, to recognise that children do not need to directly witness harm by sight or sound to be adversely affected. Key children's protection charities such as the NSPCC and Bernardo's recommended that the definition of harm be amended to reflect that a child can be severely adversely impacted by domestic abuse in the home, even if they do not see or hear that abuse taking place. The Commissioner for Children and Young People agreed that the provision should not include a condition that requires a child to have witnessed or to have heard incidents of abuse. The Committee recognises that even though a child may not witness or be present, or at certain ages even be aware of domestic abuse in the home has a significant impact on the children who live in that home. The Committee therefore believe that the definition of harm should be as wide as possible, and therefore we welcome the Minister's amendment to widen that definition. The Minister advised the Committee that the Children's Commissioner was content with the revised definition also. In relation to independent services, Lascian Corlia and Amendment 18, a number of stakeholders suggested that Clause 132 of the Bill should be amended to more clearly reflect that advocacy services will be independent of trusts. The Committee is therefore supportive of this amendment, which provides clarity on the issue that those services should indeed be independent of the trusts. Moving on to the issue of reporting as far as the Children Order is concerned, I'll now make some comments on Amendment 21 in the Minister's name, which amends Clause 143 of the Bill. So, Lascian Corlia, Clause 143 of the Bill removes the statutory duty on the Department to produce, on an annual basis, a report on the operation of the Children Order 1995. In evidence, the Department outlined that it believes that the annual report was no longer needed, as it had been superseded by other reports. However, many of the organisations that provided evidence to the Committee strongly opposed this move to end the duty to lay that annual report. The Committee agreed with the views of stakeholders and that a report on the operation of the Children Order 1985 could be an important tool in identifying and addressing issues for looked after children. And again, I'll just repeat the fact that these children are some of the most vulnerable children in our entire system, and that was the principle on which we addressed this particular issue. We therefore agreed to oppose that Clause 143 stand part of the Bill. However, at last week's meeting, the committee considered the Minister's further amendment, which would provide that a 3-yearly report would be laid before the Assembly. The committee welcomes this amendment from the Minister, and we are content to support the Minister's amendment, and therefore we will not be opposing clause 143. The committee is content to support the rest of the amendments in the Minister's name.
Just for clarity, are you moving Amendment 14? Yes, Chair. Okay, Gormagat. I now call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I outline our party position in relation to the amendments within this group, I wish to make some general observations pertaining to the bill. Whilst obviously we are, through the Assembly legislative process, striving to amend this bill to make it more robust and better law, it is important to stress that much of the provision in this bill relates to enabling powers. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, the outworking of this legislation will require substantive future scrutiny of regulations drafted on this basis. This will be critical to monitoring the impact of legislation and whether what we have before us today, as will be amended, delivers on that overriding purpose and intention of the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the Minister's comments later, it would be useful to have an indication from the Minister around whether he intends to reflect the concerns put forward by the Examiner of Statutory Rules at further consideration stage in relation to the current standing of scrutiny for certain delegated powers provided in the bill. I hope such clarity can be provided as the Minister addresses the House shortly. One issue not addressed in the bill is also around support for women and girls facing unexpected pregnancy, and we would like the Minister to explain how this bill can help address that particular need to help those who are pregnant to make better and fully informed decisions regarding adoption at an earlier stage. Turning to the amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 14 and 15 would extend the proposed trust duty to promote educational achievement of a looked-after child to facilitating and supporting such support. It would also expand the duty to promote educational achievement to development. It would be key to demonstrate what is meant by achievement and development, and there may well be a danger in providing a wider instruction to trusts, and this may well open the door to ambiguity and confusion amongst health professionals, and such an outcome ought to be avoided. But of course, should there be confusion, there will be opportunity to tidy up at further consideration stage, as the Minister has already indicated in terms of other elements of this bill that he may well want to do. Amendment 17 makes future regulations setting out procedures for reviews or representations of looked after children to be subject draft affirmative procedure. This is a welcome addition, and we need to ensure that there are sufficient safeguards in the system to give a substantive voice to young people and their advocates during their care. Amendment 18 directs that advocacy services are to be independent of trusts. This is an important check and balance and will enhance confidence. Amendments 19 and 20 brings the definition of harm outlined in the bill into line with the domestic abuse legislation and ensures abusive behaviour is not dependent on whether a child saw, heard or was present during ill treatment. This enhances the current definition and will benefit those looked after children who are adversely impacted by being in a domestic or home settings where domestic abuse or coercive control is present. Amendment 21 would provide for a report on the children order to be laid every 3 years. This may go some way to allaying the concern of the sector regarding that lack of accountability. Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of clause 143, Amendment 21 is welcome. The committee and I oppose the removal of the annual reporting requirement on operation of children's order, and so the Department's revised position of a 3-year reporting interval is very much welcome. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I believe today's debate has been very productive, and I think what is striking is the large degree of unanimity across the House on the bill and the amendments before us. This bill, when passed, will deliver a positive impact on all those involved in the adoption process and indeed make the framework more legislatively robust. So thank you, Mr Speaker, and final thanks to the Chair of the Committee, to the Minister, to the rest of the committee staff, for all the hard work that has been done to date in what has been relatively difficult period, I have to say, over the last couple of years, dealing with the COVID regulations and the numerous bills going through. It's quite hard jumping back and forward in terms of topics and bills and subjects. So we thank everyone for the hard work that has been put into this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Colin McGrath on Cancha. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in speaking to the final group of amendments today, I would like to recap that in my contributions thus far. I have spoken of the need to see an adoption system that is transparent and efficient and that meets the diverse needs of our children and young people. In speaking to this third group of amendments, I'd like to focus on the importance of our children and young people's education and their learning environment. Clause 122 within the bill is incredibly important because it did cause considerable conversation within our committee. It is concerned with the duty of authorities to promote educational achievement and prevent disruption to education and to training. This is the focus for Amendments 14 and 15. In discussing this clause, we felt that it was important to expand upon the duty which we are charged with to ensure that children and young people, particularly those who have been adopted, that they have the best chance in life. And for this reason, we felt that it was prudent to change the language from the duty of authorities to promote educational achievement to the duty of authorities to facilitate and support. The adoption process, after all, is not simply a linear one in which a child is adopted and then that's it, they're not the concern anymore. Adoption is a complex system with many twists and turns, and it has to be that we're dealing with children who have come from potentially very disjointed and fragmented backgrounds. These are children with real and complex needs, and therefore if we want them to have the best chance in life and the best possible educational outcomes, then we have a responsibility to not only ensure that their educational journey is not just supported, but that it is facilitated insofar as is possible. I didn't get to the point of making and laying an amendment about the introduction of some financial assistance for children that have been adopted in terms of their educational journey. I think that it may actually sit more with the Department of Education than the Department of Health. But I think it is key to note that in the evidence that we received, we were told that children that have gone through an adopted process are much less likely to succeed and achieve in their educational journey than those of their peers. And I do think that it's incumbent upon government in some shape or form to try and provide that help and support to assist children of that background so that they get an even playing field to being able them to achieve, to close that gap and make sure that children that come from an adoptive background are getting as many educational qualifications and skills development as is possible to aid them as they move forward in their life. And as I say, we need to acknowledge that a child's educational journey is also complex and not simply a linear one from primary school, post-primary onwards. Many children take a different path and will join regional colleges or other training programmes when they get to post-primary age. Many will seek to expand their skill set and to take up maybe a trade. And these are outcomes that we should definitely want to encourage as well. It also shows the often cross-cutting nature of such legislation, that various departments have a duty to ensure that we seek to retain these young people as much as possible and that we don't lose them to foreign shores, as has been the case. And for that case, the committee, we debated and we felt that it was necessary for the language in the clause to be amended from promoting a child's simply educational achievement to the child's achievement and development in relation to education or training, so that that element of training outside of the educational sphere, the formal educational sphere, could be included and promoted as well. We also see the cross-cutting nature of the bill in relation to clause 133, which, while are only 3 lines, they have a major significance. This clause pertains to the definition of harm, and I particularly welcome Amendments 19 and 20, which were submitted by the Minister, which reflect and learn from the recent Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill and detail that a child does not necessarily have to be present to be affected by harmful behaviour. This is so important and again shows us the complex nature of the adoption system, and having worked within youth services, I can definitely vouch that young people, they soak and absorb much more than what they simply see from the home environment. They soak up and they absorb what is an atmosphere and may not be directly witnessing behaviour, but they definitely are still exposed to it, and they carry the hurt and they carry the harm that there is from witnessing that or from absorbing that, and that is carried into their lives. And I welcome the fact that many of the amendments in the bill actually speak to that and will try to mitigate and help from that. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the adoptive system is by its very definition a complex process. However, if we can remove as many of the unnecessary and bureaucratic obstacles as possible to the process, then this will only help those children needing a forever home. The adoption system deals with children and young people who have very diverse backgrounds and often carry great trauma with them. By placing our children and young people at the heart of our adoption system and giving them a sense of control and part of the decision-making process, then we empower them and give them the help to get a firm footing in life. And finally, with this firm footing, we walk with these children and young people and their new families as they commence an educational and training journey that will be of benefit to them for the rest of their lives. And whilst their start in life may not have been simple or straightforward, and may at times have been traumatic and painful, we can ensure that they have a brighter future in which they are loved, they are supported, and know that they have a valuable contribution to make in creating a more positive, inclusive and progressive society for future generations. Mr Deputy Speaker, for these reasons, the SDLP support the amendments within Group 3 as the bill progresses. Thank you.
And I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just before I start, I would like to, it's the first time I've spoken in this debate, I would like to pass on my best wishes to the Health Minister with a speedy recovery. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a very complex piece of legislation, and as a committee we've done our best to ensure that it will now pass with the welfare of the child now truly paramount in the adoption process. And I would echo thanks to the Chair of the committee for summarising the work that we did at the committee, and also concur with his thanks to the Health Committee staff who worked so hard to provide support to us during the consideration stage. But let us be clear that despite many people's best efforts, this is not currently the case, because our adoption law is hopelessly outdated, designed for a different time when adoption itself was quite distinct from what it is now, and it bears re-emphasising that the Adopting the Future strategy was published 11 years after the Children's Order, and it is frustrating that it is now 16 years on from that. This is the vital work that we are elected to do. That is why I think it is essential that we now move swiftly. I do have some reservations with the bill as it stands at this stage. I have to say I remain unclear why we do not have a single adoption service for an area as small as Northern Ireland. I sincerely hope that we have a long-term budget for adoption support services. I do wonder why we should not have more guidance on fees within Section 11 of the bill rather than leaving them to regs. And I hope we are doing enough in terms of regulation and inspection to ensure that welfare, privacy and quality of life are truly paramount. So turning to the committee amendments, as a committee we did have a wide-ranging discussion around the issue of educational achievement and whether that was broad enough. We felt this needed strengthened, and this is reflected in Amendments 14 and 15, which go further than promoting educational achievement in Section 122, Paragraph 1. Here we have broadened this to promoting, facilitating and supporting achievement and development across education and training, and I strongly believe this is helpful and indeed a vital clarification, and I hope it will have universal support today in the Chamber. Amendment 20, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish in particular to draw attention to this amendment, which in my view is important and takes us a little beyond even the improvements of the original bill. Essentially, this means that harm is not just extended to include seeing or hearing ill treatment, but also to being in any way affected by it. And this reflects modern good practice and common sense. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do not intend to repeat my broader comments that I raised in the Chamber at second stage. However, I will touch on where we got with the 3 points I raised then. Firstly, I think Amendment 20 does dovetail more effectively with the Domestic Abuse Bill, particularly concerning children affected by domestic abuse, even where absent. And I am hopeful that a way forward could be found in that regard, and I believe we have found it. Secondly, I remain worried that where a child was conceived as a result of rape, the perpetrator would still be able to apply for access. I recognise why this cannot be dealt with by this bill, but it remains a significant concern, as the application alone could cause considerable distress to the victim, something which is intolerable, and we do need to address this. Thirdly, I still think we would benefit from stronger legislation to protect children from abuse in general. I recognise that this was not within the scope of the bill, but it is clearly linked, and this is something that we do need to urgently look at in the next mandate. As others, I should add that I remain concerned that we have not been able to secure an amendment in the previous grouping that would secure mother and baby institutional records, despite the small step made in that direction by Amendment 47. I would have hoped that an amendment either to the main bill or to the Children's Order may have been able to achieve more in this regard. It is disappointing that no further progress has yet been made. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, this update to the law has taken so long, and a very human penalty has been paid for this. With adoptions taking nearly twice as long in practice than anywhere else in the UK, even though it is well known that time is of the essence as children in such a position, our response has been appallingly slow. However, this does give us a chance to get in the right direction now, and I trust these amendments move us further in that regard. So I would just like to place on record my thanks to the NSPCC, VOIPIC, Adoption NI, and the many others who got in contact with the committee. I am grateful for those who have gone through the system or are seeking to adopt through the system at present. Their experiences have been absolutely invaluable, and I strongly welcome the bill and support all the amendments. Thank you.
Sir Nicola Brogan, I now call Nicola Brogan.
Can I first of all just join the other members here this afternoon and wish the Minister and his family well and wish him a speedy recovery from COVID. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate today. The Adoption and Children's Bill is an important piece of legislation, and I want to commend all of those that have worked really hard to bring this to consideration stage. I also want to commend and thank the children and young people who have shared their experiences and views. They have provided vital insights to assist the progress of this bill. This is a substantial piece of legislation, and if it's passed, it will have a significant impact on the lives of children and families throughout the North. The bill aims to modernise the framework for adoption, as well as improve outcomes for children and families in need of support, children within the care system and those who have left it. The number of children and young people in care has grown steadily over the last decade. There are currently more than 3,500 young people in care here in the North, with a 45% increase in the number of children in need of care within the last decade, and with the numbers continuing to increase during the pandemic. So I'm sure all members here will agree that anything that we can do to improve the experience of and outcome for young people in need of care is of vital importance. In regards to this group of amendments, I will be supporting both the committee amendments and those brought forward by the Minister. Within my role as Sinn Féin spokesperson for children and young people, and in my capacity as a member of the Education Committee, I want to ensure that the needs of children and young people are prioritised throughout this legislation, and I suppose in this instance through their educational needs. Amendments 14 and 15 are about strengthening the duty to improve the educational outcome for children and young people in care. Amendment 14 adds a duty to facilitate and support to the bill's duty already to promote educational achievement, and Amendment 15 widens educational achievement to include development in relation to education and training as well. So I think it's really important that we do all that we can to support the education of our young people in care, and I thank the committee for bringing forward those particular amendments. We already know that young people in care often fare less well than their school-age peers. with just under 55% achieving 5A to C grades in their GCSEs, as compared to more than 85% of children in the wider population. There's also a much higher proportion of young people in care with special educational needs. So our children in care are amongst some of our most disadvantaged, and it's right that we pay extra attention to tackle that disadvantage. Amendment number 21 reinstates a duty to review and report at least once within every 3 years. Advocates for this bill have highlighted the virtue of it being child-centred and that the interests of children are paramount. But if we aren't obliged to review outcomes and report those findings in a transparent way, how can the interests of children be assured? Monitoring and scrutiny are fundamental to the provision of services to children and young people, so I will as well support Amendment 21. As I've said, Laskin-Corla, this is a substantial piece of legislation and has been long overdue. At its heart are the lives and futures of many vulnerable children and young people, and it's essential that we focus on their well-being. To that end, it's also important to ensure transparency and accountability within the system, so any problems can be quickly identified and addressed. With only a matter of weeks left within this Assembly mandate, it's critically important that this legislation gets through the process through the House. Garmiagad Laskin-Corla.
Very good. I now call Deborah Erskine.
I will keep my comments very brief, as an awful lot has been said in the chamber already today, and my colleague Pam Cameron has been dealing with each of the amendments. With amendments 14 and 15, it was clear from the evidence from foster and adoptive parents that they really wanted to ensure better educational outcomes for their children. And what spoke volumes to me within some of the evidence sessions that we had within the Health Committee was that adoptive families and fostering families felt that they were very much alone at times in fighting for educational best outcomes for their children and young people. And unfortunately, at times, it fell to a postcode lottery. It depended upon your trust, it depended upon your social worker that you had, and this should not be the case. There also seems to be a lack of awareness in terms of developmental trauma and the specific needs of a child or a young person who's went through the experience of being fostered or adopted. So to promote and support educational achievement and prevent any disruption of educational training is vitally important. No child or young person should be left behind, and especially if their start in life has been different to their peers. In terms of amendments 14 and 15, that would extend obviously the trust duty to promote educational achievement of a looked after child to facilitating and supporting such support. And this is welcome and I believe strengthens clause 122. It speaks to some of the concerns that were raised to us via our informal and formal sessions in the Health Committee. And I welcome the important check and balance in relation to Amendment 18, which will enhance confidence around the process as direct as that advocacy services are to be independent of trusts. And given the nature of this bill, it is welcome that Amendments 19 and 20 brings the definition of harm outlined in the bill into line with the domestic abuse legislation as already has been detailed today. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the amendments in Group 3, and I want to take the opportunity to thank the Health Committee staff, the Bill Clerk, the Minister and all those who provided evidence which helped formulate this important bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Minister of Health, Mr Robin Swan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will firstly speak to Amendments 14 and 15, which have been tabled by the Chair of the Committee and relate to Clause 122, which actually places a duty on authorities to promote the educational achievement of looked after children. Amendment 14 adds the words facilitate and support to the new paragraph 1A, which is being inserted into Article 26 of the Children Order. In its report, the committee states that inserting these words would provide a better understanding of the intention behind the clause. The key intention by way of clause 122 is to ensure that trusts give sufficient attention to how children are performing at school or in college in the same way that any good parent would do. So by requiring trusts to promote educational achievement, what we're doing is trying to close the attainment gap in education between looked after children and their peers. The gap which we tend to measure in terms of GCSE and A-level results is too wide and it needs to be closed. For example, in 2018, 54% of looked after children achieved 5 or more A star to C grades at GCSE, compared with 85% of the general school population. So while measurement tends to focus on GCSE and A-level results, what would be expected of trusts by way of a duty to promote educational achievement would be quite wide-ranging and would be spelled out very clearly in guidance in the exercise of that duty. Trusts would be expected to, for example, in relation to preschool-age children, secure access to a nursery or other high-quality early years provision that is appropriate to the child's age and meets their identified development needs, or ensure timely provision of a suitable education and placement, or again ensure sufficient information about a child's mental health, special educational needs or disability is available to their education setting so that appropriate support can be provided, or indeed to inform the school that the child is looked after so that the relevant common funding formula can be applied to enable the child to receive any additional support required, or as part of a care planning process ensure that an up-to-date, effective and high-quality personal education plan is in place that actually focuses on the educational outcomes but also covers out-of-school hours, learning activities and leisure interests, or indeed reports regularly on the attainment, progress and school attendance of looked after children through the Trust's reporting structures. Or even for young people aged 16 to 17 preparing to leave care, Trusts would also be expected to ensure that the PEP is maintained and builds on the young person's educational progress, that each pathway plan review scrutinises the steps being taken to help the child prepare for when they leave care, and that includes the young person's progress in education or training, and whether they are able to access all the services needed to prepare for training for their higher education or employment, and ensuring links are made with further education colleges and higher education institutions, and care leavers are supported to find establishments that actually understand and work to meet the needs of looked after children and care leavers. This is what is meant by promoting educational achievement. It is all about the provision of support and smoothing the path for looked after children to enable them to make the same or similar gains as their peers in education. So whilst adding the words facilitate and support is arguably unnecessary, on the basis that this is what is intended in policy terms, I don't intend to resist Amendment 14. But I turn now to Amendment 15, which also amends new paragraph 1A to replace the reference to educational achievement with achievement and development in relation to education or training. And again, whilst I fully understand the motivation behind this amendment, again, I don't consider that it's necessary and may actually be a duplication of other provisions already in the bill. When a child is in care and subject to a care order, a Health and Social Care Trust assumes parental responsibility for the child. So the new corporate parenting principles that will be included under clause 123 of the bill will actually apply. So a number of those principles are particularly relevant to the duty to promote educational achievement, and again that includes to promote high aspirations and seek to secure the best outcomes for children in care, and for them to be safe and for stability in their home lives, relationships and education and work, and again to prepare them for adulthood and independent living. Excuse me. With specific reference to the duty to promote achievement and development in relation to training in Amendment 11, members should note that clause 128 of the bill also includes provision specifically aimed at providing further advice and support to care leavers up to the age of 25 and further assistance to pursue education and training. So connected to this, clause 129 actually places a duty on trust to publish information about the services it offers to care leavers. That includes services related to education and training. And taking into account of the existing provision, I do not consider it necessary to amend clause 122 to include training as part of that duty which it creates. Amendment 15 also extends the duty on trusts to include, alongside achievement, the promotion of a child's development in relation to education and training. And I would not support this amendment for a number of reasons. While I fully accept that how a child performs in educational terms will be directly related to how they have developed emotionally, psychologically, socially, physically and mentally, I don't consider that it is what is reflected in Amendment 15. The amendment lacks clarity, meaning that the duty will lack clarity and will actually be open to interpretation by trusts to which it applies. Therefore, for the reasons cited, duplication with other provision in the bill and a lack of clarity, I cannot support Amendment 15, and I would urge members not to proceed to place a duty on trusts that they may not be able to fill. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to push for a division, because considering the unity of purpose that has been evident throughout not just today's debate, but the entire process to date, the Department of Education has suggested that it may be preferable for clause 122 actually to refer to the child's learning and development rather than the child's achievement and development in relation to education and training. So as proposed in Amendment 15, the child's progress is continually assessed within their educational setting using a wide range of evidence and observations. Such assessments are used to identify particular strengths and weaknesses that may need to be addressed. For looked after children, the personal education plan will be the key mechanism for tackling progress in learning and development terms and determining whether the child is developing in line with developmental milestones. So personal educational plans will be placed on a statutory basis by way of care planning regulations to be made under clause 134 of the bill. Apologies. If Amendment 15 is agreed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I may seek to table an amendment for further consideration stage, actually to adjust the wording to take account of advice from the Department of Education. In regards to contributions from a couple of other speakers, Ms Cameron referred to the adoption at an earlier stage. I would say there is provision in the bill which is intended to ensure that any woman making a decision in relation to adoption of their child is provided with advice, information and counselling services to help her with the decision. This may lead to earlier adoption or indeed may help a mother decide not to place her child for adoption, because it's important that mothers are given the time and space to make an informed decision. It is for this reason that it is not possible for a mother to give consent until the baby is at least 6 weeks old. Ms Bradshaw raised the query in regards to the bill and a single adoption agency. The bill contains a power that will enable the department to make regulations to enable some adoption functions or services to be undertaken or delivered on a regional basis, for example, and one trust may act on behalf of the entirety of the region. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to the first two amendments in this group standing in my name, Amendments 16 and 17. These amendments give effect to the recommendation of the Examiner of Statutory Rules that consideration should be given as to whether the required level of Assembly control should be altered from negative to affirmative resolution, and in relation to certain regulations to be made under the bill. I have already advised members during the debate on Group 1 amendments that I proposed amendments in relation to 4 of these, provided an overview of 3 of those amendments, being Amendments 16 and 17, which related to the final clause that I intend to amend. Clause 130 amends Articles 35D and 45 of the Children Order, and that includes provision which enables the Department by regulation to impose time limits for the making of representations, actually including complaints by looked after children and other specified individuals about the discharge of an authority's function under the Children's Order in relation to that child. So, subject to public consultation, it is anticipated that the regulations will provide that a complainant must make representations within 1 year of the grounds for such representations arising. It is also proposed that the regulations will allow an authority to consider representations made outside the time limit if justified, and it is still possible to consider such representations effectively and fairly. So, taking account of the possible concerns in moving to impose time limits on the making of representations, I'm content that the relevant regulations should be subject to affirmative resolution procedure to ensure full scrutiny by the Assembly. As the regulations will be made under the Children's Order, an amendment needs to be made to Article 183 of that order to provide that such regulations should be subject to affirmative resolution, and Amendments 16 and 17 provide for that. I'll now deal with Amendment 18, Clause 132, inserts new Article 45A in the Children's Order, and that places a duty in trust to make arrangements for the provision of advocacy services. Stakeholders raise concerns that as it stands, the clauses does not clearly reflect the advocacy services will be independent of trusts. So to address that, Amendment 18 will add the word independent to the heading of the new Article 45A, which is to be inserted into the Children's Order. I'm advised that if the amendment is agreed, the heading of Clause 132 can also be updated to include the word independent, so for consistency with the amended heading of Article 45A. So I consider that the wording of the clause itself should not be amended. Whilst the clause does not specify the services must be independent, paragraph 3 of the new Article 45A does contain regulation making powers that allows the Department to specify who may provide advocacy services. And it is intended that this will be used to ensure independence by specifying the services may not be provided by persons linked to the service that is subject to representations. So additionally, paragraph 4 provides a further regulation making power, requiring authorities to monitor the steps that they have taken with a view to ensuring that they comply with regulations made for the purposes of paragraph 3, and that is ensuring independence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make it clear that while this will ensure independence from the service that is subject of representations, this does not mean that a trust cannot provide advocacy services. It is intended that guidance issued under the bill in relation to advocacy services will stipulate that where it does, no person associated with the case under consideration, directly or in line management terms for which advocacy is being sought, can have any part to play in that case. I'll now deal with Amendments 19 and 20. Clause 133 as it stands amends the definition of harm in the Children's Order to include where a child sees or hears the ill treatment of another person. As a result, courts, police and authorities will be required to consider the effect on a child of witnessing domestic abuse when making certain critical decisions about his or her protection, care or upbringing. In response to representations made by a number of stakeholders and also by members during the second stage debate of the bill, I have tabled Amendment 19, and that's to extend the provision in Clause 133 so that harm includes cases where a child is adversely impacted by such abuse, even if they have not seen, heard or been present during it taking place. The amendment also brings the definition of harm in the Children's Order more in line with the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act 2021. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank committee members, the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, and the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commissioner for their advice and assistance in reaching an agreed definition. Amendment 20 provides for a consequential amendment arising as a result of the amendment to the definition of harm. To Article 12A of the Children's Order, This article places a duty on the court when considering whether to make a residence order or contact order in favour of a prohibited person, to consider whether the child has suffered or is at risk of suffering any harm through seeing or hearing ill treatment of another person by the prohibited person. So a person is a prohibited person if he is or the court considers that he should be prohibited by a non-molestation order from molesting another person. The purpose of making such amendment is to ensure that there is consistency of approach in the application of harm across all provision in the Children's Order. And the Minister of Finance has policy responsibility for Article 12A of the Children's Order and has indicated that he is content for such an amendment to be made. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this group, I would like to speak to Amendment 21, which replaces existing clause 143 with a new clause to amend Article 181 of the Children's Order. Clause 143 as it stands repeals Article 181 to remove the duty on my department to prepare an annual general report on the operation of the Children's Order. So by way of background, the first Children's Order was published by my department in 1999. It contains statistical information covering the period from the commencement of the Children's Order on the 4th of November 1996 until the 31st of March 1998. It also contained information on key developments up till April 1999, and the report provided information and statistics in relation to the courts, Nagala, family support services for children in need, child protection, children looked after by HSS trusts, education welfare service, and daycare services for children aged under 12. So due to competing work pressures, no further reports have been produced by the department. That being said, there are several other reporting mechanisms now in place which provide key statistical information on the operation of certain provisions of the Children's Order. That includes Nagala's annual report and statistics, the delegated statutory functions reports, and children's services statistical data. So taking into account those now well-established reporting mechanisms, it was considered that producing an annual additional report under Article 181 of the Children's Order would be a duplication of data which has already been provided in the other reports and of the effort to produce them. Therefore, in seeking to ensure efficient use of resource, particularly in the context of budgetary constraints, the decision was taken to repeal Article 181. The committee in its report records that those stakeholders who addressed this issue strongly opposed the complete removal of this duty, and some suggested that a 3-yearly report could instead be required. The committee has agreed with the views of stakeholders that the annual report could be an important tool in identifying and addressing issues for looked after children. Taking all of this into account, I have tabled Amendment 21, which offers an alternative to the repeal of Article 181. This amendment will replace Clause 143 with a new clause which amends Article 181 to require such a report to be prepared and laid at least once every 3 years, with the first report being prepared within 3 years of the debate on which the bill received royal assent. The production of such a report annually is a very resource-intensive exercise, and much of the information is already collected by other means. I consider that a triennial report would at least bring the added benefit of being able to demonstrate trends and patterns in relation to the care and protection of children and young people under the Children's Order. The committee had initially given notice of their intention to oppose the question that Clause 143 stand part of the bill. However, I understand that they have now indicated support for my amendment and agreed not to pursue their opposition to that clause. And I'm very grateful to members for their willingness to work together on this matter. I trust that Amendment 21 will enable us to reach an outcome which is acceptable to all. Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my comments on the fourth group of amendments. I commend Amendments 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21 to the House, and for the reasons outlined, I've noted Amendments 14 and 15. Thank you.
Anish Erim Sir Cahirlach and Costa Slantja on the Kursi Shaw Riechne. I now call the Chair of the Health Committee to Wayne.
Once again, last Concordia has been a very useful and I think a very positive discussion around a number of very important amendments. Starting off with the Deputy Chair of the Committee, Pam Cameron outlined the high degree of cooperation and agreement that there were around many of these issues, and the fact that had been reflected in the discussions and in the work that was carried out by the Department and the Committee in relation to this bill. Colin McGrath referenced the issue of promoting education achievement and underlined how complex the system is, but that it's not a linear support system, but that there needs to be the flexibility to provide whatever support is needed at any particular given time in order to give our children and young people the best chance that we can in life. And he finished by concluding that, flagging up that we do have a duty to ensure that their educational and training journey is supported throughout that part of their life. Paula had indicated that she was pleased to see the bill coming forward, that it put the welfare of the child as the paramount issue in all of our dealings, and that was an important thing. She also raised some issues that she has identified that may require further work and further improvement, and I think that is a reflection of the fact that the implementation and outworking of this bill will need to be kept under consideration in the future, and future work will be needed. Nicola Brogan then emphasised the needs of young children and provided a significant background in relation to the evidence that is out there for us all to see in relation to the additional challenges that these young people in particular face, particularly within education and training, and that there needs to be a system of transparency and accountability for them. The Minister then, in relation to his remarks, addressed the Amendments 14 and 15. The Committee's approach to these were that we seen the need to strengthen and underline the issue of promoting children throughout their training and education, and that we felt it was a useful strengthening of that to include the words facilitate and support, as promote seemed to some members sort of a nebulous word in a sense, and wouldn't really give the same impact as the additional wording. I do agree that there are, with the Minister, that there are a range of departments here who will have to play a part of the solution. I think that's a very important point, and I think it will be incumbent on all departments to provide that specific support. While there is a core duty on the Department of Health, I think there's lots of other departments that will have a role to play and should play that role to the fullest. In relation to Amendment 15 that came from the Committee, the Minister has stated that he understands the motivation, but feels that it is unnecessary and perhaps a duplication. I have to say that didn't come across strongly to me during our consideration of it. However, I would say that I would much rather see an important issue such as that being duplicated rather than overlooked. We didn't, I don't think, hear a lot of detail around how the amendment lacks clarity. What the Committee were seeking to do in relation to that amendment was simply to underline the fact that there's more to education at times than just educational achievement. One of the most interesting and exciting developments over recent years has been the opening up of access to apprenticeships and to other forms of training and education for a range of people, and we felt it was important that this bill would reflect those other avenues, and that there would be an onus on people to also provide support, and also indeed to reflect the fact that educational achievement is not the only achievement, while a hugely important one and one that we all should and must support. There are lots of ways of achieving results and progressing as a person alongside education, and those need to be included right in there at the heart of it. So, in relation to the Minister's comments, I have no doubt that the Committee will look at any further amendments to Article 15 in the same spirit that we have engaged on this bill throughout, and we will certainly take a look at that. I also want to welcome the Minister's amendments and to welcome his and his officials' positive engagement with the Committee around those series of amendments. I think 143 is a particular example. Clause 143 is a particularly good example, and Amendment 21 of where The committee reflected a concern genuinely coming from the sector and moved to address that, and the department and the minister then moved to see how that concern could be met. And I think that has been effectively done, and I recognise the minister's amendment on that, and actually I do see that there could be some merit indeed in a three-year cycle, and that you possibly get a broader look at what the impacts are. So that's something to be welcomed. I don't have an awful lot more to say, Lascian Corley, in relation to this, other than I do want to just double back on something that I said earlier, indeed has been said throughout the debate, and that's around the additional challenges and some of the vulnerabilities that young people and families who we are talking about today have. And I just want to reflect the fact that that's nothing to do with them, essentially. That's to do with barriers and challenges that we as a society put in front of them, or that have been put in front of them in previous times. And to me, this is all about how we address and try to remedy that situation. Because far from being people who are weaker, I have found through my work as a social worker, through my work as a community activist and as an MLA, that often they're actually some of the strongest people in our society. But they do have insurmountable barriers at times placed in front of them. And that's where this legislation, I believe, can make a fundamental difference, and make a difference at an earlier stage of a person or a family's or parents' lives. And I commend the Minister for bringing it forward, and the committee for working on it in light of that. So I hope that everyone who gave evidence today, and in particular those young people who we have referenced on multiple times, and we have referenced them multiple occasions because they've had multiple impacts on the bill, and I hope that they see and hear their voice being taken into this chamber today and being reflected in the work that has been done. I think this is a good day for those young people, for parents, adoptive parents, carers, and our community. I will just strike one note of caution that this is clearly not work that's completed. It's an important and a massive step forward, but it's by no means completed. There is significant complexity in relation to the implementation of it, and there will be ongoing work for the Assembly and for future health committees to oversee and scrutinise and improve how that's done, and review, as a result of the reporting, review how it's impacting on the ground. But having said all of that, I do hope that this decision today and this bill moving forward will reverberate positively out into our community, out to these young people, out to families, and indeed down through the next number of years and generations, to address what we already know and have identified as significant inequalities and disadvantages. And I'm hoping that we have played our part in that today. To conclude, I would just like to simply, once again, thank all of the committee for their diligence around this and their scrutiny, extensive scrutiny in this bill, and to thank the committee staff and the clerk of the committee for all the work that they have done in facilitating us in that. Thank the department and his officials for their engagement on it, and indeed, as mentioned earlier, the engagement team who were crucial in relation to this bill. I do want to indicate that we are supportive of all of these amendments, and we will be supporting those. And I just would like to wish the Minister well. Clearly, he has struggled, and I appreciate the fact that he has come here today to bring this important bill forward. But I hope you do get some rest, Minister, and are able to recover before your important role kicks in again. So, Gora Mayagav Lascian Corley.
Actually, now we have a bit of a marathon of votes and one thing and another here, so just bear with us as we work through all of this. Amendment 14, which has been proposed to clause 122, page 74, line 37, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 15, which has already been debated, I call the Chair of the Committee for Health, Mr Colin Gildenhue, to move formally Amendment 15.
Moved, Lascian Corley.
Good amendment. Amendment proposed to clause 122, page 74, line 37, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 122 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 123 to 129 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 123 to 129. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 123 to 129 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to move formally Amendment 16.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 130, page 83, line 23. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to move formally Amendment 17.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 130, page 84, line 26, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 130 is amended to stand part. The question is that Clause 130 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 131 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 131. The question is that Clause 131 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 18.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 132, page 85, line 4. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 132 as amendment stand part. The clause is that 132 as amended now stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 19, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 133, page 85, line 25. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 20, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 20.
Moved.
That's amendment proposed to clause 133, page 85, line 27, to insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 133 is amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 134 to 142 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 134 to 142. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 134 to 142 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 21, which has already been debated, I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 21.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to leave out clause 143 and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 143 as amended to stand part. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the Chair's opposition on behalf of the committee to clause 143, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that clause 143 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Well, the ayes have it. Amendment 22, already debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 22.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 144, page 89, line 10, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 23, which has already been debated, I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 23.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 144, page 89, line 36, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 144 as amended stand part. The question is that Clause 144 as amended now stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 24 already debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 24.
Moved.
That's amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 89, line 39. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 25 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 25.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 89, line 40, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 25 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 26 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 26.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 90, line 3, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 26 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health, to formally move Amendment 27.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 90, line 5, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 27 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 28.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 90, line 6, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 29 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 29.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 90, line 8, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 30 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 30.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 145, page 90, line 9, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 145 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 31 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 31.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 146, page 90, line 20, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 32, which has already been debated, I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 32. Amendment proposed to Clause 146, page 90, line 21, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 32 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 33, which has already been debated, I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 33.
Moved.
Sorry, excuse me. I missed one here. Clause 146 will reverse a wee bit. Clause 146 as amended to stand part. The question is that Clause 146 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll move then to Amendment 33, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 33.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 147, page 90, line 25, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 33 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 34 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 34.
Moved.
That's amendment proposed to clause 147, page 90, line 27, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 34 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 35 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 35.
Moved.
That's amendment proposed to clause 147, page 90, line 36, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 35 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 36.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 147, page 90, line 37, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is then that clause 147 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 37 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 37.
Moved.
That's the amendment proposed to clause 148, page 91, line 10, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 37 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 38 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 38.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 148, page 91, line 28, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 38 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 39 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 39.
Moved.
That's amendment proposed to clause 148, page 91, line 34, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 39 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 40, which has already been debated, I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 40.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 148, page 91, line 38, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is now that clause 148 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 41 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 41.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 149, page 92, line 19, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 41 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that clause 149 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 42 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 42.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 150, page 92, line 40, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 42 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is then that clause 150 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 151 to 154. I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 151 to 154 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 43.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 155, page 94, line 18. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 44 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 44.
Moved.
The amendment proposed to clause 155, page 94, line 20, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 44 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question now is that clause 155 as amended stands part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 156 or 157. I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question now is that clauses 156 and 157 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 45 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Health, Mr. Colin McGill, to formally move Amendment 45.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 157 to insert new clause review. The question is that Amendment 45 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 46 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 46.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 158, page 97, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 46 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 158 is amended. The question is that clause 158 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 159 and 160 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 159 or 160. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 159 and 160 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Schedule 1. The question is that Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 47 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 47.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 103, line 36, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 47 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that Schedule 2 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 48 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 48.
Moved.
That's the amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 107, line 32, and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 48 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 49 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 49.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 117, line 33, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 49 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 50 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 50.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 117, line 37, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 50 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 51 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 51.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 120, line 4, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 51 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 52 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 52.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 121, line 36. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 52 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that Schedule 3, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 53, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 53.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 133, line 29. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 53 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 54 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 54.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 133, line 31. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 54 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 55 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 55.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 133, line 34, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 55 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 56 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 56.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 133, line 38, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 56 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 57 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 57.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 133, line 41. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 57 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 58 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 59. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 58.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 135, line 29. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 58 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that Schedule 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 59 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 59.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 5, page 136, line 5, to insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 59 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. 52 has been made. Amendment 60 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 60.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 5, page 138, line 38, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 60 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Schedule 5 stand part. The question is that Schedule 5 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And the next question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the Adoption and Children Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. So if members just wish to take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Thank you.
Okay, members. The floor cave in on me. Okay, the next item of business, members, is a motion on the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bill of Rights. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bill of Rights, NIA 156/1722.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 2.5 hours for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 15 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 7 minutes. And I call the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee to open the debate on the motion. Ms Sheeran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to bring the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights to the Chamber, and my initial remarks are made in my capacity as Chair of the Committee. A Bill of Rights for the North has been discussed and debated for decades, committed to most memorably in the Good Friday Agreement of 1998. In January 2020, the basis on which we are all here, New Decade, New Approach, called for the establishment of an ad hoc Assembly Committee to consider the creation of a Bill of Rights. This commitment outlined that a Bill of Rights should be faithful to the stated intention of the Good Friday Agreement, in that it would contain rights supplementary to the European Convention rights that reflect the particular circumstances of the North and the principles of mutual respect for the identity and ethos of both communities and parity of esteem. A resolution of the Assembly in February 2020 established the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights and required it to submit a report to the Assembly by the 28th of February 2022. Today, Mr Speaker, I stand in this chamber to present that report. As a committee, we have had the privilege of hearing from a wide range of witnesses, those with expertise in human rights and constitutional law, including academics, senior judges, lawyers and representatives of the Human Rights Commission. We heard from negotiators to the Good Friday Agreement, trade unions, the voluntary and community sector, language groups, the women's sector, LGBTQ+ activists and the churches, amongst many others. We were keen to hear from as many people from across society as possible, particularly lesser-heard groups, as a Bill of Rights should be for everyone. We issued a survey which gathered over 2,300 responses and followed this up with a series of workshops broadly organised according to Section 75 groups. Indeed, Mr Speaker, one of the highlights for the committee has been listening to the views of people who live here and hearing about their experiences. We also held informal meetings with justices of the Supreme Courts of the UK and the 26 counties and met with TDs, Shanadori and MPs through the houses of the Oireachtas Committee on the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. These were engaging and beneficial discussions that we were grateful to have. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights, I would like to take this opportunity to put on the record our sincere thanks to all of those who contributed to the committee's evidence gathering, whether at formal or informal committee meetings, and to those individuals who took the time out of their day to respond to the committee's survey or attend one of our stakeholder events. I would also like to thank all of the organisations who supported the committee's call for evidence, particularly Disability Action, the Red Cross, Positive Futures, MenCap, Now Project, the Housing Executive and Women's Aid, among so many others. Members of the committee are so grateful to each of the schools that took the time to participate in our focus groups, facilitated by the Assembly's Education Service, and to the children and young people for providing their views in an academic year that had been interrupted so much due to COVID. I would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contributions and support of the Human Rights Commission and the witnesses who shared their expertise with us from across the globe, from Queen's here in Belfast to Trinity College Dublin, from London to Toronto and Cape Town. Each contribution was valued and considered by all members. We were very pleased with the high level of engagement we had throughout, helping to ensure that the views of all communities and minority groups were represented. Mr Speaker, I would also like to thank the Assembly's engagement, education and communication teams for coordinating and promoting the committee's call for evidence, as well as the Assembly's Research and Information Service for their papers. As specified in New Decade, New Approach, a panel of 5 experts was to be appointed jointly by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. Many of the committee's discussions and decisions were subject to prospective advice from this panel, and therefore it was a source of immense disappointment and frustration that the panel was not established, despite the many letters that we sent to the Executive Office seeking an update on the process. Turning now to the evidence we received, we heard that the human rights of many people in society here are not adequately protected, particularly in relation to disability, age, religion or belief and ethnic group. Our survey identified strong support for a Bill of Rights. 80% of respondents said that it was very important or just important, while 6% thought it was not important at all. This support was also evident throughout our stakeholder events. The committee heard about the potential benefits of a Bill of Rights, including that it can enhance human rights protections, act as a transitional justice measure, act as a safeguard to underpin legislation and policy, and help support political stability. A small proportion of witnesses and stakeholders raised concerns regarding the creation of a Bill of Rights, including those whose views on the matter are well recorded, Geoffrey Dudgeon and Lady Trimble. Some questioned whether it was needed in view of existing legislation, while others were concerned that it might remove decision-making abilities from the legislator. That said, Mr Speaker, in June last year, the committee agreed that it supported the creation of a Bill of Rights in principle, in light of the evidence received and the references in New Decade New Approach. This decision was, however, reached subject to the advice of the panel of experts, which was not made available, and the DUP, in their party position paper, reneged then on this decision. Mr Speaker, I come now to the particular circumstances of the North, as set out in the Good Friday Agreement. As a committee, we heard diverse opinions on this, with some calling for different interpretations. So many of those that we heard were concerned about the impact of Brexit on human rights here. There were particular concerns around the limits of the no diminution commitment and the reduced application of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. As a committee, we were in the end unable to formulate a view on what constitutes the particular circumstances of the North, or the impact of Brexit on these particular circumstances due to the absence of a panel of experts and the content of the DUP party position paper. The committee received a range of ideas around the approach that should be taken to a Bill of Rights, many of which are not mutually exclusive. For example, some advocated a tightly scoped Bill of Rights, others pointed to approaches in other jurisdictions. A number of witnesses, such as Professor Colin Harvey, suggested that a Bill of Rights could act as a framework with further legislation and policy underpinning it. Others questioned whether primary legislation should address human rights issues. Instead, a common theme for many was that a Bill of Rights should draw from international human rights instruments. Again, as a committee, we couldn't reach a decision on what approach to take to a Bill of Rights due to the absence of a panel of experts and the content of the DUP party position paper. Mr Speaker, Bills of Rights often combine law, symbolism and aspiration. Albie Sachs, former Justice of the Constitutional Court of South Africa, and Baroness Helena Kennedy QC told us about the important role of a preamble in setting a value system and a tonality for the Bill of Rights, using language that resonates with people. There was strong support amongst those we heard from for a Bill of Rights to set out an aspirational vision based on foundational values. The values that seemed to resonate most included human dignity, mutual respect, justice, respect for culture, identity, traditions and aspirations, and equality. Many people said that they wanted to move away from the traditional orange and green identities, and as a result thought that parity of esteem did not belong in a Bill of Rights for today, given that it refers to two communities and does not reflect an increasingly diverse society. The committee provisionally agreed, subject to the expert advice of the panel, that a Bill of Rights should contain a preamble with an interpretive effect, meaning that it would guide the interpretation of a Bill of Rights over time. However, this decision was invalidated by the absence of a panel of experts and the content of the DUP party position paper. Mr Speaker, as a committee, we spent a considerable amount of time considering what rights should be included within a Bill of Rights. We identified very strong support, as I've already alluded to, for civil and political rights, with 88% of respondents to our survey calling for their inclusion. Civil and political rights protect freedoms such as the right to liberty, the right to life and freedom of expression. Many called for the European Convention rights to be incorporated, with supplementary rights to include equality and anti-discrimination provisions. There was also huge support for economic, social and cultural rights, with 82% of survey respondents calling for their inclusion. These rights focus on protecting people's development and livelihoods, and there was particular support for healthcare, housing and education rights. The committee also heard some concerns expressed in relation to such rights, relating mainly to enforcement in government and budgetary constraints. 86% of respondents called for the inclusion of environmental rights. This was particularly strongly advocated by the children and young people we engaged with, who also advocated for the inclusion of children's rights, mirroring the provisions within the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child. The committee was ultimately unable to make a decision on which rights to include due to the absence of a panel of experts and the content of the DUP party position paper. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the enforcement of rights. We heard regularly, particularly from civic society representatives, that a Bill of Rights must include justiciable rights, that is, rights that are capable of being decided upon in a court of law. Others raised concerns about the adjudication of rights, including potential implications for the separation of powers. A common thread running through the evidence of the then Lord Chief Justice, Sir Declan Morgan, Sir John Gillan and others was that any Bill of Rights must be specific to ensure that rights are enforceable. We also received evidence from the Human Rights Consortium and Professor Christopher McCrudden about a range of options available in relation to enforcing economic and social rights. But again, the committee was unable to make a decision on the justiciability and enforcement of rights due to the absence of a panel of experts and the content of the DUP party position paper. A number of witnesses, including Dominic Grieve QC, suggested that the Assembly should legislate for its own Bill of Rights. And indeed, we also heard that the devolved legislators in Wales and Scotland have incorporated international human rights standards into their own domestic law. However, there was substantial support for a Bill of Rights to be taken forward at Westminster, as per the Good Friday Agreement. Mr. Speaker, the committee agreed in September last year that a Bill of Rights should be taken forward at Westminster. However, this was subject to the advice of a panel of experts that was never appointed and was subsequently negated by the content of the DUP party position paper. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the subject of a Bill of Rights has been discussed and debated by many people over the years, and I recognise that many will be disappointed that we were unable to present a draft Bill of Rights here today. It is some consolation for me as Chair of the Committee that we have contributed to the wider conversation about human rights and equality here, and I hope that our detailed and thorough consultation, research and report will help and assist future work and negotiations. I call upon this Assembly to approve the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights on behalf of the Committee. And I now wish to make some remarks in my capacity as Sinn Féin's equality spokesperson here in the Assembly. I know that I speak for my whole party when I say that I am deeply disappointed by the abject failure of our committee to produce a Bill of Rights that could be implemented here in the North. As I outlined previously, we have spoken to and engaged with hundreds of people from numerous walks of life in relation to this process, and I want to formally thank all of those who gave up their time to help us. I also want to place on record my thanks to the former Vice Chair Mike Nesbitt, who showed steady commitment throughout, and to Paula Bradshaw, who ably replaced him. I also want to thank those who joined us just temporarily, including my party colleague behind me, John O'Dowd. All of the 5 main parties came together 2 years ago and committed to this process. Sinn Féin's records on rights is clear and unequivocal, and I believe that we were in the majority and that we were acting in good faith here. To be honest, I perhaps naively believed that everyone was on the same page throughout. Ourselves, the SDLP, the Alliance Party and the UUP might have had some differences in what the final product would look like, but we all came together and did the work. Unfortunately, we were working with one hand tied behind our back, as the DUP blocked the establishment of the panel who were supposed to advise us, and then produced a position paper at the very last minute in which they stated that they don't believe a Bill of Rights is merited, and that any we would create should focus on principles, not rights. Whilst this is disappointing, it's hardly a surprise. It's consistent with all of the other things the DUP have blocked or tried to block that would bring real benefit to people's lives here. No, thank you. Implementing the FICT report findings, Act na Gaeilge, commissioning of abortion services, the protocol, a Sinn Féin First Minister perhaps. We are in a cost of living crisis. We've just been dragged out of the EU against the wishes of the majority. The British government are implementing legacy proposals that no party here are happy with. We know that people across the North are living in a rights deficit. Our Irish language speakers, migrant workers, our LGBTQ+ brothers and sisters, women, the list goes on. We know that a majority of people across the North want to see the delivery of this Bill of Rights. They told us so. We know that legislation for socio-economic rights would prioritise in government many of the issues that are to the forefront of all our constituents' minds: healthcare, housing, how to feed your children and heat your home comfortably at the same time. Never has it been more important for us to deliver rights. The DUP's blockage will only last for so long. Gormaigad Kinculla.
Gormaigad, thank you. And I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, And I rise, having been on the committee for a very short time, but yet wish to speak here on this today, because I believe, having read the report and engaged with the committee, that it was a useful conversation to have. Rights and the concept of rights is probably as old as man, and of course stems way back into ancient life, particularly the Romans. And it's important that there is a layer of rights, because sometimes democratic institutions fail. And it's important to have a superior set of law that, if needed, can be used in case a political party, even a democratic one, that may well have a private army behind it or a shadowy organisation organising and leading it, would have power and trap power for itself. That's why rights and the concept of rights and that superior level of law is important, because it takes the judgment out of the hands of the politicians at that point and puts it into judges. And in case we have experiences, even in the last century, where we had unspeakable wickedness conducted by the Nazi government. But everything the Nazi government did, they ensured that it was wrapped up in law, rules and regulations. Even the most wickedness, even the most wicked acts of the Nazi Party was lawful. So it was important that we had that superior level or source of law where they could be judged, condemned, and in a lot of cases, executed. That's why we need law. That's why we need that superior level of law of rights. So the principle of rights, the concept of rights, is an assured one. It's one we support. But there's a number of issues that were borne out even in the conversations in the committee. One is the differential between rights in this part of the United Kingdom that may well become different from other parts of the nation, and how that would affect the body corporate of the democratic principles and institutions of this place. And also then the expansionist model, if you like, or the approach, expansionist approach to rights. Rights are very important, but they should be at a high-level principle and should only need to be used if the democratic institutions fail to protect people. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, this has certainly been a lesson for me over the last 2 years, when I have seen this democratic institution fail on so many occasions, where we are having to retrospectively pass law, regulations that bring harmful impact to our people, remove the right of people to earn a living, remove the right of people to work, remove the right of people to have an education, proper education, remove the right for people to play sports and be active. I think this Assembly needs to take a good look at itself, and that's one of the reasons why we need a superior level of law, i.e. a level of rights that protects people when democratic institutions fail. But there is this balance, Mr. Speaker, whereby you have a democratic organisation which is fit and proper and working in the right way, and then you have our courts. These are two branches of government to protect people, because that's what government is all about. Yes, I will.
Would the member accept that provision of a Bill of Rights is in essence the creation of a written constitution? And a written constitution, as we've seen in the United States of America, invites differing interpretation. And we have a situation now in America which is a deeply polarised society, where the appointment of justices to the Supreme Court falls down along vicious partisan lines because they have a written constitution and they have two schools of thought as to how it should be interpreted.
The member makes a very good intervention, and I must say is added to this debate, and certainly my position. And he's right. He's right. Look at the Supreme Court in America. Look how politicised it is, and can anybody argue that that is the way that we should go? So I believe it's not. I believe that we have these levels of government, and they're finely balanced, We have the legislator, we have the courts, and we have the executive. That's basically where we need to be, and it's about the balance and about us being the guardians of democracy, making sure it doesn't fail our people or hurt our people. We can't say that over the last 2 years, but when you look at our judge-led system in our courts, and when you look at some of the people who contributed to this conversation over the last 2 years, it strikes me as being very clear. The judges don't want us to expand on this approach at all. We have had Sir Stephen Irwin, former Lord Justice of England and Wales, thought that there was little to be gained from a Bill of Rights while the ECHR applies. Rather, he thought that the desire to improve social conditions and hold governments to account should be fulfilled through the political system. I agree with Sir Stephen Irwin 100%. That's the fine balance that we need to bring in. And the thing is this, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about all sorts of rights. And there is this thing now coming in about positive rights. And Lord Sumption, of all people, talks about this, whereby people now demand a minimum standard of something, a minimum standard of this and that, a minimum standard of living, a minimum standard of health, and a minimum standard of education. And all of that is really good aspirational stuff. But it should not be at that superior level of rights, that superior level of law. It should be the democratic process that achieves that for our people. It's this legislator and the executive that should achieve that for our people, so that we have good standards of living, that we have good standards of health, and we have good standards of education. Because if you go and put those aspirations into the superior form and level of law, i.e. rights, well then you will have courts impose their will on the legislator here. And every single pound that we take off our people to put into a budget, which then we want to enact and spend in a certain way, will be contradicted and challenged in the courts. And then it will be the law judges that will reign supreme in a democratic system. And that takes away the balance of the democratic institutions that have been a strong pillar of this nation for decades and centuries. So let's not dabble in things. Let's have the conversation. Let's see where we can improve people's lives. But let's mark very clearly the difference between the executive, the legislator and the courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I call Mark Durgan.
John Hume once said that the basis of peace and stability in any society has to be the fullest respect of the human rights of all of its people. A Bill of Rights specific to Northern Ireland and its unique circumstances is the embodiment of that vision. Yet 24 years on from John's Nobel speech, this commitment made under our guiding document, whether people like it or not, the Good Friday Agreement, remains outstanding. The failure to deliver on this promise to safeguard the rights of all citizens in the North is unacceptable, particularly now in the context of post-Brexit society, where I would argue the protections it would afford are needed now more than ever. A rights-based framework, while not a panacea, makes for a solid foundation for peace building. The Bill of Rights, as others have said, has been talked about for a long time. I don't have such a long time to talk about it this afternoon, so I'm grateful that the Chair has done such a thorough job in terms of reporting on the committee's work. A Bill of Rights, or the lack of one, affects everyone. The SDLP has long advocated for and strongly supports a robust Bill of Rights, one that includes protections for socio-economic rights. The agreement mandated a Bill of Rights that would, among other things, reflect the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland. It's too often forgotten that disregard for socio-economic rights was at the heart of the conflict here. In our post-conflict society, this instrument is an integral tool towards peace and reconciliation. By placing duties on executive ministers and other public authorities, a Bill of Rights would sharpen the focus at the beginning of the decision-making process and offer redress when things go wrong, as they have a tendency to do. What's more, a Bill of Rights could prove transformative for areas like my own in the North West and other areas which have been routinely neglected when policies and legislation are designed. In short, it would help to guarantee the rights of everyone in the North and provide remedies where those rights are breached, whatever the current
Explain to this House how a Bill of Rights would impact on his people that the laws that we create in here wouldn't.
Thank the member for his intervention. I know Mr. Frew described us as the guardians of democracy, which I think is particularly, perverse, coming a week after they've collapsed the executive here. And I'd maybe put the question back to the member and ask him, can he give us robust examples of where the law here is protecting people's rights, because it goes nowhere far enough in far too many areas. It would help to guarantee the rights of everyone here and provide remedies where those rights are breached, whatever the current or future constitutional status or political arrangements in place. I'm acutely aware that we live in a constantly changing and growing society. In that vein, the two communities stipulation is no longer really applicable and must be widened to reflect all of our citizens. Disappointingly, despite the continued overwhelming public appetite for this ambitious instrument, this framework has failed to sprout wings, as it were, hampered by stalemate after stalemate and quite simply a lack of political will. The demand is evident from the extensive consultation process and expert advice as outlined by the Chair. People are eager to move this process along. NDNA opened the door once more to this process. Myself and other committee members, and we've gone through a few, approached the ad hoc committee with a renewed sense of vigour, ambition and hope, in the knowledge that protecting the inalienable rights of all was a key provision in the delivery of lasting peace. In the wake of Brexit and the subsequent loss of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, this vehicle for change became even more critical to help bridge the gap left behind. To touch briefly on some of the detail, the Committee determined that the three generations approach to rights was most appropriate. I acknowledge that during the consultation process, individuals highlighted the scope and limitation of the Bill of Rights, and it's important to note, however, that this framework was merely to be a springboard to further, more comprehensive legislation. It's clear that change is afoot, not just here, but globally, particularly in the context of climate change. As stated by David Kenny, very few common law bills of rights include environmental rights. This gap allows Northern Ireland to robustly address the climate crisis by embedding provisions within a Bill of Rights, presenting the opportunity to stand as global leaders on arguably the greatest challenge facing our society and generations to come. Another area of particular focus was equality rights, specifically the right to safety and protection from discrimination. From our engagement with children and young people, embedded safeguards for minority groups, including the LGBTQ+ community and ethnic minorities, were at the forefront of their asks. These are the protections we need to deliver to improve lives and make tangible change for the betterment of our society. The adoption of a Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland is in everyone's best interests, and the SDLP and others are keen to keep the momentum going despite the protestations of the DUP. I'm disappointed but not overly surprised by the DUP's blocking of this vital piece of work. It's sadly typical of the zero-sum approach that they seem to apply to so much. A win for one doesn't mean a loss for the other. That's certainly not the case where the Bill of Rights is concerned. Rather, this provision is good for everyone. I'm particularly bewildered by the DUP's rationale of not wanting to take a separate approach to human rights legislation than that of the UK, given their renowned cherry-picking on numerous rights issues. I'd like to pay tribute to everyone who contributed to the consultation process. It was extensive, it was deep and thorough, provided detailed research and expert advice, and it's actually a great source of shame that we're not going to be able to progress the Bill of Rights I'd like to thank them for their work. The failure to establish a panel of experts is hugely disappointing and will only serve to deny important human rights protections being enshrined in law. I do want to say, though, that this report will assist future delivery. Things are changing. This Bill of Rights will come, maybe not in this mandate, but maybe in the next. This provision was promised almost a quarter of a century ago, yet political self-interests have hampered and hindered its advancement at every turn. This is about putting people, not party, first, and delivering for our shared home place and its people. The narrow-mindedness of the few can't hinder the progress desired by the many and required by all.
Thank you. And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my party has approached the work of this ad hoc committee in a positive manner, and I wouldn't wish any remarks that I make here this evening to reflect any opposition to the principle of a Bill of Rights. And I welcome the fact that the Chairperson has been able to present a report here tonight to the House. But I have to point out, Mr. Speaker, that she omitted to mention some actions that she has taken recently in relation to the work of the committee, which I consider to be an abuse of position. Now, prior to a regular meeting of the committee on the 25th of November 2021, all parties were requested to submit a position paper for inclusion in the report to be brought to the Assembly. That's the report we're hearing today. No indication was highlighted on the agenda of that meeting that the Chair would single out a paper from one particular party for a political critique. Now, I'm not going to defend that party. They're in the chamber here and they can defend themselves. And it wouldn't have mattered to me, Mr. Speaker, whose paper was drawn out for political critique. I would still be making the same remarks. So I want to make that very clear. Also, at that meeting, there also seemed to be Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At that meeting as well, there seemed to be an awful lot of inside knowledge of what was happening at the Executive and who had blocked what. And I can only speculate as to where that information came from. But at that meeting on the 25th of November, it was a short meeting, lasted maybe 10 minutes, and the Chair put forward a proposal on the floor, which was seconded, to suspend the meeting pending the appointment by the TEO of a panel of experts. That rather threw me, Mr. Speaker, because the committee has been working for the last, year and a half, 2 years, without a panel of experts. And I couldn't understand why, at such a critical stage, when we were coming to the end game of producing a report, why it was thought appropriate to suspend the work of the committee. And at that meeting, an agenda item was the date of the next meeting, so we didn't even get to that point. So I certainly left the meeting disappointed that the work of that committee was at a standstill, because I couldn't see a panel of experts suddenly, magically appearing between then and when the report had to be presented at the end of this month. And a couple of days later, correspondence was received from the Law Society, and they expressed grave disappointment at the indefinite suspension of the work of the committee. So a learned body like the Law Society certainly seemed to make the same interpretation that I did, that the work of the committee was suspended indefinitely. So end of December, we got an email out from the clerk telling us that there was going to be a meeting of the committee convened on the 13th of January. It actually took place. It was cancelled for a week. It was held on the 20th of January. And I couldn't understand why, in the interim period, that there hadn't been a panel of experts appointed. Why the sudden change by the chair that had previously suspended it pending the appointment, but suddenly we were going to have a meeting without the appointment of a panel of experts. Now, the minutes of that meeting read, the committee agreed to suspend the meeting until a panel of experts were appointed. Well, I didn't agree to it, Mr. Speaker. And my view was no vote taken at that meeting to support that minute. Now, they say the camera doesn't lie, Mr. Speaker, but there are people in this Assembly chamber who maybe feel that the camera can lie, because they have insisted that there was a vote taken. I've watched the video over many times. I can't see any vote been taken. But I raised a number of issues around that meeting of the 25th. And when the minutes come out of the meeting of the 20th of January, where I raised those matters, not one word of my concerns were contained in those minutes. And when I objected to that, my suggestions that those things be put into the minutes had to be subject to an electronic vote of the committee. I withdrew at that point from the work, not from the committee, didn't resign from the committee, but retired from the work of it, because of what I felt was going wrong. I arrived on the 25th of November. I was at that meeting in good faith, prepared to advance the report at a time when committee time was at a premium, but yet the opportunity to hold a meeting that day wasn't taken. It was suspended, but yet 4 weeks later we're called back without that condition being met of a panel of experts being appointed. So I am extremely disappointed with that, but I think also, Mr. Speaker, that the chair of the committee does need to reflect on her actions, particularly at that meeting of the 25th of November. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for that contribution, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to discuss the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights on behalf of the Alliance Party. My Alliance colleague Paula Bradshaw MLA was the party's representative on the committee and will be responding later as Deputy Chair when she winds on this motion. Alliance is supportive of a strong standalone Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland, and with the review into Human Rights Act in Westminster, we feel this more than ever. We welcome the inclusion of a commitment to establishing the Ad Hoc Committee in the New Decade New Approach document to move the process forward. We believe this would have been an opportunity to create a Bill of Rights that everyone could support, and that it would be sufficiently durable to take account of the changing circumstances in an evolving and diversifying Northern Ireland, which would, at last, move us on from the out-of-date premise of two separate communities. Alliance want a Bill of Rights that is consistent with European and international human rights standards and capable of guiding legislative and policy development now and into the future. However, as it currently stands, we have no Bill of Rights and instead have a committee report that highlights the inability still for parties to recognise and support the rights of people living here. The Ad Hoc Committee was due to be supported by an expert panel appointed by FM and DFM, but the recruitment for that panel has not taken place. The failure to appoint an expert panel is disappointing, especially when contributors felt that the human rights of many individuals and groups in Northern Ireland are not sufficiently protected, that disability, age, religion or belief, cultural background and ethnic group were among the areas where stakeholders thought additional human rights protections were needed. Indeed, a majority of respondents, 61% to the committee's survey, and most of the young people who participated in focus groups disagreed with the premise everyone in Northern Ireland is treated equally. With over 80% of consultees confirming a Bill of Rights is important, it is extremely concerning that the block to progress is the lack of an expert panel and a DUP submission that I feel undermined the process. Although there was consensus on the 23rd of September 21 that a Bill of Rights should be enacted at Westminster in line with the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement, no decision could be taken while there was no expert panel. Mr Speaker, as provided in the committee report, I will confirm why Alliance supports a Bill of Rights. Alliance believes that ascribing special rights to two communities clearly results in direct and indirect discrimination against those who do not define as either. More broadly, speaking of solely two communities entrenches division when the purpose of a process like this is to produce a Bill of Rights with the potential to unite all sections of society behind it. While the right to associate together to exercise our rights is a freedom we enjoy and which should be protected, there's also a right not to do so without any resultant diminution of rights. By placing the emphasis on group rights and on rights for very specific groups in the manner which the 1998 and 2006 agreements did, we are often entrenching inequality, and given the intersectional nature of rights, this has the potential to cause disadvantage to groups we should wish to protect. I'll give an example of where such diminution of rights occurs. There are currently 2 openly LGBTQ+ people in the Assembly. As a result of group rights known as parallel consent, their votes count for less than others in respect of legislation and some motions. The consequence is a form of indirect discrimination against gay people in the Assembly and thus in society amongst the electorate, albeit unintended. Similarly, under 50-50 recruitment, the groupings of Catholic and Protestant or other meant that Black, Asian and minority ethnic applicants, despite being an underrepresented group, were not recognised as such. We see this continued through fair employment monitoring that counts how many Catholics and Protestants are employed, ignoring if there's fair representation of Black, Asian and minority ethnic people, not just at the moment, people with disabilities or other Section 75 groupings, or considers people who sit in a number of those groups. Most people have multiple and complex identities, and the rights should first attach to the individual rather than to groupings, and I'll give way.
The member is absolutely right that people's identity is multifaceted, but would she accept that there was a period of time when the only people in the entirety of the European Union that it was legally permissible to discriminate against in relation to employment were people who happened to come from a Protestant community background and were applying for a job in the police?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I might not need to take that. As a woman who's a Catholic, I'll maybe remind you of that at some other time. Alliance would like to see the first generation rights included in a Bill of Rights that are largely consistent with those contained with the ECHR and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These rights are long established both domestically and internationally. We are concerned, however, that Protocol 12 of the European Convention relating to the prohibition of discrimination has not been ratified by the UK. Therefore, this Assembly does not have the legislative competence to incorporate it into Northern Irish law. Concerning victims of crime, Article 14 of the ECHR outlaws discrimination on the basis of any status. In this context, Alliance does not believe a Bill of Rights should single out groups for special treatment. Therefore, we would not support any differentiation between victims of crime and conflict-related crime. With respect to second-generation rights, Alliance strongly believes that a Bill of Rights should enshrine a right to health care. That education rights should include a right to integrated education, as we take the view that this is a supplementary right which clearly meets the particular circumstances test which appears in the 1998 agreement, and identity and cultural rights given their particular relevance in Northern Ireland. Not just at the moment. We would like to see other rights included. However, we feel that each of them would be greatly enhanced by their inclusion in supplementary standalone legislation. This would allow for the incorporation of parts of ratified international instruments through Northern Ireland legislation, therefore not going over the head of the UK Government. Alliance also believes that a progressive realisation clause should be carefully drafted and included in the Bill of Rights. As community spokesperson, I am concerned that there will be further instances where, for example, one welfare benefit is reduced while another is increased. This means some people in society are worse off while others are better off. This is linked to a no retrogression and how this could be challenged in the event of policy change taken by the UK Government, such as the recent removal of the £20 uplift to universal credit. Alliance would subsequently support an obligation on the relevant government department to demonstrate it has taken reasonable measures to achieve the progressive realisation of rights. Alliance would like to see the inclusion of a broad heading of a right to a healthy environment, and also takes the view that this should be supplemented with standalone legislation enacted by the Northern Ireland Assembly. Alliance remains supportive of the Good Friday Agreement provision that a Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland should draw on appropriate international instruments and experience. It was clear from the evidence supplied to the committee that there is support for the ratification of several international human rights instruments into domestic law. Mr. Speaker, after many hours of input, witness submissions and collation of papers, this report unfortunately provides no concrete recommendations. All I can say is what a waste of an opportunity, time and money. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call Carol Nickillen.
For Margaret Ciancola, unfortunately, you can almost see what way this is shaping up. That I still don't know what the Ulster Unionist Party's position is on a Bill of Rights. What we had was Alan's attempt to try and set the record straight. But if I go by what Mike Nesbitt did at the committee in terms of intention, I think they want to sort a Bill of Rights while it's clearly established that the DUP don't want a Bill of No Rights. So let's be clear about that. So when we talked about the need for rights, first of all, let's go back a step. I want to thank personally the committee staff, the staff in this assembly in terms of engagement, but more importantly, the scores of people who came in front of us, and most of us attended the meetings. Most of us had the courtesy to attend the meetings, should I say. And we spoke to a lot of people who came to us because there was a rights deficit. And that's why a Bill of Rights came forward in NDNA. There was a rights deficit. We also need to step back a bit into the reason these institutions collapsed in 2017 wasn't because the DUP incentivised people financially to burn money under RHI, but it was also a complete and blatant disrespect for rights. And we had, even in this chamber, a mockery of people by an MP who used the Irish language. Now, there's lots of things that go right across this community, and I agree it's not one or other, it's the community, that I am prepared to grow with, develop with. I'm not going to use the word tolerate because it's offensive, but I fundamentally don't come at that position naturally, and I would fundamentally disagree. But I'll go in a minute, Christopher, but I have to say, you know, going back to the Roman times and going back to courts is quite pathetic, actually. I mean, people had to go to courts because of a denial of rights in this place. There was supposed to be an anti-poverty strategy. Activists had to go to court to ensure there was one, and then it was reflected in NDNA. There was supposed to be an Irish language strategy, which your party voted against, and others, and activists had to go to court, and then it was shown in NDNA. We were supposed to have a Bill of Rights, and then you put forward your no Bill of Rights, but agree in principles. Christopher, I'll give way at this stage.
I appreciate the member giving way, and she and I served together for many years in Belfast Council, where people from different and disparate backgrounds had to work together because nobody had a majority in the council, and that was just the nature of the place. She talked about respect and disrespect. What message of disrespect does it convey that the person who opened this debate tweeted a joke about her former colleague, the then Deputy First Minister, taking a gun to go and meet the Queen, someone who I pledge my allegiance to?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Ciancola. And Christopher, I'm not surprised you've made these points because you've nowhere else to go. To be frank, you've nowhere else to go. And the answer I would have is that the members already apologised. And what I hear from you is that you don't accept that apology. But let me say this about Martin McGuinness. Martin McGuinness very reluctantly left this place because of people like yourselves denying rights. And see, when we talk about the generations coming behind us, so there will be a Bill of Rights. I completely agree with Mark. There will be a Bill of Rights. There has to be a Bill of Rights. So if it's not done in my generation, then people like Emma, who are coming behind me, I'm quite proud to call her a comrade and a colleague, will ensure there's a Bill of Rights. And people who are watching this debate will ensure there's a Bill of Rights. Why? Because we've had trans kids who talked about ending their life because they felt that they weren't included as citizens. We're going to get their rights. We have Irish language speakers who were mocked in this assembly by your colleagues Okay? They're going to get their rights. Or they will get their rights. Economic rights. You talk about economic rights and talk about the deprivation of communities. You're against. You're for academic selection. You're for social engineering. Some of the most deprived communities are areas that we represent in Belfast. So let's stand up for them, the whole lot of them. Not Christopher's community or mine, the whole lot of them. And having a Bill of Rights would have been one of the greatest expressions of citizenship. I mean, the example, Christopher, and respectfully, I'll disagree with you, and you'll disagree with me. But the constitutional example of America was probably one of the worst you could use, because, you know, if people don't want to implement rights, they'll wave a piece of paper, and that's what they'll do, and that's what yous have done. Yous have waved a piece of paper and said, not in our watch. So I just want to say this. See, the days of Catholics and nationalists and gays and lesbians and human rights experts need not apply. They're gone. They're well gone. We all apply and we all will apply. And that's the message that this Assembly needs to send out. I'll finish on this. So I know I'm going back to meet those kids and those people again, but I'm not embarrassed, because Sinn Féin and others worked really hard. Worked really, really hard. We were honest about the difficulties of this, but we done our best. But you talk about shadowy figures, like in Dundallah House, within a matter of weeks, user in, user out. I don't think you can talk about shadowy figures about anybody or anything, Paul, to be frank. But let's be honest about this. See, when all the kids come up at schools, and I am giving you a heads up, and we try and present that we're all united, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to say I wanted a Bill of Rights, but these guys opposed it. I still don't know where you are, Mike, and that's why I'm keeping my powder dry. But I will say this, it will come back. It will come back, and it'll probably come back again through the courts with human rights experts, with citizens, with activists, with people who were asking us for support, asking us to reflect their lives, their personalities, their core beings in this place, and you let them down. Let them down big time. And to be frank, that's what yous are. When it comes to rights, it's human rights do not apply. So it's really, really regressive that this place is now a backwater when it comes to rights. But I do take heart and positivity from the people that I've worked with in this chamber to do our best. So that report is there, and we're going to come back to it. Sure as the day is Monday, we're coming back to it, and there will be a Bill of Rights.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier in the debate that I sat in Belfast Council. I sat across people in Belfast Council that if you were to print off their charge sheets, I'd been able to pay up at the City Hall with it. I'm not going to be lectured on rights by anyone from the benches opposite. Absolutely not. There is one absolute right in law. There is one absolute right in law. The absolute right is one to not be tortured. That's the absolute right that's accepted as a universal right. The right to not be tortured. How many people did the fellow travellers of the party opposite deny that human right to? So I'm not going to take that from any member opposite when it comes to the issue of rights. There is a historical context to this issue, and I think actually myself and Ms Bradshaw, who was the Deputy Chair of the committee, have been engaged from the very, very start. I don't know who it was that either of us offended in our respective parties, but we were nominated to serve on the Bill of Rights Forum. And the Bill of Rights Forum at that time was tasked with thrashing through some of these issues that we're thrashing through now. And the longer the arguments and the debate went on, I could see similarities with those processes and with those arguments and those debates. One of the arguments, and Ms Nichillen disparages the United States of America, says it's a bad example. But the fact is that if you produce a Bill of Rights, you are in effect producing a written constitution. She said it's going to come through the courts, and many of her colleagues went through them. She says it's going to come through the courts. It may well do. But that then requires legal interpretation. And just as in the United States of America, you have two schools of thought. You have the expansionists, the people who don't believe that the Founding Fathers should be taken at their word and it shouldn't be interpreted in a strict sense. And then you have the originalists, the people who do. And the originalists are generally the people that are nominated by the Republican Party. The expansionists are generally the people that are nominated by the Democratic Party. There are two schools of thought. And we all know this, regardless of whether it's the United States of America. Get two lawyers into a room and there's going to be two schools of thought on whether a black crow is white. So we know that if we enact law and it ends up in front of the courts, there's going to be schools of thought. But if this becomes, in effect, our constitution, no. If this, perhaps later, if this becomes, in effect, our constitution, then that has implications for the judicial appointments process. And it will be perfectly legitimate in a democracy for people to ask people who are being appointed to high courts how they would interpret the Constitution. Very briefly.
I'm just curious as to what rights that were asked of us by those people who gave evidence that you're opposed to.
Absolutely none. And I think we actually have, in law in Northern Ireland, some of the strongest rights protections anywhere in the world. Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act makes that clear. The legislation that's been passed in terms of human trafficking and exploitation makes that clear. Those are already in law. And the key point, I think actually Section 75 to some extent already addresses it. The key, let me make some progress. The key point in terms of the brief was particular circumstances, the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland. And that is, and should be central to everything that we examine. So when Dermot Nesbitt, someone that was actually in the room when the Belfast Agreement was being negotiated, came and gave evidence to the committee, he detailed what he meant and what was meant by particular circumstances. And I think that that is essential. I fear it may be time, sir, I was speaking to Mr Nesbitt about this earlier, it may be time to insert a new chapter into the standing orders in terms of the roles and responsibilities of chairs of committees, particularly, well, perhaps especially of this committee. I think it is important that chairs know what their role and their function should be. And I am disappointed. I think we had valuable and useful discussions in the committee. I don't think it ever got particularly bad-tempered at all. So I am disappointed at the tone that has been struck in terms of the opening of this debate and in subsequent contributions. But I'm not going to lie down like a dog and take it. I'm not going to take the rewriting of history, and I'm not going to take what was genuine engagement on my part in that committee and its work. I do want to thank the clerk, Caroline, and everyone else who contributed to the work of the committee. I want to thank the people that gave evidence. We do live in a democracy. It is okay to sometimes have different views. There may well be a prevailing consensus. Fine. If there's a prevailing consensus, that's fair enough. But it's never unacceptable to hold to a minority view. And on these issues, evidently, we do. So I have stated my position. I've made it clear in terms of I think we have a strong human rights framework here in Northern Ireland. We have two bodies dedicated, established in law, dedicated to the protection of human rights and equality. We are one of the most human rights and fairness compliant societies in the world, and therefore I think it's important. The debate will resume again in the new term, and that may present an opportunity for further discussion to see where we go with that. So I'm not shutting the door on that, but let's not try to drag this down into rancorous acrimony, because I don't think that that will serve any useful or helpful purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. And I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been mentioned, I did serve on the committee for a period of time. Indeed, I was the Deputy Chair to Ms Sheeran. When Steve Aitken, he was party leader at the time, when he asked me if I would be the Ulster Unionist representative on the ad hoc committee, I said yes, but with one condition. And the condition was that he and our MLA group understood that I was instinctively in favour of a Northern Ireland-specific Bill of Rights and would work to try to achieve that. There were no dissenting voices. Very quickly, two things struck me during my time on the committee. One was how we would shape a Bill of Rights, which effectively would be in two parts. The first would be a preamble, which would set out our vision, an explanation, particularly for younger generations. This is why we are doing this. So it would be at the same time aspirational and inspirational, but on its own, not of great use. So the second part would have been the justiciable rights. And as many people like Sir Declan Morgan, Sir John Gillan made clear in their witness evidence, be as detailed and as specific as possible when you're detailing your justiciable rights, because those are the ones that the judges may have to rule upon. Now, Mr. Frew, in his comments, talked about handing over control of our budget, potentially, to judges. I have to say that runs utterly contrary to all the judicial evidence which the committee received. In fact, they made very clear that if a citizen went to a court and said, I want a judicial review of the budget for example, there's not enough money going into housing, or there's too much money going to something else, the judge would effectively have chased them and said that is a political decision. That is not a decision these courts will take under their notice. What they will take under their notice is maybe a complaint that says the Minister for Housing, and I'm not using this as an example because of who is the current Minister for Housing, just for example, if a Minister was clearly putting budgets that advantaged one community over the other, that's judiciable, and a judge would take a view on that. Yes, I will.
For giving away, and it would be much more nuanced than that, and it wouldn't be so blatant as that, and it would be over a period of time. But if you have cases where somebody's saying they want a minimum level of education, health, whatever, all great aspirations in this political house, but if you then are determining that through court, then a court or the judge doesn't have to say to a minister that he's not spending enough on health. It would be a basic truth at that point, as the court deemed.
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you very much. All I can say to the member is perhaps he has greater legal authority than I do, but also, there's this concept of progressive realisation. And understanding that, for example, if we say every citizen has the right to good quality, appropriate housing, that we will not deliver that in one mandate, because if we do, there will be no money for education, for the schools, or for the hospitals, or for road building. So it happens progressively over a period of time. The second thing that I noticed very early on was the fact that so many expert witnesses were willing to come forward and give us both written and oral evidence with no charge. Locally, the chair's already mentioned Colin Harvey. I was also very impressed with Christopher McCrudden. Nationally, Dominic Grieve on multiple occasions gave us detailed papers and followed up with oral evidence. Internationally, no less than a figure than Albie Sachs from South Africa, one of the original constitutional judges, made himself available at no charge. And members will recall, that's why I then questioned, why are we appointing a panel of 5 experts at £500 per person per day? £2,500 to get a panel of experts to come and speak to us when experts were falling over themselves to make themselves available for free. And why 5? I know it's a commitment in NDNA, but why 5? Was it to give us a consensus, or 5 various views from which we were to pick the one that we wanted? Now, I understand, because I've watched the video of the 25th of November meeting, and I am going to criticise the Chair at this point. First of all, there was an attack on the DUP, and I don't hold a candle for the DUP. There was an attack on their position, saying they don't think we need a Bill of Rights. Well, briefly, because I do want to finish this point.
Mike. Yes, exactly. The reason for the attack on the DUP position is because it was a complete contradiction of what they had already agreed to. That's a fact, Paul. Sinead, thank you.
I think that I'm glad the members got one intervention in during the course of this debate. I chaired the Executive Office Committee, and before that the Committee of OFM, DFM, for 5 years. I'm not going to drag the Chair into it, but he sat in that committee. Blockages in that department are the order of the day. So let's not pretend that if it is the DUP who are responsible for the panel not being appointed, that this is some sort of evil one-off. It happens day and daily, or it did in the 5 years I chaired that committee. So the other thing is, I do believe it is valid. I don't agree with it, but it's valid to say we don't believe in the Bill of Rights. Because NDNA only set up a committee to look at the Bill of Rights. It said, we will consider the creation of a Bill of Rights, faithful to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And it didn't say there will be a Bill of Rights. It said, we'll consult and advise on the scope for defining a Bill of Rights. Well, the scope might be 0. So I think it is okay, although I totally disagree with it, for a party to say we don't want a Bill of Rights. The Ulster Unionist Party does want a Bill of Rights. And so the question becomes this: do we go forward with consensus, meaning all 5 parties have to agree to a way forward, or do we go forward with sufficient consensus, a concept that we relied on very heavily back in 1998 in negotiations that led to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement? Because if you go with consensus, at a certain point, consensus becomes a veto. And no one party in this House should have a veto. So we are happy to endorse the report. Sorry that nothing further is likely to happen this mandate, but let's go again when we can.
I thank the member for that contribution, and I call Jim Allister.
Speaker, this report speaks to me of the absolute sham and farce that New Decade, New Approach was, because it was supposedly the new beginning, the new approach. I think this debate speaks to just what a fraudulent suggestion that was. New Decade, New Approach was nothing short of a vehicle of convenience to get these executive parties back into the executive. No agreement about very much, other than they wanted back with the ministerial limos and the salaries and the titles. It turned out, not for the first time, to be a vehicle with no engine. It's not that it even spluttered to a standstill, it never got started. Such a farce. And this report personifies that. You know, it laboured for months, didn't even deliver so much as a mouse. There are some in this House who tell us that we must have a Bill of Rights. Those who say that the loudest are those who've spent political careers refusing to condemn the most fundamental breach of human rights, the right to life. The very people who have twisted and turned and equivocated and used weasel words to avoid condemning those who took innocent life are the people who come to this House and parade themselves as those who want and believe in rights. Such hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. And of course, my fundamental position in this is this: that a Bill of Rights speaks to a national position. It is nations, not regions, who have bills of rights. Leaving aside the whole debate about whether or not it's suited to our constitutional framework, and I don't think it is, but that's another debate. But a Bill of Rights speaks to a uniformity across a constitutional and political entity of rights which should be respected. That is not something which has a regional perspective or ownership. That is something of national significance. And therefore, I do not believe that we need or should have a Northern Ireland Bill of Rights. We do have a United Kingdom Human Rights Act, and that's the proper ambit and facility for addressing these issues. That is the correct facility. But this idea that you would have a regionalised Bill of Rights is, to my mind, just a constitutional nonsense. So I'm quite content that this report, this committee, ran into the sand, and I'm not at all surprised that it did, because at the end of the day, it was being driven by some who have anything but respect for the most basic human right of all.
Thank the member, and I call John O'Dowd.
Concordia. We stand here today with an incomplete report. A committee of this Assembly frustrated, MLAs who were determined to do their work were unable to do so, and no progress made in regards to a Bill of Rights. All this is a direct result of the DUP's opposition to rights and equality. It's only regrettable, indeed it's outrageous, that an ad hoc committee established under the New Decade, New Approach was unable to complete its work because the DUP blocked the establishment of the panel of experts by refusing, by all accounts, to appoint Professor Colin Harvey, an eminent and internationally recognised human rights expert. The refusal to appoint Professor Harvey is political discrimination, and it needs to be called out for what it is. The days of no nationalist need apply are gone forever, never to return. And let me be absolutely clear. The days of unionist parties practising discrimination and inequality are numbered and are running out. There will be no return to the failures of the past. The DUP will not stop progress. They will not stop forward momentum to a society based on equality and rights for all. The disgraceful slurs that Colin Harvey has been subjected to in the media and online prompted Amnesty International to issue a call for Professor Harvey to be protected in the face of a sustained campaign of hostility, which has, in the words of Amnesty International, sought to intimidate him and undermine his academic standing. Those behind those slurs, those behind the discrimination of Professor Harvey, cannot wash their hands of that. So, as my colleague said, Carol, we will be returning to this. There will be a Bill of Rights. And I think it's worth for some in the Chamber to remember this. Today's majority can be tomorrow's minority. And when you're in the minority, that is when you most seek protection under the law and in a rights-based society. So when Mr Allister or Mr Frew or whoever it may be deny a Bill of Rights or deny the need of a Bill of Rights, think of it in this way. in the not too distant future, the unionist community will be a minority who will quite rightly seek protections under the law. And what will be the title of the rights they seek protection under? It will be a Bill of Rights. And if I am around to see that day, I can assure you I will support any minority seeking a Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gormagat, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Given the many injustices in our society that do exist, a Bill of Rights would be a bare minimum way to address some of the inequalities that still prevail in our society today. So my party fully support a Bill of Rights being implemented, but don't believe the work can or should stop there. I recently met the Bill of Rights Working Group, and I thank them and others for their work and progress in this issue and keeping it firmly on the agenda. I also want to say the fact that there has been the blocking of the panel of experts by the DUP is not only shocking, but is a disgraceful attempt to deny rights and protection for everyone across our society, including their own voters and constituents who have been neglected by the exact policies cheerleaded by the DUP and implemented by them in particular. I think we also, Mr. Speaker, need to call out the dog whistle approach to Colin Harvey, human rights lawyer and activist, who has been his name has been dragged through the mud in a disgraceful attempt. The DUP need to stop being blockers of progress, as they have done for so long. They need to allow the panel of experts to be appointed and a strong Bill of Rights to be implemented. For me, Mr. Speaker, in the report there's a lot of important information and comments, but one of the most important is the evidence the committee received, where it expressed strong support to move away, and I quote, from traditional orange and green identities. For too long, this place has literally just othered those groups who fall outside the paradigm of unionism and nationalism. So it's extremely important that rights are embedded in legislation, but frankly, we also need to be focused on actions of ministers in the executive. For example, we have strong anti-discrimination legislation in place here that makes it illegal and a criminal offence for people to be treated differently based on their race and their ethnic background. But not so long ago, in a situation where everybody was supposedly in it together in the context of COVID, Black Lives Matter activists were still disproportionately targeted and fined for taking part in safe demonstrations when others were not. To be honest, there's no use in having robust legislation enacted if the content and motivation behind them aren't practiced and ministers can actually operate contrary to them. So for a Bill of Rights, yes, but also for a fundamental change in how this executive and any future executive treats marginalised and discriminated against communities. Significant in the committee's report that there was higher support for a Bill of Rights being implemented amongst women, half our population who are repeatedly failed, ignored and impacted by decisions taken by repeated executives. Right to healthcare, Mr. Speaker, it should be in any Bill of Rights. There should be a right to healthcare which is implemented and actionable, and disgraceful that we have a two-tier health system where people can get treated if they can afford it. In reality, the right to healthcare is denied for many hundreds of thousands of people. The report also states that the denial of economic and social rights can be a causal factor of social conflict. I think this has been the case historically and also recently, when the DUP last summer tried to whip up communities who have been left behind using a combination of the protocol and blaming the other side for the real poverty that exists in the communities that they represent. So that needs to be called out as well. Trade union rights, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was one thing that I didn't notice in the report, and I think employment law has obviously devolved and progressed in the Trade Union Freedom Bill through this Assembly, so I think a Bill of Rights needs to take that into consideration as well. Language rights was mentioned as well, that needs to be in a strong Bill of Rights too. We obviously had mention of LGBT rights in the report and about the LGBT community on the whole mentioned, but I think it's important to recognise there has been huge advancements made through rugged determination and facing down the actions of the ex-First Minister and other people, but also to recognise that trans rights are particularly under attack with disgusting, disgraceful dog whistle attacks, denial of services, funding, support for people who need to transition. So in conclusion, I think we need to also recognise that unionism thinks that denying things like a Bill of Rights will strengthen the North's place in the UK, but in reality, by blocking it and taking other positions, unionism will actually speed up the growing calls for United Ireland. They need to get with a changing programme. Thank you.
I thank the member for that contribution, and I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bill of Rights, Paula Bradshaw, and the member will have 10 minutes to conclude and wind up on this debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my wind on behalf of the committee, I'd like to add a few words on behalf of the Alliance Party. My party colleague Kelly Armstrong covered them very succinctly, but I just wanted to lay out really my disappointment at how this process has evolved in many ways, and I think I share the sadness nearly in this chamber tonight that we weren't able to deliver for so many people who came before us at committee, who submitted evidence, who turned up at the focus group sessions, and who spent a lot of time putting their heart and soul into the submissions. As far as I'm concerned, there were so many opportunities that are now gone for now. The opportunity for a preamble that would set us on course for a more cohesive shared future, an opportunity to provide an effective pre-legislative scrutiny tool and guiding document for policy decisions, an opportunity to give domestic effect to those rights in international human rights treaties that are not available at present, an opportunity to protect against the negative impact of Brexit, not least as regards employment and environmental rights, the opportunity to guard against the unpicking of the Human Rights Act by the UK Parliament in its ongoing review, the opportunity to address years of discrimination and marginalisation felt by so many, and they've been referenced here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and finally the opportunity to fulfil such a long-standing deficit from the Good Friday Agreement. So turning, Mr. Speaker, to the contributions, the debate was opened by our Chair, Emma Sheeran, and she covered the history of this journey towards a Bill of Rights here in Northern Ireland, and very much laid out how intensive the engagement was around the different sectoral groups, the contributions from the human rights experts. I mean, we were blown away at times by, as the former Deputy Chair outlined, their willingness and their support for us to actually deliver on this was so humbling at times, and I really think that we benefited from the contributions, as I say, from around the world. But I would like just to place on record my thanks to her for her chairmanship of the committee. She was at every meeting full of enthusiasm, and her contribution and steering our work was immense. The next contributor was Paul Frew, and he laid out his opposition, or his reservation, to a Bill of Rights, and talking about the differentials here in this part of the UK, and expressed his concern for an expansionist approach to rights here. Mark Durkin talked about the lack of a Bill of Rights affecting everyone, protection for socio-economic rights. He said that the Bill of Rights would be an integral piece of our peace and reconciliation process, and it is in everyone's best interest that we have a robust Bill of Rights here. Alan Chambers provided an overview of his discontentment of the last few months of the committee, and I think that in some ways I can identify with it in some respects, and it got quite messy towards the end, and I think that if things had run a lot more smoothly, we wouldn't be in this position this evening. My party colleague, Kelly Armstrong, as I say, she's outlined very well the Alliance Party's position and drew out the areas where there are deficiencies, and again highlighted from an Alliance point of view, the Bill of Rights had the potential to move us away from the entrenchment of green and orange, and she talked about how things like environmental rights would have been an important addition to our legislative framework here. Carol McKillen again went back and talked about the rights deficit that has led us to the need for a Bill of Rights here, and she said that it will come, and it needs to come for trans rights, for Irish language rights, for economic rights, and thanked all those people who came to us and spoke so sincerely about the ways in which their rights enshrined in a Bill of Rights would make such a difference to their lives. Christopher Stalford, who's not in the chamber, he talked about the historical context and how laws can be interpreted by two different judges or two different lawyers in a courtroom, and how he was concerned that a Bill of Rights could be misconstrued. He mentioned that we have some of the strongest rights in law in this part of the world, and I think he was genuine in saying that there was genuine engagement at the committee at times around the discussions with the contributors. Mike Nesbitt, as the former Deputy Chair, said that when he was asked to sit on the committee, he told his former party leader that he was instinctively in favour of a specific Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland. And I think that his positivity and his enthusiasm to engage with the people coming was evident throughout his tenureship. So he talked about the two parts to his vision, and again, as I mentioned, he really appreciated the contribution from the expert witnesses. And move on then, Jim Allister talked about his criticism of the New Decade, New Approach, and that it was supposed to be a new beginning, and what we have done is deliver nothing. A Bill of Rights, he says, speaks to a national position, not a regional position across a political entity, and he does not believe in a Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland, and he said it would be a constitutional nonsense. John O'Dowd then contributed his thoughts on how regrettable and outrageous it is that we've been unable to complete our work. He mentioned the public row, which was very unedifying, around the appointment or potential appointment of Professor Colin Harvey to the expert panel of witnesses, and I was pleased that the committee, most recent committee, agreed with me that we should write to him to outline our support for him, and that any comments in the public were no reflection on our respect for his his academic background and his work to date in human rights. And John O'Dowd finished by saying that today's majority may be tomorrow's minority, and that going forward in the future he will seek to protect minority rights regardless of the background. And finally then, Mr Speaker, we had the contribution from Jerry Carroll, said that a Bill of Rights should be a bare minimum, thanked the Human Rights Consortium for their work in recent months but over many years, and he said that the DUP need to stop being a blocker of rights, and we need to move away from green and orange politics and make stronger anti-discrimination legislation here in Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, I just want to close by thanking all the members of this debate today. The committee chairperson began by discussing the approach to the work, and I think it has been a really valuable process, but as I say, it's disappointing that we weren't able to reach a conclusion, because we did hear from the Human Rights Consortium, we heard from international and national academics and legal representatives, civic society, refugees and asylum seekers, the LGBTQ+ community, children and young people, those living with disabilities, those from different cultural and religious backgrounds, women's groups, I mean, just to name but a few. As members will be aware, the committee is bound by a resolution of the Assembly to submit a report by the 28th of February, which is what we have before us today, Mr Speaker. Human rights impact on the daily life of everyone in this community, so it was a privilege and an honour to be part of this process. I would like to reiterate the Chairperson's thanks to all those who gave so generously of their time to contribute to the committee's work. Their participation has resulted in a very rich body of evidence, and while it is unfortunate, Mr Speaker, that the committee has not been able to reach an agreement on all of the issues, our detailed and thorough consultation, research and report can help and assist any future work and negotiations on a Bill of Rights. And just finally then, Mr Speaker, I just would like to thank the committee clerk and the staff team around her. They have done sterling work, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Thank all the members for their contributions thus far. And the question is, members, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, members. Thank you very much. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to move on to the next item on the order paper.
Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Audit Committee on its review of the governance and accountability arrangements for the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the report of the Audit Committee under Standing Order 46.7 on its review of the governance and accountability arrangements for the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, NIA 158/1722, and approves the Committee's recommendations contained in the report.
Thank you. I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Audit Committee to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1.5 hours for the debate. Proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Audit Committee, Mr William Irwin, to open the debate on the motion. Mr Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And I speak today as Deputy Chairperson of the Audit Committee as I ask the House to support the motion. There is no denying that both the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman perform critical functions in our society. Both bodies exercise their functions effectively and provide key support to the Assembly and our citizens. However, the Committee's review found that there is scope to enhance the governance and accountability of both bodies to ensure alignment with best practice and provide greater support and confidence to the Assembly and the public. As part of its review, the Committee requested written evidence from stakeholders and expert witnesses in the field of public audit and public service ombudsman. 15 written submissions were received and 12 oral evidence sessions were held. In relation to public audit, the Committee considered evidence from the Controller and Auditor General and the Chairperson of his Advisory Board, the local government auditor, the chairpersons of the statutory bodies for audit office in England, Scotland and Wales, and 3 experts in the field of public audit. In relation to the Public Service Ombudsman, evidence included that from NIPSO and the chairperson of her Audit and Risk Committee, the president of the International Ombudsman Institute, and 3 expert witnesses in the field. The Committee also commissioned comparative research on the structures and practices in other jurisdictions and sought legal advice on particular issues. At the conclusion of its review, the Committee made 23 recommendations. I do not have the time to go through each and every recommendation, so I will highlight the key recommendations of parts thereof. The first 2 recommendations relate to the work of the next Audit Committee and are focused on implementation. The implementation of many of the recommendations will require legislative change through Assembly or Westminster legislation. Some don't require legislative change and can be implemented through administrative measures. Because of where we are in the current mandate, the Committee is calling on the next Audit Committee to identify and pursue the appropriate legislative avenues and consult with stakeholders in the implementation of the recommendations. I will now move to the recommendations relevant to the Audit Office, starting with the tenure of the Controller and Auditor General. In Northern Ireland, there is no fixed term for the C and the AG. In Westminster, there is a fixed non-renewable term of 10 years, and in Scotland and Wales, it's 8 years. The evidence received by the Committee demonstrated that a fixed non-renewable tenure negates the risk of long-term post holders being open to external pressures and avoids the familiarity and complacency that can rise from being in a long-term position. The Committee is therefore recommending that the tenure of the next Controller and Auditor General is a non-renewable term of 10 years. And to ensure public accountability is not compromised, it is recommended that C and AGs are prohibited for a period of 2 years after leaving office from holding a position with any organisation or person whose accounts fall to be examined by the Controller and Auditor General. The next set of recommendations deals with the corporatisation of the Audit Office, Strategy Board, membership and a code of practice. At present, the Controller and Auditor General is supported by an advisory-only board. During oral evidence, the C and AG indicated that any adjustment to the Strategy Board from an advisory board would not be a big one. and the Chairperson of the Advisory Board expressed a view that his preferred model would be for the Board to be completely independent of the CNAG. It should be noted at this point that following reforms, corporatisation reflects the position in other UK jurisdictions. For Northern Ireland not to follow the example of England, Scotland and Wales would be seen as an anomaly. The Committee is therefore recommending that the Audit Office is formally separated from the Controller and Auditor General and is established as a body to cooperate in the form of a Statutory Board. The overarching function of the Statutory Board will be to both scrutinise and support the activities of the CNAG, while respecting and maintaining the independence of his or her statutory role and ensuring that effective governance systems of the highest standard and are maintained. To be certain of independence, the Committee is recommending that non-executive members of the Board, including the Chairperson, should be appointed by the Audit Committee and that non-executives should hold the majority positions. To ensure the robust governance and oversight of the operations of the Audit Office, at the same time preserve the independence of the CNAG as a corporate role or sole, the Committee is recommending that the relationship between the Statutory Board and the CNAG is governed by a code of practice to be reviewed every 2 years. Moving now to auditing arrangements for local government. In Northern Ireland, there is a separate auditor for local government. However, we know that this is a considerable crossover between the functions of general and local government, and it is pointed out by the CNAG that this separation has resulted in some significant accountability gaps in relation to reporting arrangements. To address these gaps, the Committee is recommending that the CNAG become a single auditor for the public sector, and the ability to report to the Assembly and committees on issues which cut short multiple local councils and deliver reports which cut across both central and local government. This is similar to the position adopted in Wales. I will turn now to the recommendations relevant to the Public Service Ombudsman. The Committee has considered whether corporatisation was appropriate for the NIPSO. In considering this matter, the Committee noted not only the scale of the organisation but also the fact that no other international Ombudsman Institute members have a statutory board. Members also reflected on the view expressed by the President of the Ombudsman Institute that the current governance arrangements for the NIPSO are entirely consistent with best international practice. He also expressed that the introduction of a statutory board would be inconsistent with the Venus principles, which are the international set of standards for the Ombudsman's institution. In summary, there was no support for any witness for corporatisation. The Committee therefore concluded that the creation of a statutory board for the NIPSO would not be appropriate. However, it did find that there was scope to strengthen the existing governance and accountability arrangements. In evidence to the Committee, the Ombudsman proposed a wide range of robust actions to further improve the governance and accountability arrangements for her office, and the Committee is recommending that those should be progressed without undue delay. In particular, the Committee welcomes the Ombudsman's proposal to undertake a review of the recruitment operation, members and skills of our current Audit and Risk Committee. While recognising the important role of the Audit and Risk Committee plays, the Committee is of the view that an advisory panel similar to that adopted in Wales should be established to improve governance and accountability and supplement the work of the Audit and Risk Committee. In view of the Ombudsman's corporation sole status and to protect that status, the Committee is of the view that the advisory panel should have no executive powers. In Northern Ireland, the Ombudsman's role is unusual in that she is both the investigator and adjudicator of complaints against a councillor who may have failed to comply with the relevant code of conduct. In all other UK jurisdictions, the investigation is undertaken separately from the adjudication and by different bodies. The Committee is therefore recommending that the adjudication function is removed from the Ombudsman and becomes the responsibility of a separate body. In making the recommendation, the Committee would wish any new arrangements to be cost-effective as possible. As I mentioned at the beginning, there isn't enough time to cover every recommendation, but I hope I have covered and set out the rationale for the most significant ones. I ask the House to support the motion.
Thank you. I call Mr. Melissa McHugh.
I'd like to thank the Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee for his remarks, and I welcome the publication of this report, which is a review of the governance arrangements for the NI Audit Office and the NI Public Service Ombudsman. The NIAO and the NIPSO are two bodies which play key roles in ensuring we uphold the highest standards of delivery in our public services. Public services needs to be effectively managed to ensure the best possible outcomes for those that use them. They also need to be managed in a financially sustainable manner to ensure the best possible value for money to the taxpayer. Improving the equality of access to public services should be an ongoing task for any public or local authority. Inefficiencies or flaws in the delivery of public services will always be found, and we must have effective systems in place to identify problems and, crucially, to implement reforms where they are needed to improve the delivery of services. Now, the work of the Audit Committee is well known through highly revealing reports on controversial topics such as RHI, which has shown the level of detailed and thorough analysis which go into the reports it produces. Their reports are always of a high quality, challenging and communicated extremely well. The work of the Audit Office covers many areas of public policy, with recent reports focusing on the planning system, the rollout of Project Stratum, educational underachievement, and capacity and capability in the civil service. The Audit Office has been expertly led by Kieran Donnelly as Controller and Auditor General over this last decade. Under his leadership, the Audit Office has robustly scrutinised the work of government departments. I think we can all agree he has not shied away from criticising government policy when it has shown to be ineffective, flawed, or does not represent value for money. Kieran Tashiagiri he is now in the process of stepping down in his role as C&G, and I wish him well for the future. The Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman is tasked with ensuring fair and equal access to public services for all citizens. In her most recent report for 2020-2021, the Ombudsman's Office received 927 complaints from members of the public relating to health and social care trusts, government departments and local councils, among others. The current NIPSO is Margaret Kelly, who was appointed to the role in 2020. Now, while these bodies provide an invaluable service in shining a light on areas where government can do better, it is also important that these bodies are fit for purpose themselves and are delivering on their respective remits. For both bodies, it is fundamental that they remain independent of any pressure or political interference. To be effective, they need to challenge ministers or departments. So, any review must be cognizant of the need to protect the independence of these organisations. Sinn Féin broadly welcomes the findings of the report, which has called for some reforms of NIPSO and NIAO, and I would just like to thank once again the Audit Committee for producing this very, very important piece of work.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I endorse the recommendations in this report. Having been a member of the committee, I'm familiar with the changes that need to be made. And I think it's particularly important that for the Audit Office we do move to an independent board with statutory function, because I think that does add very much to the credibility of that very important office. I join in wishing Mr. Kieran Donnelly a happy retirement. since it's fast approaching, and look forward to his successor picking up the reins from where he leaves off. The one point in this report that I did want to spend a moment on is recommendation 22. I think we've had this absurd position in Northern Ireland in relation to local government standards, whereby when a complaint is made against the councillor, the Local Government Standards Commission, under the Public Service Ombudsman's Office, both investigates and adjudicates. It's an absurd arrangement whereby that office both prosecutes and is judge in cause. And that is wholly untenable. When we took some evidence some time ago, I asked the office, well, how many cases have they ever lost? You'll not be surprised to hear the answer was none. So they prosecute to themselves. So what chance has a councillor when moved against by an office which has the luxury of not just forming and bringing the prosecution, but also deciding the value of it and determining it? So it's quite clear that recommendation 22 has long been required, that there needs to be a separation between in that dual role. You need to have a separate role for investigator and for adjudicator. And the adjudicator must have the independent status that the present Local Government Standards Commissioner under the Public Service Ombudsman cannot have, because they are already the investigator. Now, that might seem so elementary that it is quite shocking that in 2022 we're only now talking about this. And I do think that if that reform alone is made, it will be significant and worthwhile, though of course it will take amendment to the current legislation. So in the future, I do trust that that will happen, so that there might be the semblance and reality of some fairness within the investigative and adjudicating process touching upon complaints under local government standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allister. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate, so I call Mr. Irwin to wind on the debate. Mr. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank members for their contributions to the debate this evening. As we have heard, in order to maintain and enhance confidence in the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Service Ombudsman, it is essential that governance and accountability mechanisms for those organisations are robust and are seen to be robust. Undertaking the review, the committee recognised the important function of the Audit Office in relation to financial audit and public reporting, as well as its critical role in relation to governance and counter-fraud, and the key support it gives to the Northern Ireland Assembly and citizens of Northern Ireland. It's also recognised the key role the Public Services Ombudsman plays in promoting good governance and improving accountability in public administration, as well as providing remedy in individual complaint cases. Therefore, in conducting the review, the principle of balancing independence and accountability was foremost in the committee's thinking. Members were aware of the need to strike the right balance that would protect the vital independence of the Controller and Auditor General and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman's corporation's role, while ensuring robust governance and accountability arrangements which align with best practice. Clearly, there is a link between competence in the organisations to carry out their functions effectively and the governance and accountability mechanisms that are in place, and the committee believes that its recommendations will strengthen that competence. It should be noted that the committee is recommending that the role of the Audit Committee is extended to align with best practice elsewhere. For example, I mentioned earlier the recommendation that non-executive members of the Audit Office's Statutory Board are appointed by the Audit Committee. What I didn't have the time to mention is that the committee is recommending that it assumes responsibility for appointing the Controller and Auditor General as accounting officer of the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the appointing of the external auditor of the NIAO. Currently, responsibility lies with the department, assuming responsibility will bring the Audit Committee's function in line with its peers and provide proper separation for the Department of Finance, who finances the Controller and Auditor General audits. Two members that spoke, Mr McHugh said that he wanted to see the public services should be we should see the best possible outcome in decisions made in public services, and it should be these things must be cost effective. And he also wished the Controller and Auditor General well in his retirement. Jim Allister, in his contribution, and it's important to move to an independent board. He also wished Mr Donnelly well in his retirement, and he made an issue that it's important that the role was separated between the complaint and the role of adjudicator. I think that was made very clear by Mr Allister. To conclude, I hope that today's debate has served to highlight the importance of robust governance and accountability for organisations that provide such critical support to the public and the Assembly. I ask members to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The Assembly is adjourned.
Is the Northern Ireland Assembly